Ning Shu looked at her soul again. If she entered the world when her soul was this dim, she would definitely be influenced by the original host's strong emotions again. It was best not to try to run until one could walk. Ning Shu decided to first meditate for a while. She sat down and started absorbing the things in the system space in order to strengthen her soul. This was undoubtedly a very slow process, but it was the only option she had. What she wanted the most right now was to obtain a cultivation manual that could strengthen the soul. How long did she have to wait until she could become an official player? There was no concept of time in the system space. Ning Shu sat on the ground without moving. After an unknown period passed, Ning Shu opened her eyes and looked down at her body. She felt that her soul had solidified a little more. When she touched it, it felt like touching milk. It was a satiny sensation. System, are you there? I want to start the task. Ning Shu lifted her head and asked while looking at the wall in front of her. She had no idea where the system was. Right after she spoke, she felt suffocated. Frick, couldn't they give her time to prepare first? At the very least, she should have been given a quick notification. Ning Shu fell unconscious. In the heavy darkness, she could sense that there was someone beside her and talking to her. With great difficulty, she opened her eyes. Her head felt very heavy and she couldn't move at all as she looked at the bed canopy above her. Her mind was blank. When the servant girl next to the bed saw that she had woken up, she seemed extremely moved and immediately knelt next to the bed and cried, "Princess, you're awake!" Then she hastily sent someone to get the imperial physician. Ning Shu turned her head and looked at the maid that was kneeling next to the bed. Her hair was combed up into an elegant hairstyle with a bead flower as an ornament. She was wearing lily magnolia double-embroidered satin garments that had a layer of gauze fabric draped over it. The soft swell of her breasts could faintly be seen. Ning Shu's body felt very heavy and her stomach was completely empty. She didn't even have the strength to lift her hand. "Princess, you can't abuse yourself this way, ah." That servant girl cried and laughed at the same time from relief. That maid wiped off her tears. When she heard that Ning Shu wanted to eat, tears of joy spilled down her face again. She lifted the hems of her garments and ran out of the palace. Ning Shu lay on the bed, starved to the point she felt dizzy. How long had this body been starved? Was this the path of starving to death? Her brain felt both chaotic and blank. She decided to wait until after eating to receive the storyline. The girl earlier had called her princess. From the looks of it, this body had a very high status. She had never imagined that there would be a day she could experience the fantasy of being a little princess. Not long later, that girl returned with a bowl of congee. It was simmered with meat stock and vegetables until they turned soft. The moment Ning Shu smelled this fragrance, her stomach started growling. The maid helped Ning Shu up and said, "Princess, this servant will feed you." Ning Shu nodded and joy immediately lit up the maid's face. She spooned a small mouthful and blew on it before feeding it to Ning Shu. It was unknown how long this body had been starving, as even this mild congee caused the stomach a bit of pain. Luckily, her body slowly adjusted. Ning Shu only ate one bowl before stopping. The maid helped Ning Shu lay back down. Ning Shu looked at the maid. She seemed only about 15 and was quite delicate and pretty. However, Ning Shu's gaze was focused on this girl's chest. This era's clothing was still rather open and sensual. It was like the clothing of the Tang dynasty. It covered the chest from the front, but if one looked down from above, the cleavage within was in full view. Ning Shu saw that this girl treated this body rather well. Not only was she respectful, she also seemed very concerned. Ning Shu hadn't received the storyline yet, so she still didn't know what this girl's character was truly like. However, based on this girl's earlier behavior, she probably had a pretty good personality. Right after Ning Shu lay down, another maid ran into the palace. Probably due to the fact that she had rushed here, her face was bright red and there was a bit of sweat visible on her delicate nose. That maid curtsied towards Ning Shu. "Princess, the imperial physician is here." In reality, this body wasn't ill. It was just hungry. Now that she had eaten a bit, she felt much better. Ning Shu hadn't received a storyline yet and didn't know the original host's personality, so she simply said mildly, "Both of you, withdraw." The two maids shared a glance, then bowed and left the palace. Ning Shu's eyes wandered around as she sized up the surroundings. This palace was very large. On the antique-looking shelves, there were all sorts of rare-looking toys and beautiful bright flowers that were arranged in exquisite porcelain vases. A soothing scent slowly drifted out from a cloisonné enameled beast ear incense burner with a red sandalwood base. Next to the rosewood bed frame with inlaid marble was an engraved table screen made of narrow wood and ivory that displayed a scene of winter plum blossoms. Just from the items in this room, Ning Shu could tell that this princess's life was pretty good. So what great hatred or grudge or regret caused her to ask for a counterattack? Ning Shu took a deep breath and started receiving the storyline. Even though she was mentally prepared this time, she still felt sharp pain in her head. This body's name was Li Zushen. She was the only princess of the Great Yang Dynasty and the only younger sister of the current emperor. The emperor bestowed her the title of Princess Jiahui and even bestowed her a territory in Taiwan. It was clear that she was a very pampered individual. None of the onlookers knew why Princess Jiahui was this greatly favored and simply treated it as familial affection of the current emperor. After all, they were siblings born of the same mother, so it wasn't too strange for such a princess to be spoiled. They had no idea how much Princess Jiahui had sacrificed back then during the current emperor's struggle for the throne. She risked her life over and over to do everything the emperor asked. The battle to seize the throne was unimaginably bitter and desperate. The bloody close-quarter fights had caused the entire imperial palace to be stained with blood. The emperor was also very heartless. He had catcha at all the defeated princes and imperial nephews without sparing a single one. The emperor's intense vehemence had probably ended up scaring the civil and military ministers, as he had been able to take over the matters of the court with unexpected ease after ascending to the throne. Since the current emperor was her biological older brother and she was his only living relative, the bitterness finally ended for Princess Jiahui and she started experiencing the sweetness of life. She was completely pampered and even the empress, this sister-in-law, had to treat her politely and amiably. The concubines and consorts in the inner palace naturally tried even harder at every point to curry favor with her. It was reasonable to say that only a celestial would not feel envy at this type of life. However, Princess Jiahui was a woman, and love was what women longed for the most. Even the princes fell for a dashing young man. Princess Jiahui was not impressed by those distinguished and gifted scholars who were always pretentious and acted like they were very cultured. She had no interest in these men who didn't even have the strength to truss a chicken and even applied powder like women. Only a man like Duan Xinghui gave Jiahui a sense of security. This young general was handsome and simple. His armored appearance as he rode a horse into battle was breathtakingly beautiful. Jiahui came into contact with Duan Xinghui a few times and found that she only became more pleased each time. Although he always spoke carefully and respectfully, he gave people the feeling that he was earnest and trustworthy. Duan Xinghui respected Jiahui deeply but never gave her anything like a promise. This fact only increased Jiahui's favorable opinion of him. Jiahui did not lack people that fawned upon her, so she valued demonstration more than something as superficial as a verbal promise. The emperor was aware of this situation, but he did not directly give a decree. Instead, he first investigated to see if he could really entrust his younger sister to this Duan Xinghui. Jiahui and Duan Xinghui's relationship was simply a secret that everyone kept silent about. In reality, it was already pretty much set. Yet, right at this time, a commotion broke out at the borders of the state again. The weather had gotten cold, and the bearded Huns started invading the central plain from the north to snatch supplies. Thus, the emperor sent Duan Xinghui to the border stations and grimly announced that once he returned victorious, he would bestow in marriage his sister to him. The war had reached stalemate. Then the news of Duan Xinghui, having died in battle, came from the front lines. Jiahui was stunned by the news. Following that, she refused to eat or drink. In the end, the emperor couldn't bear to watch it anymore and forced her to start eating again. However, Jiahui was suffering from heartbreak, and her health continued to degrade. She missed Duan Xinghui intensely and even considered shaving her head and becoming a nun. Those who passed away would forever remain in the hearts of those who still lived. Moreover, the scar in the heart would only become deeper until nothing could replace them. However, not long after that, the dead Duan Xingwei came back to life and returned to the capital with a woman. When Ning Shu got to this part, she already came to understand the entire development. This arrogant pampered princess had become the cannon fodder for the true love between the general and that girl. Ning Shu gave a deep sigh, feeling sincere sympathy for the original host. The single word, emotion, had caused all the calamity. The storyline afterwards was just about how Jiahui was unwilling to accept it and insisted on causing trouble for the two. She used her power as a princess in all sorts of ways to attack this country bumpkin that had crawled out from some random corner. What astonished Jiahui was the fact that the man she took to be very steady and earnest would become very stirred up when it came to matters that pertained to that village girl. He would angrily roar and shout like an immature youngster. For the sake of that village girl, he defied the imperial edict and even publicly declared that he would only love that woman his entire life. Jiahui felt as if she'd been slapped. It made her face burn. She practically became the laughingstock of all of Great Yang. The noble princess actually lost to a village girl. Who did that girl count as? She was a princess. The pride of a princess wouldn't allow her to lose like this. Hence, Jiahui retaliated against the village girl and everyone started criticizing her, saying that she was malicious, saying that she caused the Yang dynasty to lose face. Even the emperor became disappointed in her. Jiahui simply caused even more of a disturbance until everyone in the streets were talking about how a princess was trying to snatch another person's man. Xiaoyi's reputation only grew worse. Then the barbaric Huns just happened to win the war and delightedly asked for a marriage. The emperor was truly disappointed in this sister of his, so he wrapped her up and sent her away. It had clearly been Duan Xinghui's fault that the war situation reversed. If it weren't for the fact that he wanted to make thoughtless large moves in order to show off, wouldn't he have fallen for a scheme that people of the Central Plain viewed as nothing but crude? Now they wanted her to get married so they could have a happy life together? Jiahui was a very delicate and pampered princess. Moreover, she had injured her heart while mourning for Duan Xinghui. Now she had to head to a very poor environment, a place that didn't even treat women as humans. Jiahui's status as a princess didn't bring her any benefits, and even caused these barbarous people to bully her even more. She was simply a spoil of war. The Huns were vicious and would hit women on the slightest pretext. The life she lived was worse than death. Zhouyi's heart turned numb and her flower-like countenance became corroded by the sandy wind. She lived numbly. She didn't know what she had done wrong. The original host's wishes. 1, she didn't want to love that cruel and unscrupulous Duan Xinghui anymore. 2, she wanted to make those two lowly people suffer and pay for what they did. 3, she wanted to be a noble and lofty princess. She didn't want to ever allow anything to sully her again. She didn't want to disappoint her imperial older brother. She didn't want to be bestowed in marriage. She didn't want to go to that savage place. She didn't want to be humiliated and insulted by people. Ning Shu. In the end, this girl still couldn't let go of that matter. Duan Xinghui was the origin of all of Jiahui's sorrows. He was like the key that opened Pandora's box. What caused Ning Shu to be a little speechless was the fact that she had entered the story a bit late. Right now, news had already spread of Duan Xinghui's death. Jiahui refused to eat and drank out of heartache. She practically had the intention of dying to follow after him. At this point, Jiahui had already gotten involved with Duan Xinghui. Ning Shu felt very dizzy after receiving the storyline. Her heart hurt slightly. It seemed that her arteries had already gotten injured. Ning Shu gave a sigh. To a person that once had to treat a hospital as home, there was nothing more important than a healthy body. Why harm oneself this way? As for the original host's wishes, to not love that cruel and unscrupulous wolf, this was something Ning Shu could fully do. As for taking revenge on this lowly couple, Ning Shu felt like it was the original host's arrogant personality that caused her to be incapable of letting this go. As for not being bestowed in marriage, all she could do was go step by step. Ning Shu felt that this task was a little easier than the task from the last world. At the very least, there wasn't a supernatural existence like Ling Zhu around. Moreover, she was the princess of a kingdom and had a high status. Compared to the general and village girl, she had quite an advantage. As Ning Shu thought about things, she drifted back to sleep. This body was seriously too weak. Ning Shu was very speechless. How come she was in such a pitiful state every time she entered the task world? She didn't know how long she slept. When she woke up again, her body was sticky with sweat. She had to struggle to open her eyes. The first thing she saw was the person sitting silently next to the bed. His presence gave her a huge scare, and she involuntarily cried, as her heart jumped so hard it almost leapt out of her chest. When the man saw that Ning Shu had been startled, he simply said mildly, "You're awake." Imperial older brother. Ning Shu struggled to sit up. She knew from the original host's memories who this person is. This man was the current Emperor Li Wen. Although his name sounded gentle, it didn't match with his imposing aura at all, and his expression was also very cold and dignified. Greater than Li 3 means plum when one means warm. It's usually a name for a gentle person. Picture gentle, cool, quiet senpai in the library, next to a window, holding a book, and kindly answering your question with a warm smile. Li Wen was wearing a dragon robe that had dragons with 5 claws. He had very handsome and defined features that were like strokes of a painting. His manner was austere as ice and as tranquil as glass. The power that came of a high status added an extra cold indifference to his features. His detached arrogance and extraordinary respected status made him a very attractive man with charm that no woman could escape. In a word, he was an iceberg. Even when facing the original host, this younger sister, he didn't smile much. At most, he just bestowed the original host extraordinarily good status and rare objects. Li Wen was a natural-born monarch. He was skilled in methods, careful with his words and expressions, and no one was able to see through his thoughts. Ning Shu felt a little bit on edge facing this kind of person. Her body subconsciously tensed. Her keen senses told her that the person in front of her was very dangerous. He was like a lion king that was gracefully licking his sharp claws. "It's fine if you stay lying down," said Li Wen mildly. He swept his gaze over Ning Shu's face. After a pause, he said, "This matter hasn't been confirmed yet. You shouldn't ruin your own health this way." As he spoke, his brows furrowed. Seeing that his sister's head was covered with cold sweat to the point that her hair was damp, he softened his tone. "Jiahui, don't be so willful." Ning Shu felt even more cold sweat. She was seriously speechless. Her mourning due to her future husband's death was actually translated into being willful. Ning Shu opened her mouth and finally said, "Jiahui understands." Jiahui was the bestowed name of the original host. "Someone come," shouted Li Wen towards the door. His voice was deep and sexy, yet also very cold and dignified. It made people instinctively obey him. 2 servant girls immediately entered. Ning Shu narrowed her eyes. One was Miao Qing, the other was Yuan Dong. These 2 were the people the original host was closest with. They were also very interesting characters. The situation was a bit laughable. Li Wen spoke to the 2 with an insipid tone. "Take good care of the princess." "Understood," said Miao Qing and Yuan Dong in unison. Li Wen seemed very busy with government affairs. After asking after Ning Shu's health a little, he left. Ning Shu barely spoke. She didn't know whether Li Wen noticed her abnormality or not. When Yuan Dong walked up and saw that Ning Shu's forehead was covered with sweat, she immediately got some water and helped wipe Ning Shu's sweat off. Ning Shu looked at her. This girl had pretty good looks. It was just a shame that she was someone who harbored other desires, yet had to stay by her side. Ning Shu said to Miao Qing, who was straightening out her blanket, This princess wishes to take a meal now." Miao Qing cried out in surprise and immediately rushed out to prepare food for Ning Shu. Ning Shu watched as she left the palace like a live butterfly. Light flashed through her eyes. At the very end, this Miao Qing had successfully become Li Wen's consort. Ning Shu shifted her gaze back to Yuan Dong. This girl had gone with her when she was bestowed in marriage and became the Hun's plaything. However, this didn't mean that she was very loyal to the original host. Moreover, this girl liked Duan Xinghui. However, Duan Xinghui fell in love with a village girl and destroyed Yuan Dong's hopes of becoming Duan Xinghui's bedchamber maid. Although this was a morganatic marriage, all women prepared bedchamber maids for their man. When they were menstruating or pregnant, that's when the bedchamber maid came into use. Jiahui and Yuan Dong had the same goal, so they worked together to defeat the village girl. Speaking of which, the village girl's name was Aya. It was a very rural name. Later, it was changed to a very nice sounding and classy name. A while later, Miao Qing came back with the food. It was rather mildly flavored food. There was no way Ning Shu would ruin her own health like the original host. Nothing was more important than a healthy body. Miao Qing started feeding her. Ning Shu didn't bother to be polite at all, since only by doing this would she be able to recover. After she finished a bowl of mixed congee, Miao Qing wiped Ning Shu's mouth with a handkerchief. Ning Shu saw that these two servants were actually quite attentive towards the original host. However, in the end, they both betrayed their master for the sake of love. After eating, Ning Shu closed her eyes to sleep again. Sleep naturally restored health. Right now, Ning Shu needed a healthy body in order to complete her task. She hated people that abused their own bodies the most. They didn't know how to treasure their bodies at all. Li Wen came to visit again at night. He stood by the side of the bed without a sound and gave Ning Shu such a scare she couldn't even speak for a moment. Imperial older brother. Do you feel a little better? Li Wen looked Ning Shu over. Seeing that her facial color was a little better, he nodded and said, "Your complexion has improved since the morning. Thank you, Imperial older brother, for your concern." Ning Shu acted very touched. Li Wen didn't reply, and the atmosphere immediately became a little strange. Ning Shu didn't know what to say, as the more one spoke, the more mistakes one might make. It would be terrible if she ended up exposing herself. The man in front of her was very dangerous. Just glancing into those dark eyes gave a chill as if one was facing a lounging tiger. Ning Shu felt extremely uneasy inside. "Hurry up and leave? Why are you standing there like a wooden pillar?" Of course, Ning Shu only dared to say these things inside her heart. She still didn't have the guts to provoke a feudal monarch. The two didn't speak at all. Ning Shu tilted her head to glance at Li Wen. He narrowed his eyes slightly, and as a result, his entire aura turned conspicuously sharp. Ning Shu was very depressed. What exactly did he want? The silent wait was driving her crazy. She finally couldn't take it anymore and took the initiative to say, "Imperial older brother, you should go and deal with the government affairs. Yahui is fine now." When Li Wen heard Ning Shu's euphemistic request for him to leave, he narrowed his dark eyes and said mildly, "We shall leave. You should look after your own health." Even if Duan Xinghui is gone, there are still other men. Li Wen had also said this in the storyline, but Princess Joya, he had responded with, there was only one Duan Xinghui in the world, angering Li Wen. Of course, Ning Shu wouldn't say that. If she ended up irritating Li Wen and he decided to marry her off to get rid of her, there wouldn't even be a place left for her to cry. Ning Shu allowed irrepressible sorrow to show on her face as she responded respectfully. "Imperial older brother, right now Jiahui's head feels very chaotic. Right now, Jiahui doesn't want to think about anything." Upon hearing this, Li Wen's eyes narrowed slightly. For some reason, every time Ning Shu saw him narrow his eyes, she would feel her heart skip in panic. She was trying her best to mimic the original host's expressions and habits. Could it be that her acting skill was that crappy? Li Wen nodded and said, "If you need anything, I'll have your imperial sister-in-law send it over." Then he exhorted the two maids, "Serve the princess well." "Understood." The two maids answered simultaneously. However, Miao Qing's eyes stayed glued to Li Wen until he left Orchid Garden Palace. Ning Shu watched from the side, then shook her head. The original host seriously hadn't paid attention to her personal maids at all. She had no idea that one liked her older brother and one liked her future husband. How sad. In the following days, Ning Shu calmly passed the time focusing on recovering. However, it was during these days that she truly experienced how pampered the original host was. Consorts would come to visit every day. The amount of get-well gifts that she received each day had to be counted by basketfuls. They were all generally rare and precious jewels. There were even some handkerchiefs that the consorts had personally embroidered and some shoes. In any case, there were all sorts of things. Of course, Ning Shu didn't meet those people. Her body hadn't recovered yet, and there was no way she would push herself just to meet those people. After all, there were seriously too many women in the inner palace. She didn't fucking know any of the orioles and swallows in His Majesty, the Emperor's harem. Ning Shu saw that Miao Qing and Yuan Dong didn't seem surprised at this display at all. They even looked at these consorts with a bit of contempt. Ning Shu could infer from the fact that these two servants dared to look at ranked consorts with contempt how much the original host had probably looked down on these consorts. Princess, why not allow this servant to bring these things to the storehouse? Miao Qing asked Ning Shu while glancing over to check her expression. After a brief hesitant pause, she said, Princess, these people just want to use Princess in order to see His Majesty, and use the affection that His Majesty has for Princess to obtain His Majesty's affection. The original host and Ning Shu both knew this. Did they need a maid to remind them every day? However, the original host actually thought that Miao Qing was a very good person. Ning Shu knew because this was how the original host's heart was reacting. Miao Qing liked Li Wen. Due to the original host, Miao Qing had a lot more chances to see the emperor than most of the consorts and concubines in the inner palace. The only reason Miao Qing was saying this was because she was annoyed and envied these consorts. Ning Shu simply glanced at her indifferently rather than echo agreement like the original host usually did. In the past, whenever the original host heard Miao Qing say something like this, she would become furious at the fact that these women were trying to use her. When Miao Qing saw that the princess didn't pay any attention to her, her heart sunk. She silently went to put the things into the storehouse. Ning Shu took in Miao Qing's discreet actions. As expected of a palace woman, none of them were ordinary at all. Anyone else would have continued to try and sow dissension, but Miao Qing clearly knew when to stop. Ning Shu felt that the original host couldn't be described as simple either. In the battle for the throne, she had taken the initiative to do things for Li Wen and seen quite a lot of dark things. However, she also counted as dumb since she had pretty much offended all of the women in the inner palace. In the end, she still had a very conceited personality and looked down on these women in the inner palace that relied on a man to live. It was to the point that not a single person stepped up to speak for her when she was bestowed in marriage. They all agreed for her to be sent off. It was also quite impressive in a way, since it's truly hard for one as relationships with others to be horrible to this degree. Ning Shu thought for a bit, then said, "Record all of this and give return gifts according to the usual standard." Miao Qing and Yuan Dong, who were sorting out the items, froze at the same time because the princess never gave return gifts. Her sudden command to give return gifts gave them quite a shock. However, in the end, they were both experienced palace maids and reacted quickly. Interaction between people has always been based on reciprocity. The way the original host only accepted presents without giving return gifts expressed the message that she didn't want to associate with those women. How offensive was that? And the princess was seriously willful. However, though the women in the inner palace gritted their teeth and cursed at her, they couldn't do anything to the original host. A wall only fell if everyone pushed. A lot of factors had contributed to the fact that the original host ended up the way she had. "Princess, you really want to give return gifts?" asked Miao Qing. "This is giving them face." Ning Shu simply glanced at her without speaking. This caused Miao Qing to feel uneasy. She and Yuan Dong had seen how much pain the princess was in before. However, now the princess was so calm that it was scary. It couldn't be that she had gone crazy from the pain. Of course, they could only wonder this silently. Although the two maids were not willing, they still handled tasks very quickly, and soon sent return gifts to the people from each palace. The consorts and concubines were surprised and touched to receive Princess Xiaoyi's return gifts. They had all sorts of complex emotional responses, but for the time being it won't be discussed in detail. Ning Shu was wondering whether she should go find Duan Xinghui. However, she rejected this idea right after it emerged. At this time, Duan Xinghui had probably already been rescued by Iya. What use was there in her going? Moreover, if a princess wanted to head out, it had to be done with adequate protection and ceremonial dignity. She'd have to drag a whole bunch of people along. By the time she got to the border, all the dishes would have chilled. If the two were truly in love, fate would bind them closely together. Duan Xinghui and Aya had gotten together without any intermediaries. As Yui took care of Duan Xingyu, who was injured, they inevitably had bodily contact. Familiarity breeds fondness, dry wood bursts into flames, the blaze of love ignites. In short, the two people fell in love. It was true love. The true task would have to wait until Duan Xinghui brought Aya back to the capital. Until then, she should just focus on recovering and brush up on the Emperor's favorable impression of her. Since she didn't want to be bestowed in marriage, she had to build up her own value. What could she help Li Wen with? There were too many people to do the things like carrying tea and pouring water. The effect of brushing up his favorable impression of her and deepening the sibling affection between them was small, but working on it occasionally wouldn't be a loss. Ning Shu earnestly focused on recuperating. However, during the entire time, there was not a hint of a smile on her face, so it caused Miao Qing and Yuan Dong, who were attending to her, to be completely confused and on edge. They would be very careful with everything they said. Miao Qing no longer dared to try to provoke Ning Shu. Ning Shu noticed that Yuan Dong's eyes were a little bit red. But every time she asked, Yuan Dong would only say that she had squinted too much or that it was trachoma. Ning Shu gazed meaningfully at the two. Her unreadable gaze caused the two maids to feel even more scared. They felt like the princess's eyes seemed to penetrate everything and see the secrets hidden in the deepest depths of their hearts. Hence, Miao Qing and Yuan Dong started attending to Ning Shu even more carefully and considerately. Their comprehensive attentiveness allowed Ning Shu's days to pass by very comfortably. This is an effect that Ning Shu hadn't predicted. Ning Shu recuperated for half a month and nursed herself very well. It was to the point that her face became white, plump, and rosy. She didn't seem to be heartbroken at all. The moment the consorts and concubines in the inner palace heard that Princess Jiaoyi had recovered, they all swarmed over to visit her. Ning Shu massaged her head as she looked at the room full of orioles and swallows. When a room was filled with beauties, the fragrances they applied all mixed together to create a smell so strong and intense that it made one's head hurt. These consorts all had different styles and temperaments. There were enchanting ones, lovely ones, innocent ones, aloof ones, gentle ones, virtuous ones. There were all types of women. Li Wen was sure lucky to have so many women, and they were beautiful to boot, waiting to get his affection. Ning Shu understood that the only goal these consorts had in coming to Orchid Garden Palace was to see Li Wen. Although these consorts made a lot of effort to find conversational topics and ask about her health, they continuously glanced towards the entrance of the palace. Ning Shu didn't bother to expose them either. She had just come to this world and had to learn about the current situation within the palace. From the words these consorts spoke, she could figure out which consorts were favored and which ones weren't. She could even determine from these consorts' barbed words who held grudges against whom, and based on that, figure out the factions. The Emperor has arrived. A very unpleasant and screechy voice came from outside. However, it was as pleasant as the drizzle of rain to the women in the room. Every single one of them livened up and looked towards the entrance with radiant smiles. Li Wen walked into the palace. Ning Shu immediately sensed a chill. It was freaking cold. Ah, Your Majesty, may you forever be in good health. The entire room full of women curtsied towards Li Wen. Their movements were extremely lovely and charming, and their voices were so tender water could be squeezed out. They faced Li Wen with their very best posture. Some bolder ones even tried to casually expose their well-rounded snowy bosom in a seemingly inadvertent way. It was the stunning scene of 100 flowers competing. Ning Shu was inwardly speechless as she looked at the room full of beautiful women. Any one of these women, placed in the modern world, would be pursued by countless admirers, yet they were all stuck in this place to fight over a single man. It was seriously a waste of resources. Li Wen was indifferent towards the women in the room and simply said, "You may rise." A consort that was near Li Wen purposefully stumbled as she got up and tried to fall towards Li Wen's chest. In the end, Li Wen sidestepped and that consort almost fell to the ground in a big faux pas. Ning Shu's lips twitched. This emperor seriously had a terrible personality. What was so hard about supporting his own woman for a second? It was a woman that was fawning upon you, and it was even such a beautiful woman. If it was her, she would have been overcome with joy. Li Wen didn't even bother to glance at these consorts and turned straight to Ning Shu to ask mildly, "You look like you've recovered quite well?" Ning Shu curtsied. "Many thanks for Imperial older brother's concern. Jiahui is much better." Li Wen nodded, his expression still cold. "Even if Duan Xinghui is gone, there are still other good men in Great Yang. You are our sister." Ning Shu automatically translated it. "You're this big boss's younger sister. You can casually take your pick of any man in the world." Ning Shu revealed a very sad expression that was at the same time touched as she said, "Thank you, Imperial older brother, for your concern. It's just that Imperial younger sister doesn't want to think about these things right now." Li Wen stared at Ning Shu with his sharp gaze. He scanned Ning Shu's face, then nodded. After saying "N," he didn't say any more and simply sat on the chair a while before leaving. "The emperor is departing." The Grand Eunuch, Eunuch Zhang, sang the suave and melodious call with his sharp voice. Once Li Wen left, everyone turned their gazes towards Ning Shu. Ning Shu could sense keenly that their gazes contained envy, jealousy, and a few even contained extreme hate. Ning Shu looked over and saw a woman dressed in night haze violet silk cloud vestige palace garments. Her expression was haughty and stern, and her eyes contained irrepressible jealousy and loathing. Ning Shu thought for a moment, then smirked at that woman. She was Noble Consort Du. The resentment between Noble Consort Du and the original host had actually started due to the Empress. In the original host's heart, she had only one sister-in-law, and that was the Empress. She always felt contempt towards all the other women. Meanwhile, the Empress and Noble Consort Du were quite evenly matched in power. However, due to the original host, the Empress managed to move into the advantage. That was why Noble Consort Du had never had any good feelings towards Princess Jiahui. The only reason she came to Orchid Garden Palace was because all the other consorts were going and she wouldn't. To be able to explain herself if she didn't go, she did this only for Li Wen to see. Li Wen currently loved this younger sister very much. Even if she wanted to make small moves, in front of the Emperor they all still had to act harmonious. Ning Shu couldn't help but massage her forehead, feeling a headache. Speaking of which, the original host was a daughter that had yet to get married. Was it really a good idea to meddle with her older brother's back courtyard affairs? Not only did the original host get involved in palace battles, she also got involved in residence battles. Staying out of everything was the best choice. The incident in which the original host got married off was also partially due to Noble Consort Du's encouragement. To put it plainly, the original host was mostly an idiot in regards to human relationships. A part of it was also due to the fact that she felt it beneath her dignity to try and cultivate relationships. The original host couldn't be said to be a bad person. Her thoughts were quite pure, but her personality was too arrogant. She was simply too conceited. Is Noble Consort Du glaring this way because Imperial older brother spoke to this princess, but did not speak to you? Is that why you're so conspicuously angry? Ning Shu spoke bluntly. Noble Consort Du. Noble Consort Du's expression seemed to freeze. This blockhead seriously said whatever came to mind. In the palace, a person had to pay careful attention to every single sentence, since it contained countless curves. Hence, Noble Consort Du wasn't he the only one unused to such straightforward speech. This entire nest full of people weren't used to it. All of their expressions turned embarrassed, and one by one they excused themselves. The words earlier were probably too frank to the point they all felt awkward. Ning Shu watched as noble consort Du left angrily and smiled. There was no way to fix the relationship between them. Since that was the case, it'd be better to just tear off the mask of cordiality so that it would make these people hesitant to make a move. Ning Shu thought for a while, then decided to go pay a visit to the Empress, this sister-in-law of hers. The original host would usually tell the sister-in-law everything, so their relationship still counted as pretty good. However, how could there be any true friendship in the inner palace? Much less between a person's wife and the person's younger sister? Ning Shu headed to the Phoenix Waters Palace. When she walked into the palace, she saw the Empress sitting on a serpentine gems-decorated fragrant rosewood couch with a 4-section primrose-colored cedar screen that was interwoven with glass behind her. When the Empress saw Ning Shu, she hastily stood up and walked towards Ning Shu. Ning Shu curtsied towards her. "My respects, Imperial sister-in-law." The Empress hastily stopped Ning Shu. Taking her hand, she revealed a warm smile. "You look wonderful." "Yaoi, child, you seriously gave sister-in-law such a fright. Your imperial older brother even worriedly exhorted for me to look after you." "Thank you. Imperial sister-in-law, Jiahui is almost all better," said Ning Shu. The Empress spoke a lot of words of concern towards Ning Shu. There was no doubt that she simply wanted to show that she cared a lot about her sister-in-law. Ning Shu also accompanied the Empress in the small talk for a while. Then, the Empress shifted the topic seamlessly to how much of a struggle it was for her to manage the inner palace, and, without a trace of unnaturalness, onto the topic of what consort did what. To put it frankly, the Empress was telling on those consorts to Ning Shu. There was not a single person that didn't fear Li Wen in this inner palace. The Empress was urging Ning Shu to complain to Li Wen. The Empress's words were full of crafty turns, but still effectively caused Ning Shu to feel loathing towards those consorts. The original host had ended up becoming the Empress's shield and errand girl just like this. Although she did have to admit that the original host was very suitable for being cannon fodder, the Emperor had also used the original host. However, after he got what he wanted, he did give the original host a noble status. However, the Empress used the original host without giving anything back. Ning Shu felt that this palace was also full of danger. Her task was Duan, Xinghui, and Aya, so she didn't want to bother with anyone else at all. Moreover, Ning Shu could see that there was no one in this palace that could help her. It'd already be great if these people simply didn't add more trouble when the matter of marriage was brought up. Ning Shu was considering leaving the imperial palace. "Jiahui, what are you thinking about?" The Empress saw that though she had spoken a lot, the person she was speaking to seemed absent-minded, rather than indignant and itching to rush to the Emperor like she'd always done so in the past. As a woman, there was no way the Empress was willing to share her husband with someone else. However, her current position didn't allow her to be headstrong. She was the mother of the nation. She had to be virtuous, magnanimous, and even had to help the Emperor manage these women well so that the Emperor wouldn't have worries about inner palace affairs. There was no need to mention how much pain the Empress felt looking at these orioles and swallows. For the sake of satisfying the Emperor, she had put out too much. However, the Emperor was still cold and indifferent towards her. Not only did the Empress hate the women in the inner palace, she was also jealous of this princess, because Li Wen's attitude towards her was much better. Not even she, this Empress, enjoyed such treatment. The person has already passed away. "Jiahui, you must take care of your health. You're the Emperor's sister, the only princess of Great Yang. There are countless good men out there for you to freely choose from," said the Empress to console Ning Shu. Ning Shu didn't know if it was her misperception, but she actually heard a slight bit of awkwardness in the Empress's tone. Ning Shu felt a little tired of this. She glanced at the Empress. In reality, the Empress had pretty good looks. It was just that she had to keep up her majestic presence as the Empress at all times, so her manner seemed a little stiff. The fact that she deliberately tried to put on the airs of an Empress showed that the Empress was very insecure at heart. That was the only reason why she was so strong, in order to clearly display her status and power. However, the original host actually felt that only an empress like this was good enough to be her sister-in-law. And thus, the original host felt enmity towards the consorts of the inner palace and felt like her sister-in-law suffered a lot. From Ning Shu's point of view, it was simply the empress making use of the original host's feelings of sympathy. Ning Shu acted like the original host and told her troubles to the empress. "Imperial sister-in-law, my heart hurts so much. Why did he simply leave just like this?" Ning Shu pressed her handkerchief to the corner of her eye as she glanced to check the empress's expression. A trace of delight flashed quickly through the empress's eyes, but on her face she had an expression, as if she was feeling the same hurt as she repeatedly tried to console Ning Shu. Ning Shu silently made a firm vow, and that was to leave the palace. Lorda, this inner palace was full of Li Wen's consorts. If she stayed here, she'd have to keep dealing with these sister-in-laws. It was way too much mental and physical effort. The consorts either hated, feared, fawned upon, or tried to drag her, this princess, into things. Due to how much Li Wen doted on the original host, it was inevitable that she was going to be dragged into these inner palace women's quarrels. She didn't have the energy to deal with these women. The matter of the marriage laid, in the end, in Li Wen's hand. Rather than coming here to curry favor with the empress, it'd be better to just directly focus the efforts on Li Wen. Moreover, the empress was nowhere as good of a person as she looked. She was simply someone who looked sweet on the outside, but was very bitter inside. Ning Shu dawdled a little longer with the empress, then used her handkerchief to wipe off her non-existent tears before heading back to her own palace. With Miao Cheng and Yuan Dong, "You two pack up all the things in the storeroom," said Ning Shu to the two. "Pack everything without leaving a single article behind." Yuan Dong and Miao Cheng shared a look. Miao Cheng glanced at Ning Shu, then bowed as she asked, "Princess, why are we packing?" "There are a lot of things in Princess's storeroom." "Does Princess truly want all of them packed?" Ning Shu glanced at her and said mildly, "Don't leave even a single needle behind." Miao King's heart jolted when the princess glanced at her with such a cold expression. She felt that the princess had become unreadable ever since she woke up. There was no trace of hurt on her face. She was cold and calm to the point it was scary, although she'd been in intense agony just a while earlier. "Understood." Miao Cheng didn't dare to question anymore. Miao Cheng led some young palace maids over to pack up the things. Meanwhile, Ning Shu headed over to find Li Wen. When she got there, he was in the middle of perusing through memorials. When he saw Ning Shu, he put down the cinnabar brush in his hand and closed the memorial. His movements were very fluid and casual. Just Li Wen's looks were enough to make women incapable of escaping from his charm. However, when Ning Shu faced Li Wen, her attention wasn't focused on his handsomeness at all. She felt very frightened and unconfident. The biggest reason for her decision to leave the imperial palace was because she wanted to get away from Li Wen. This person was way too dangerous. His thoughts were hidden way too deeply for one to guess at. Ning Shu even suspected him of seeing through her. "Why have you come to look for us?" asked Li Wen indifferently. Ning Shu took a moment to organize her words, then exposed a bit of sorrow on her face. "Imperial older brother. Imperial younger sister. Imperial younger sister wishes to live away from the palace." Li Wen was only taken aback for a moment before he gave a smile that didn't quite seem like a smile. When Ning Shu saw the fake smile on his face, her heart flipped. What did this smile mean? Ning Shu's face twitched and her lips trembled. "Imperial older brother. Imperial younger sister wishes to go out in order to unwind a little." Li Wen lifted a teacup and took a sip before placing it back down, still silent. Ning Shu was restless with anxiety, yet she still had to keep an "I'm very hurt, my heart's tired" expression on her face. Ning Shu almost couldn't keep it up anymore when Li Wen finally spoke. "Where do you plan to live?" "Imperial younger sister wishes to go to Manor Garden," said Ning Shu carefully as she glanced up to check Li Wen's expression. This guy was seriously like a freaking ice cube. He didn't have even a hint of emotion. "Is that why you're so conspicuously angry?" She couldn't tell at all whether he would agree to this or not. Li Wen didn't nod or shake his head. He simply said, "Manor Garden is too far away. It's not safe. The construction of your princess residence had already finished long ago. You should just go live there." Ning Shu's face contorted. This princess residence was very close to Duan Xinghui's residence. She really didn't want to stay at the princess residence. However, she had no leeway to choose. Though the status of a princess was said to be noble and was noble, all of the honor and respect could be stripped away with one sentence from Li Wen. Could life be sadder? How could she make this ice cube face have a better impression of her? How could she deepen their sibling affection? Ning Shu's thoughts were a mess. She didn't dare to meet Li Wen's gaze. Ning Shu had no other choice but to go live in the princess residence. If she tried to negotiate with Li Wen and ended up irritating him, she wouldn't even have a place left to cry. At the very least, if she left the palace, she wouldn't have to deal with the inner palace quarrels. This sister subject thanks Imperial older brother for this grace. Ning Shu curtsied towards Li Wen and immediately prepared to beat it. The more she could avoid Li Wen, the better. "Wait a minute." Li Wen stopped Ning Shu. Ning Shu turned around to look at him questioningly, and he said mildly, "Come here and grind the ink." Ning Shu said, "Oh," in reply and walked over. Lifting her sleeve back gently with one hand, she added a bit of water to the inkstone before picking up the cinnabar ink stick and starting to grind it. Ning Shu was inwardly very nervous. She had never ground ink before. She was simply going by what the original host remembered. The good thing was, though the movement was unfamiliar, she slowly got comfortable with it. Li Wen glanced at her. When she saw him look over, she immediately grinned at him. Li Wen shifted his gaze away back to the memorial in front of him. Lifting the cinnabar brush, he continued circling certain places on the memorial. Ning Shu didn't dare to glance around and lowered her head to look at the inkstone. The room was very quiet with only the slight rubbing sound of the ink stick. Ning Shu was very depressed. She really wanted to leave. Staying by Li Wen's side made all her hair stand up on end. Goosebumps were even about to rise. She hadn't felt this way even when she was facing Ling Zhu in the last world. She couldn't tell what Li Wen was thinking at all. She couldn't even figure out what mood he was currently in right now. Happiness, unhappiness, anger, or joy, it couldn't be made out at all. Even the original host had never truly looked at her biological brother. In Ning Shu's opinion, Li Wen was a person that had forfeit his humanity by giving up all emotions. Due to that, he was too deep to read. "Why did you suddenly want to leave the palace?" Li Wen spoke abruptly. Ning Shu was deep in thought and was startled by Li Wen's sudden question. Her hand movement abruptly stopped, causing some of the cinnabar liquid in the inkstone to splash out. Some splashed onto Li Wen, and some even splashed onto the memorial in front of Li Wen. Ning Shu's facial color changed slightly. The little figure inside her heart was covering her head and shrieking, "My pitifully short life, she was going to die. Ning Shu hastily took out a handkerchief and wiped the little red dots on the memorial in a charming manner. Then she moved to wipe the cinnabar ink on Li Wen's clothes. Li Wen blocked Ning Shu's movements with his hand and put down the cinnabar brush, his expression as indifferent as always. Ning Shu's heart rapidly thumped twice. She wound around the table and saluted Li Wen. This sister subject, didn't he do it on purpose, in hopes that Imperial older brother will pardon this? Li Wen's brows lifted as he asked, "What were you thinking about to be so absent-minded?" "Duan Xinghui." Ning Shu dragged Duan Xinghui out as a scapegoat without even thinking about it. Li Wen's face still didn't have any expression. Ning Shu seriously suspected that this guy had facial nerve paralysis. All the nerves on his face had probably died. "We wish to ask you why you suddenly wanted to leave the palace. Has someone in the palace caused trouble for you?" Li Wen didn't continue the topic Ning Shu pulled out, and instead repeated his earlier question. "This sister subject wishes to have a change of environment," replied Ning Shu honestly. Li Wen didn't say anything and simply waved towards Ning Shu to have her withdraw. Ning Shu left as if she had been granted amnesty. She left the imperial study, then strode all the way out of the palace before heaving a sigh of relief. No matter what, she had obtained her objective. Li Wen watched as Ning Shu hastily left and narrowed his eyes slightly. His gaze was deep but also seemed to contain billows. Ning Shu was covered with cold sweat. The first thing she did after she got back to Orchid Garden Palace was to take a bath. Then she asked Miao Qing, "How is the packing going?" Miao Qing hurriedly curtsied and replied, "Princess, everything is packed." Miao Qing gathered up her courage to ask, "Where's Princess plan to go?" Ning Shu glanced meaningfully at Miao Qing as she said, "This princess is going to go live in the princess residence." Following that, Ning Shu successfully got to see Miao Qing's facial color change drastically. Her face first paled before being filled with anxiousness. She asked Ning Shu, why did Princess suddenly want to leave the palace? Princess is the most honorable princess in Great Yong, and only the most high-class location in the world is suitable for Princess. Chief, honorable or not, in the end, didn't it simply depend on one sentence from Li Wen? Ning Shu saw that Miao Qing was so distressed that a bit of sweat had appeared on her flushed face, causing her to give off a charming glow. How could Miao Qing not be worried? She could only see His Majesty in the palace. Would she be able to see His Majesty again once they left the palace? Miao Qing was very agitated, but she didn't know how to convince the princess and could only stare at her anxiously. Ning Shu ignored Miao Qing's gaze and went to check on how the packing was going. She found that there were chest after chests of items in the storeroom. There were over a dozen chests, and they all contained rare and precious toys. This princess sure was wealthy. Miao Qing followed behind Ning Shu. She seriously could not bear the thought of leaving the palace and asked, "Princess, how long do you plan to live away from the palace?" Ning Shu looked at Miao Qing as she said, "If no unexpected incidents occur, my entire life." The moment Miao Qing heard this, her figure swayed. With a despairing expression, she said, "Princess, isn't it so much more comfortable in the imperial palace?" Ning Shu didn't pay attention to her and focused on looking through the things in the chests. Several chests contained all sorts of books. During the evening meal, the Empress brought a huge group of people. Enormous ranks of ceremonial attendants. Even Li Wen didn't have such a huge procession to Orchid Garden Palace. When the Empress saw Ning Shu, she took her hand with an expression as if she was very reluctant to part and said worriedly, "Jiahui, why did you decide that you wanted to live away from the palace? Is it that sister-in-law hasn't looked after you well enough? You're the Emperor's younger sister, Princess Yaohi of the Great Yang Dynasty. How could you leave the palace? Don't move out. Sister-in-law will miss you." Ning Shu took in the Empress's expression and knew that the Empress truly would miss having her as a vanguard. Ning Shu half-heartedly responded to the Empress, "Imperial sister-in-law, I really don't feel well, so I wanted a change of scenery. Jiahui will often come back to the palace to visit Imperial sister-in-law." When the Empress saw that Jiahui was determined to leave, the smile on her face faded a little and was replaced by a bit of worry. It was clear she was worrying about the change that would occur in the imperial palace once the sister-in-law left. "Child, once you feel better, you should come back to the palace. You are a girl, how could you live away from home?" The Empress half-heartedly said a few more words, then left. Once the Empress left, all the consorts and concubines from the inner palace came to look for Ning Shu like a swarm of bees. Every single one of them questioned her to see if she really planned to leave the imperial palace. The majority of the consorts were happy that the princess was leaving the imperial palace. After all, it meant that there was one less person to take up the emperor's attention, so the emperor might direct his gaze towards one of them. The consorts and concubines expressed their well wishes to Ning Shu and gave her some gifts. Ning Shu didn't bother to be polite and accepted all of these things. In the face of these consorts' insincere show of concern and urges to stay, Ning Shu directly replied that she was tired. They should see themselves out. Yuan Dong and Miao Qing's reactions were completely different. Miao Qing didn't want to leave the imperial palace at all, but as the princess's personal maid, she had to stay by the princess's side. Miao Qing was so worried her lips were about to bleed from all her worried biting. Meanwhile, Yuan Dong didn't seem to care at all. Ning Shu took all of this in without addressing it? Miao Qing really didn't have to worry. She would allow her to stay in the imperial palace as she so wished. The next day, Ning Shu got up early in the morning. Miao Qing was currently helping comb her hair. Ning Shu looked in the mirror at Miao Qing and saw that Miao Qing seemed a little absent-minded and her eyes were swollen and red. Her eyes contained irrepressible panic, and there was a hint of dark circles under her eyes. From the looks of it, she didn't sleep well last night. Ning Shu stroked her hair and said, "Help me put on the phoenix hairpin. Princess, is it the golden white marble victorious plum blossom nine-tailed pheasant coiled dragon and 4 phoenix hairpin?" Ning Shu simply said N. It was such a long name, how could she possibly remember it? Miao Qing immediately took out the phoenix hairpin from the jewelry box and inserted it into Ning Shu's hair. After sorting everything out, Ning Shu walked out of Orchid Garden Palace. She saw that there were about a dozen imperial guards carrying chests. These all contained items belonging to the original host. Everything in the palace had been packed up. There were too many things. Miao Qing's beautiful face was about to contort. How was she supposed to see His Majesty again after they left the palace? Ning Shu turned back and glanced at her. She said mildly, "Miao Qing, you should just stay in Orchid Garden Palace and look after the palace." The meaning was, have her look after the house. Miao Qing's face first filled with joy before it turned depressed again. Although she could now stay in the palace, it didn't mean that she would be able to see the emperor. Would the emperor still visit the Orchid Garden Palace when the princess was no longer there? Ning Shu didn't bother to pay attention to Miao Qing's complicated emotions and left. Orchid Garden Palace with Yuandong. Yuandong turned back to look at Miao Qing, who was leaning against the door and was struck by a feeling of desolation from the sight. Ning Shu first went to say goodbye to Li Wen. The moment she got to the palace doors, she saw that Li Wen was already waiting. Next to Li Wen was the Empress, wearing the bright yellow gold silver luan and phoenix embroidered court dress. Behind them was a huge crowd of orioles and swallows. They were all here to see the princess off. Ning Shu hastily walked over. It was rather scary to have an emperor waiting on her, and even more so when it was Li Wen. When she got close, she curtsied towards Li Wen. This sister subject pays her respects to imperial older brother. Li Wen said N, then sized Ning Shu up. Following that, he glanced at the people behind her before asking, "You've already packed everything. From the looks of it, you've managed to let it go?" Li Wen's voice was indifferent. "You are our sister. You can be sad, but you can't overdo it." Ning Shu replied N. She suddenly understood. Li Wen was the emperor. How could he allow his sister to be so hung up and heartbroken over a common subject? It damaged the imperial family's prestige. The original host had probably already lost Li Wen's favor and patience when she was grieving over Duan Xinghui, and she had even taken it so far that she harmed her own health. The original host's actions after Duan Xinghui came back probably caused Li Wen to be thoroughly disgusted with her. In this way, they drifted apart as the original host disappointed Li Wen more and more. Ning Shu was shocked by this sudden realization. She met Li Wen's gaze for a moment, then lowered her head and said, "This sister subject is the princess of the Great Yang dynasty. Duan Xinghui is nothing but a subject." This sister subject thought it through. Since the person has already passed away, this sister subject should let it go and not disappoint imperial older brother. Li Wen nodded. Noticing that there was only one maid with her, he asked, "Why is there only one person attending to you?" In reality, Li Wen, this emperor, treated the original host quite well. As long as the original host didn't cross Li Wen's bottom line, he was willing to give her face. For example, there was this scene right now. He had brought all the women from his inner palace to see her off. This was a sufficient show of honor. Thinking to hear, Ning Shu started having a favorable impression of Li Wen. Love was not the only thing in life. Yet some people, for the sake of love, would give up everything and throw themselves towards it like a moth towards flame. Ning Shu finally gave Li Wen a genuine smile as she said, "One girl wasn't willing to leave the palace, so the sister subject decided to just let her stay in the palace." Li Wen was stunned for a moment to see Ning Shu's smile. Then his eyes darkened a little as he said, "Such a disloyal servant. Getting rid of her is a good choice." Ning Shu wondered if Miao Qing would still be able to become Li Wen's consort after being labeled as disloyal. She felt a great deal of schadenfreude. Miao Qing was a complete white-eyed wolf that bit the hand that fed her. After she became Li Wen's consort, she added plenty of trouble to the original host's plate. "Jia Hui, you must come back to the palace to visit sister-in-law." The Empress reached out and took Ning Shu's hands as she spoke. At the same time, she sized her up. Today, Jia Hui was wearing gold-threaded tree peony brocade garments. Her hair was combed up into a very complicated and graceful hairstyle, and completed with hair ornaments. On her feet, she was wearing embroidered shoes with inlaid pearls. Her outfit enhanced her imposing manner and also complemented her complexion, making her look like a consort from the ninth heaven. Even her imposing aura, the aura of the Empress, lost in comparison. Ning Shu had dressed this way on purpose in order to let people know that she wasn't a slipping out of the palace. That way, when Duan Xinghui came back, people wouldn't start saying that she had gone to the prince's residence to recover from heartache. The Empress's hands tightened over Ning Shu's as a trace of envy flashed through her eyes. Originally, she thought that Duan Xinghui's death would make Jia Hui suffer terribly. It was unexpected that she actually recovered this quickly. The Empress made use of Jia Hui, but at the same time, she was like the other women in the inner palace. Inwardly, she was jealous that Jia Hui received special treatment from Li Wen. For example, right now there were so many people here to see her off. What princess received such respectful treatment? Li Wen didn't even treat his own daughters this way. Ning Shu pulled her hands out of the Empress to grasp and exchanged a few more words with her before curtsying towards Li Wen. "This sister subject is leaving now. Imperial older brother must take care of yourself and be well." Li Wen said "en" in reply before saying, "You should go." Ning Shu, helped by Yuan Dong, got onto the 8 treasures carriage with an ornamented hood that was decorated with green jade and pearls. Little gold bells hung from the 4 corners of the carriage, making a clear-sounding tinkle whenever wind blew past. 2 large, robust horses were standing side by side and snorting as they stamped the ground. Ning Shu sat down on the couch inside the carriage and inwardly sighed in relief. She has finally left the imperial palace. Then she closed her eyes to nap. When Yuan Dong saw her master like this, she didn't dare to speak and tactfully stood to the side, bowing slightly. She could sense that master had treated Miao Qing and her much more distantly ever since she had woken up. The princess's eyes now seemed capable of seeing through everything. Yuan Dong felt as if the princess now knew all of her most deeply hidden secrets. The carriage became very quiet. Next to one's ears was the melodious sound of the golden bells tinkling, mixed with the rhythmic sound of horse hooves. The carriage swayed lightly. It was extremely comfortable. Ning Shu really ended up falling asleep in this gentle swaying. After an unknown period of time passed, Yuan Dong pushed Ning Shu gently. Ning Shu opened her eyes, and Yuan Dong said in explanation, "Princess, we've arrived at the prince's residence." Ning Shu said "en," then got off the carriage. She looked at the large vermilion doors, then upwards at the sign hung above it with the words "Princess Residence," written in flamboyant cursive calligraphy. These words were written by Li Wen when the prince's residence had first finished construction. The sight of these words gave off a stern, imposing aura like golden spears and steel horses. The imposing aura seemed strong enough to engulf the world. It was completely different from Li Wen's usual cold and reserved aura. Just from these words, one could tell that Li Wen did everything with careful thought. He would probably become a famous emperor remembered for his talents and strength. Ning Shu had a sudden realization. Since Li Wen was an emperor who cared about his country, then to curry favor with him, she shouldn't have focused her attentions on him, but set about her goal from the country's citizens. She was seriously so pitiful. She originally thought that this task would be simple, but now it turns out it wasn't freaking simple at all. Li Wen turned out to be the biggest boss that she had to deal with strategically. The prince's residence was very large, with lots of pavilions and buildings, colored glass and glazed tiles. rock gardens and flowing water and beautiful serene paths. It was truly quite nice. Ning Shu expressed that it felt very comfortable. Like a vacation spot, it was great. Chest after chest of items were carried into the princess residence, though there had not been a master in the residence. It was kept very clean and servants stood in neat lines, waiting to welcome their master. When Ning Shu got to her room and saw the layout, she was quite pleased with it, and from now on this was her home. It was much more comfortable than staying in the palace. And most importantly, she didn't need to face Li, one whose thoughts seemed as mysterious and deep as the sea. Yuan Dong looked at the decorations and lay out of the room and spoke, as if complaining for Ning Shu. "Princess, this room is really small. I really can't compare with the palace." Ning Shu simply glanced indifferently at her. This was something Imperial older brother bestowed on this princess. This princess likes everything that Imperial older brother gives. Yuan Dong's face paled when she realized how impudent her earlier words had been, and hastily said, "Why, yes. His Majesty's grace is vast." Ning Shu prepared to go take a look at the original host's asset. When she got to the storeroom, she saw that guards were currently moving the chests into the room. Yuan Dong immediately opened a chest for Ning Shu to inspect. This particular chest was filled with books. Ning Shu picked one up and casually looked through it. She didn't feel much interest. It was all traditional characters, and even had to be read from left to right vertically. It was seriously tiring. Wonder if there were any orphanages in the ancient era. It would be good to just donate all these books, instead of leaving them here to simply take up storage room. She knew from the original hostess memories that the original host didn't like to read much. At most, she would read some love stories about a gifted scholar and a beautiful lady, or some legends and supernatural myths. In short, she rarely read nonfiction. Ning Shu also wasn't very interested in these books, and simply rummaged through them casually. At the bottom of the chest, she found a book that was turning yellow and smelled moldy. Ning Shu's heart leaped. This was probably something good. After all, it had been placed at the very bottom. So the original host probably valued this book a great deal. Ning Shu excitedly took it out and gave it a shake. A burst of dust immediately filled the air. Yuan Dong, who was at the side, coughed when she saw that Ning Shu's eyes were shining. She asked Princess, "What is it?" Ning Shu looked down to read the book's name. It was just 3 large words. Unsurpassable martial arts. Could it be any more ridiculous? No wonder the original host put this book at the bottom of the chest and ignored it. The book had been nibbled by bugs and was completely damp. But Ning Shu flipped it open and saw that it really did contain figures, showing meditation and martial arts motions. From the looks of it, the book was serious. Where did this book come from? Asked Ning Shu as she continued flipping through the book. Yuan Dong walked over and glanced at it. After thinking for quite a while, she finally seemed to recall and said, "This was a gift from the administrator that governs Princess's land in Taiyuan. He had heard that Princess liked to read, so he sent it over." Ning Shu shook out the book and caused another burst of dust to fill the air. Although the name was a little ridiculous, she was very interested in things that might be able to increase her strength. Leaving the storeroom, Ning Shu saw that the surroundings were heavily guarded. There was a guard every 10 steps. These guards had all come from the palace. Li Wen had bestowed them to her. Truly, Li Wen treated the original host really well. It was just that the original host had been submerged in her own sorrows. And couldn't he see any of it? Family Nation World. There were many things that were meaningful in the world. What need was there to cling so much to one love? Ning Shu took off her shoes and climbed onto the bed. She placed the book in front of her, then copied the meditation pose depicted in the book. Even she felt like it was a dumb idea to casually copy the movements on the book. What if it ended up causing Qigong deviation? She took a deep breath and was just about to start meditating when she heard the system's voice. The system hadn't made a sound ever since she came to this world. Although its voice was mechanical and emotionless. At this moment, Ning Shu actually felt that it was slightly endearing. To feel that a system without emotions or self-thought was endearing. She must have gone stupid. Ding Martial Arts Manual discovered? Conduct inversion. Yes, no. The system's voice suddenly appeared and gave Ning Shu a fright. Once I convert it, can I still learn from the manual? Ask Ning Shu, you can then convert it. Ning Shu converted the manual, and in the end, it only converted for 100 points. So little points, however. The fact that the system acknowledged it meant that this manual was a genuine article. It made Ning Shu relieved and no longer worried about key deviation occurring. She sat on the bed and emptied her mind as she followed the motions in the book. And then after an entire night of meditation, Ning Shu didn't sense anything different at all. The only thing was, she wasn't very tired from not having slept the entire night. At the same time, she didn't feel relaxed either. Yuan Dong walked in to attend to Ning Shu. Ning Shu soaked her hands in the hot water. Then Yuan Dong helped her wipe her hands dry. Ning Shu was in deep thought. Duan Xing Wei would probably be back after just a little while longer, and Aya would arrive as well. Then the true battle would start. Before that happened, she had to deal with the matter of the betrothal first, which meant that she had to show Li Wen her value. However, she had no idea how to go about that. During breakfast, Ning Shu had to eat 3 bowls of porridge and 5 sesame rolls in order to feel half full. What was this? Yuan Dong was also astonished to see the princess's appetite undergo such a huge change. Princess, this servant knows that you are feeling depressed. But it's truly not good to eat too much. She really wasn't eating out of sorrow. She was truly still hungry. Even Ning Shu herself didn't know what was going on. She kept an indifferent expression on her face as she wolfed down another 3 steamed buns. As Yuan Dong watched on with a contorting expression, she ate another 2 sesame rolls. Only then did she feel her hunger subside. It couldn't be that the side effect of practicing the unsurpassable martial arts was that you would become a glutton The mental image was too beautiful. Ning Shu didn't even dare to imagine it. After breakfast, she returned to her room and started meditating on the bed. She refused to give up just because of this, and was determined to learn this unsurpassable martial arts. It was said that in ancient times, people that practiced martial arts could eat an entire cow for a meal, because their bodies simply needed way too much energy. Yuan Dong watched the princess worriedly. Anyone would be stunned to see such a beautiful person eat so much. Moreover, where did all the food go? The princess was acting way too abnormal. Could it be that princess has really abandoned herself to despair? After getting the unsurpassable martial arts manual, Ning Shu started to neglect sleep and forget about food to practice. Of course, it wasn't actually possible to forget about food. She had to eat way too much every day, so it was impossible to forget even if she wanted to. Yuan Dong would look at Ning Shu with a perplexed expression every time Ning Shu ate. Every single time, Princess would eat until her stomach bulged, yet 4 hours later, her stomach would be flat again. It was shocking to see every time. Yuan Dong really wanted to urge the princess not to eat so much, but would for some reason she would feel intimidated every time she met the princess's eyes. It was as if the thoughts she had buried in the deepest part of her heart were cut out and left in the open sunlight. In the end, Yuan Dong didn't bother to worry anymore. In any case, the princess was simply ruining her own body. Afterwards, a strange rumor started to go around the prince's residence. It said that the princess had gone mad from heartbreak. She refused to step out of the residence doors and gorged herself on food. Rumor was that Princess Xiaohui had already become a huge fatty. The imperial family's manor garden was very large, and inside were orchards, farmgrounds, and all sorts of vegetation. Ning Shu already had a plan. Of the basic necessities of life, food, clothing, shelter, and transportation, food was placed at the very top. She didn't know if this world had any crops like sweet potatoes or normal potatoes that were high-yielding and resistant to drought, not to mention very filling. If any natural disasters occurred, crops like that could save lives. Ning Shu strolled around the entire manor garden, but was disappointed to find that nothing like what she had in mind was here. She sought out the manager of Manor Garden and asked him about it, but he also replied that there wasn't anything like that. This wasn't logical. There had been remnants of sweet potatoes in recorded human history since 2000 BC, yet this world actually still didn't have sweet potatoes. Could it be that the people in this world still haven't discovered these hunger-allaying foodstuffs? Ning Shu expressed that it was seriously tiring to be a princess. Even though she was a princess, she actually had to go farm. Ning Shu entered the forest by herself in order to try and see if there was anything like wild potatoes or sweet potatoes around. The forest and manor garden was very gloomy and cold. Over the many years, the ground had accumulated a thick layer of leaves that had ants and flying bugs crawling all over. Ning Shu used a branch to push aside the brambles and underbrush as she examined the ground for potato vines. The further into the forest she went, the more dense the concentration of trees became. Their leaves were also very thick and made it so that the sky wasn't even visible. The leaves sealed this space up tightly, and there were fumes that filled the air. Ning Shu didn't really dare to continue walking forward any further. These fumes were probably toxic gas released by the fermenting withered leaves. Ning Shu spent the entire day strolling around the forest. When she got hungry, she caught a rabbit to roast and eat. It made Ning Shu rather happy when she found that she really had become a lot nimbler. It had barely taken any effort to catch the rabbit. After eating a little, Ning Shu continued wandering around. There wasn't much harvest, but she did find a few small wild pepper plants. She carefully dug one up and brought it back. When she got back, she prepared to personally transplant it in the courtyard. When Yuan Dong saw, she spoke in a slightly anxious tone. "Princess, why don't you let this servant do it?" In reality, Ning Shu didn't know much about farming either, but she had lived in the internet age of information explosion, so she knew a little. However, Manor Garden had plenty of managers and tenant farmers who probably had more farming knowledge than she did, so it would probably be better to leave it to them. The next day, Ning Shu continued wandering around in the forest. She didn't have much hope, but she just wasn't willing to give up. Why wasn't there even some wild sweet potatoes? This wasn't logical. After walking around for half the day, Ning Shu still didn't find anything. Sitting down on the branch of a tree, she took out her rations and started eating while gazing into the distance. All around were trees, enveloped in white-colored fumes. It felt very mysterious. Ning Shu had dazed out when she suddenly felt a stab of pain come from her hand. She looked down and found that 2 little red dots had emerged on her finger, and the rations on her hand were gone. Gone, crap. Ning Shu was alarmed. What had she gotten bitten by? She hadn't seen anything at all. She hastily squeezed her fingers since she didn't know if the bite was poisonous. She squeezed for a good while, but all the blood that came out was red and showed no signs of containing poison. Good God, this place was too dangerous. She should hurry and get out of here. Sweet potatoes have probably been censored in this world. This world probably doesn't have that plant at all. Ning Shu didn't know what bit her, and she started feeling a bit of fear towards this forest. She strode quickly through the forest in order to get back to Manor Garden. She was starting to feel a little ill at ease now. Something seemed to be watching her relentlessly, causing all the hair on her body to stick up on end. The fudge? It couldn't be a ghost, right? Was her luck bad to the point that she had ended up encountering a ghost in the middle of the day, or was it some wild animal? Ning Shu turned around to examine the surroundings, but didn't see anything. All that could be heard was the mournful trill of birds, which caused the forest to seem almost sinister. Got out, it was too scary. Ning Shu started running frantically, but she couldn't shake off that strange feeling. She ran for an unknown amount of time, until she was so tired she couldn't even lift her arms anymore. Yet the goosebumps on her body were still persistently staying. Ning Shu got annoyed now. What exactly was it? If it had the guts, it should just show itself instead of leaving hints and hiding. Could it be that it insisted on making someone suffer before killing the person? Ning Shu decided to just sit down on the branch of a tree and looked around again. However, she still didn't see anything. Fuck. It couldn't be that she had really encountered a ghost, right? Ning Shu recalled what happened earlier. She'd been bitten by something, there were still 2 little teeth marks on her finger, and her rations were stolen. Could it be the thing that had stolen her rations? Ning Shu silently took out a piece of chestnut cake from her bag and concentrated all her attention to observe the surroundings. She was very tense. All she could hear was the sound of leaves rustling. Then something gray flew towards her. The thing moved so fast that Ning Shu didn't even have a chance to get a good look at what it was before the cake in her hand disappeared. Ning Shu rubbed her eyes, then looked at her empty hand again. She even moved around to check the ground. It really was gone. What exactly was that? It was too fast. All she had seen was a gray blur. However, since it needed to eat, then it probably wasn't a ghost. Ning Shu was still very cautious though. Since this thing can move that fast, it would probably be easy for it to injure her. Previously, Ning Shu had felt that her speed had become pretty fast after learning the unsurpassable martial arts. But now when it was compared to this unknown thing's speed, it turned out to be seriously nothing to brag about. Ning Shu felt like her self-esteem had suffered a hit. She hastily retreated. Since the route of starting a large-scale program to improve the citizens' welfare didn't seem possible, Ning Shu decided to go with a different strategy. In any case, she knew martial arts now, so she might as well go fight in war in order to help the country. As Ning Shu thought about all of this, she was at the same time running quickly through the forest. But your damn sister? How much longer did it freaking plan to follow her, Ning Shu's heart was filled with curses since this time. Not only was the thing still following her, it was even staring at her with a much more passionate gaze. Without even thinking, she pulled off the ration sack attached at her waist and threw it behind her. Then she heard sounds of squeaks. It almost sounded like a mouse, but also seemed a little like a fox. She couldn't tell what it was clearly. She stepped on the trunk of the tree and ascended it, then lay low on the branch and watched the ration sack. All she saw was something furry and gray that was the size of a fist run towards the sack. The furball was about the size of a man's fist, and nothing like eyes or a nose could be made out. This little thing poked around in the ration sack. It probably couldn't figure out how to get out, because with a few sharp rips, it tore the sack into shreds. When Ning Shu saw this, her hair rose up on end again. Weren't those claws a little too amazing? Her guts must have grown wings earlier for her to actually dare to lure it by placing a dessert in her palm. She was seriously grateful that it had been merciful with its claws earlier. The rations and sweets were quickly polished off by that little thing. It was clearly just a tiny thing, yet it had been able to eat so much. It was definitely some strange existence. Ning Shu immediately decided to slip off. This little guy clearly wasn't something that should be provoked. Right after Ning Shu decided she wanted to run, she saw that little guy look towards her. It had stood up straight, but still just looked like a furry ball. Ning Shu expressed that she seriously liked fluffy, furry things too much, but this little guy wasn't some cuddly toy. Don't follow me anymore. I've given you everything I have on me. Ning Shu jumped down from the tree and patted down her entire body to show that she wasn't lying. The little gray ball squeaked a few times. Then, in the blink of an eye, appeared in front of Ning Shu. It stood up straight and exposed its sharp claws. Its body was only the size of a man's fist, so its claws were also very small. However, its claws turned out to be very dark in color and glinted like black iron. Ning Shu was alarmed to the point she was sweating. Her face twitched as she smiled towards the little guy. I really don't have any more. That little gray ball stared at Ning Shu with its black bean eyes. Its eyes were glowing slightly. Ning Shu was very speechless. What kind of situation was this? She was stuck in a dilemma due to some little unknown creature. Someone save me, Ning Shu and this little thing stared at each other for a long while. Then that little gray ball squeaked at Ning Shu again. Ning Shu? I really can't understand what you're trying to say. Hun. Ning Shu thought for a moment. From the looks of it, this little guy liked eating cake and stuff. Thus, she said, how about this? You let me go and I'll go get some pastries for you? Ning Shu felt like she had gone crazy. She was negotiating with an animal. Seriously. That little gray ball looked at Ning Shu, then slowly grabbed onto Ning Shu's clothes and slowly climbed up. When it got onto Ning Shu's shoulder, it sat down like it had been tired out. Ning Shu narrowed her eyes as she twisted her head to look at the little thing. Could it be that it wanted to go with her? Then she just treated it as raising a pet. Ning Shu quickly ran towards Manor Garden. Lord, her heart couldn't calm down even now. When she got back to Manor Garden, she immediately had Yuan Dong carry over all sorts of desserts so that the little gray ball could eat its fill. Yuan Dong was surprised to see the little gray ball. Then she saw that the little gray ball was eating extremely fast. In just a few moments, several plates of pastries were gone. Her jaw practically dropped to the ground. Yuan Dong couldn't help but ask, Princess, what is this thing? Ning Shu didn't know what this damn thing was either. She sighed. She hadn't found any wild sweet potatoes and ended up finding such a glutton of a thing. She didn't even know what species this little gray ball was. Blue heavens above, great earth, why was it so hard to curry favor with Li Wen, this emperor? Ning Shu looked with a suffering expression towards the unmoving little gray ball on the table. It had probably eaten too much. Ning Shu still felt a little unwilling to accept it and decided to walk through the forest one more time tomorrow. If she seriously couldn't find it, she'd give up. After all, there might be no potatoes because the soil here wasn't suitable for potatoes to grow. However, what should she do with this little thing? Should she take advantage of this time while it was too full to move to throw it out? GG. The little gray ball on the table that was lying stiffly like a corpse suddenly started squeaking. Ning Shu was a bit surprised. This little guy had pretty sharp senses towards humans. Ning Shu smiled. She'll just give this thing to Li Wen as a present. Ning Shu headed slowly back towards the prince's residence with a large procession. The moment she got to the city gates, she encountered a group of troops. The two groups ended up stuck at the gates. The group of troops carried an awe-inspiring aura, causing the aura on Ning Shu's side to become weak. Princess, it's General Duan, Yuan Dong saw the person at the head of the troops and hastily shouted the news towards Ning Shu, who was sitting inside a gorgeous palanquin. She looked very surprised and happy, so much so that the rims of her eyes were red with emotion. Ning Shu's expression, however, was very indifferent. It was truly the case of enemies being on a narrow road. Ning Shu looked outside and met Duan Xinghui's gaze. She narrowed her eyes slightly as she looked at Duan Xinghui, who was in full armor. His gaze was bright, and his eyes were darker than they were in the original host's memory. The most laughable thing was that he was actually holding a woman in his arms. He was actually leading a march while riding with a woman. It was said that Duan Xinghui did things calmly and with careful thought, but Ning Shu didn't feel that it was the case at all. She then shifted her gaze to examine Arya, who was sitting with Duan Xinghui. Arya's skin was a healthy wheat color. However, the noble women of the Great Yang Dynasty viewed paleness as beauty. So based on that standard, Ayu really didn't count as a beauty. Just the factor of her skin caused her features to lose much of its charm. Any casually picked out daughter of a noble family in the capital would have better looks than Arya. It was no wonder the original host hadn't been able to accept it. She was a respected princess, yet she lost to a girl like this from the countryside. It was too devastating of a defeat. When Duan Xinghui met Ning Shu's gaze, he found that her gaze was clear and cold. He was the first to shift his gaze away. Pressing his horse, he pulled on the reins to drive the horse towards the palanquin. Duan Xinghui cupped his fist and saluted Ning Shu. This general respectfully greets Princess and wishes Princess good health. Ning Shu sized Duan Xinghe up, and he didn't lose any limbs and his face seemed a little slimmer. She nodded and said, "So General Duan has come back. General Duan, you may head in first to report to His Majesty." Ning Shu's attitude towards Duan Xinghe was very cool and polite while maintaining the arrogant tone of royalty. Duan Xinghe's expression changed a little. Ning Shu's attitude made him feel a little frustrated. He had already thought of ways to deal with the princess, as inevitable questions and the ensuing loud scene, but her current attitude made it so that he couldn't put any of his prepared methods to use at all. Right now, the person didn't seem to care about him at all. Duan Xinghe felt like his self-esteem had suffered a hit. He was someone with a very strong ego, and from Aya he was able to obtain wholehearted reverence and adoration. However, when facing Princess Yahui, the relationship between a ruler and a subject forever separated them. Ning Shu only swept a mild glance over Aya. From the distance, Aya didn't seem pretty. She seemed a little dark. From closer up, she was seriously dark. However, it caused her large almond eyes to stand out. And Duan Xinghe had probably noticed Aya's lively beauty. "General Duan, aren't you going to enter the city?" asked Ning Shu coolly. Duan Xinghe felt a sense of unease when facing this cold Princess Yahui. If it had been a princess that made a huge scene, cried, and blamed him, he would be more at ease because it was to be expected. But when Princess Yahui acted like this, it was impossible for him to tell what she was thinking. She seemed to treat him like a stranger and didn't seem happy about the fact that he was alive at all. In addition, the way she was acting with the dignity of a princess made Duan Xinghe felt even more vexed. However, he could only stifle the anger, which caused him to feel even more out of sorts. Arya, who was in Duan Xinghe's arms, looked at Ning Shu curiously. When she saw the poised and elegant princess, she was overcome with feelings of inferiority. Moreover, the princess was even so beautiful. Arya couldn't find the words to describe her beauty. She just felt that, as the princess sat on the gorgeous palanquin, the luxurious palanquin seemed to complement her beauty and make her seem like a fairy that had descended to the mortal world. Someone so beautiful people didn't dare to look at her directly. Ning Shu watched as Iya sized her up without any apprehension. Her gaze contained stunned admiration and traces of inferiority. It was clear she was nervous, as her slightly rough hands were grabbing onto the reins tightly. "Audacious! Who are you to dare to directly look at a member of the imperial family?" Before Ning Shu even said anything, Yuan Dong started shouting in a very stern tone. Yuan Dong's charming and lovable face was filled with a dignified, imposing expression. She was, after all, the princess's personal maid, so she also had some imposing dignity. Aya looked at the gorgeous colored glass carriage with its ornamented jade hood. Silk curtains were draped around the carriage and delicate golden bells dangled from the four corners, making clear tinkling sounds as the wind swept past. The carriage had a soft, elegant scent that made people feel as if they were walking in the fragrant world of the celestials. Upon seeing this ostentatious display of luxury, longing and a trace of envy emerged in Aya's heart. The two processions didn't speak to each other, and the atmosphere became very heavy. There was only the sound of the flags fluttering in the wind and the tinkling of the bells. "Princess, this general will take his leave," said Duan Xinghe as he pulled on the reins. Ning Shu just said, "N," without even lifting her head, continuing to stroke the little gray ball in her hand. From start to finish, Ning Shu didn't glance at Duan Xinghe even once. At her side, Yuan Dong's facial color was very poor, but she didn't dare to speak. When Duan Xinghe's troops entered the city, Yuan Dong finally couldn't endure it anymore and asked, "Princess, who is the woman in General Duan's arms? How could General Duan treat you this way?" Yuan Dong seemed to be fighting for justice for Ning Shu. How could General Duan let a woman join the army's march? Ning Shu didn't speak as she was currently thinking things through. Now that the main actors have come back, what should she do next? How should she get revenge on Duan Xinghe and Arya and force them apart? Well, forget it. All people tended to feel reverse psychology. The more you tried to prevent someone from doing something, the more the person would feel like doing it. Ning Shu knitted her brows, a bit annoyed. When she first saw Duan Xinghui earlier, all sorts of complicated emotions had arose in her heart. There was resentment and hatred, yet it was still mixed with love. When she saw Aya, envy and enmity flooded her heart. It was to the point she itched to just rip off Aya's face. It was seriously too much. The original host's emotions were too strong, to the point she had to struggle to suppress it. Forget it. The most important thing was to curry favor with the big boss, Li Wen. She felt like the most important part of this task was to not be married off. Not long after Ning Shu returned to the prince's residence, she got an imperial decree from Li Wen that asked her to hurry and enter the palace. Ning Shu tidied herself up and headed to the palace. Every time she had to see Li Wen, she would have to give herself a silent prep talk. She seriously felt way too uneasy every time she faced Li Wen's expressionless face. After walking into the imperial study, Ning Shu curtsied towards Li Wen. This subject sister respectfully greets. Imperial older brother. Li Wen put down his cinnabar brush and glanced at Ning Shu. After a pause, he said, Duan Xinghui has returned. N. This subject sister saw him at the city gates, replied Ning Shu mildly. Li Wen inspected Ning Shu's expression with his sharp gaze before saying, We found out that Duan Xinghui was still alive a few days ago and sent people to get him. Originally, we wanted to inform you, but you weren't in the prince's residence. Ning Shu lifted her brows and walked over to pat Li Wen's shoulder as she said, Bro, I'm not criticizing you, but this Duan Xinghui is nothing but a defeated general. Why do you even take the trouble to send people to retrieve him and allow him to return so grimly? Li Wen glanced lightly at the claw on his shoulder and Ning Shu immediately retrieved her hand. She lowered her head and said, This subject's sister overstepped. If you still wish to continue the earlier engagement with Duan Xinghui, Li Wen looked at Ning Shu expressionlessly. We can give an imperial decree. No need. There's no need at all. Ning Shu waved her hand as she said, Imperial older brother, no matter what, please don't make this subject sister get involved with Duan Xinghui. Moreover, Duan Xinghui already has a woman by his side. A trace of brightness flashed through Li Wen's eyes, and a smile actually appeared on his lips as he said, You are our imperial younger sister, the noble princess of the Great Yang dynasty. What need is there for you to cling onto Duan Xinghui? Moreover, he's even a general that got defeated the first time he went into battle. Ning Shu, PFF. So this was what Li Wen thought of Duan Xinghui. Then in the storyline, the fact that Princess Xiaoyi was trying to snatch Duan Xinghui, a person Li Wen viewed as a useless general, from a village girl, was practically an act tantamount to throwing Li Wen's face on the ground and stomping on it. From the looks of it, staying on Li Wen's side and not getting involved with Duan Xinghui had been the right path to take. She was a genius. Ning Shu curtsied towards Li Wen and said firmly, This subject sister no longer has any feelings for Duan Xinghui and will not have any relationship with him again. This subject sister will definitely uphold the imperial family's dignity. Li Wen peered at Ning Shu before nodding. It's good that you understand. From this incident, it could be seen that Duan Xinghui isn't a very good man. He is clearly ignoring the customs of the generals and bringing a woman while leading a march. Ning Shu expressed her agreement. Imperial older brother, you're right. You're very right. Li Wen smiled slightly, then said, You can head back. As Ning Shu bowed and was about to retreat, a little gray ball jumped out from her collar and flew speedily towards Li Wen. Ning Shu almost wet her pants from fright. This little thing's claws were very sharp. If it injured Li Wen, she wouldn't be able to compensate for it even with 10 lives. At that time, there would be no need to worry about being betrothed. She would head directly to the execution grounds. Imperial older brother, do, G, cried Ning Shu reflexively. In the end, the scene in front of her stifled her words and made her super depressed. The little gray ball was affectionately rubbing itself against Li Wen's face while hugging his ear with its claws. Ning Shu became even more depressed. She gave this guy good food, good drinks, and shelter. Yet, in the end, it instantly forgot about all of that when it saw Li Wen. She had thought that her innate domineering aura of a main character had finally been released, that she had managed to get an amazing pet. But it turned out she was still just a fudging cannon fodder supporting lead. This kind of event had nothing to do with her. Ning Shu's eyes filled with distress as she looked towards the little gray ball. Li Wen's face was filled with surprise as he pulled the little thing off his face to look at it. A pair of little glossy black bean eyes sparkled as they looked towards him. "What is this?" Li Wen put the little gray ball on the table as he asked mildly. Ning Shu curled her lips unhappily as she answered, "This is something the subject sister found in Manor Garden." The subject sister doesn't know what it is either. It just eats a lot. It likes eating pastries. Oh. Li Wen raised his eyebrows as he picked up a pastry and gave it to the little gray ball. The little gray ball took the pastry and started munching on it happily. It looked very innocent and adorable. "All right, you can go back," said Li Wen after the little gray ball finished eating. Ning Shu gave an N in reply, then walked up to grab the little gray ball in preparation to scram. "Gigi." The little gray ball jumped onto Li Wen's shoulder as it squeaked noisily at Ning Shu. It grabbed onto Li Wen's collar tightly. "Ning Shu." "What the fuck?" All the pastries she gave couldn't compare to one pastry from Li Wen. Fuck. How could there be such a disparity between two people? "Imperial older brother, since the little gray ball likes you, then this subject sister will have to trouble you to look after it," said Ning Shu with a bright smile. "When Imperial older brother gets tired of reading through memorials, you can tease this thing a little. Just treat it as a present from the subject sister. Then many thanks, Jihui." The corners of Li Wen's lips hooked up. "Not at all, not at all." Ning Shu forced a grin uncomfortably. She shot the little gray ball a glare, then left the Imperial study. Right after she stepped out of the Imperial study, a palace maid came over and curtsied towards her. This servant pays her respects to Princess. Her Majesty the Empress invites Princess to her palace. Ning Shu thought about it for a moment, then decided to go. If she didn't go, based on how petty the Empress was, she'd definitely hold a grudge. She had probably gotten on the Empress's bad side ever since she left the palace for the prince's residence. When she got to the Empress's palace, the Empress greeted her with a warm smile. Ning Shu felt like this Empress was quite pitiful as well. She had to manage all the orioles and swallows of the inner palace while remaining magnanimous and tolerant. Sometimes she would even have to hold multiple job positions simultaneously, such as acting as an expert in abortion and the director of family planning. The Empress's facial color now exhibited a weariness not even her cosmetics could cover up. From the looks of it, the inner palace's situation was causing the Empress quite some trouble. Ning Shu felt like the Empress was just pointlessly seeking out more trouble for herself. She was the Empress. It was completely fine for her to just remain aloof and distant. What need was there for her to participate in the struggles between the consorts? Frankly, she was just a control freak that insisted on having all the matters in the palm of her hand. No wonder she was so tired out. The Empress asked her to come back to the palace with a very sincere expression, but Ning Shu only half-hearted brushed over the topic. When the Empress saw that she couldn't sway Ning Shu at all, her expression changed a little. When Ning Shu left the palace, she happened to run into a lot of consorts. Ning Shu found it silly. These consorts were definitely just trying to find out if she was coming back to the palace, and since she had received special attention from Lai Wen, Ning Shu was exhausted from dealing with all of these people, so she just put on an arrogant, rubbish like "you guys don't have the right to talk with this princess" expression all the way until she got back to the prince's residence. Not long later, Ning Shu learned about the news that Li Wen had given a decree that dismissed Duan Xinghui from his post as a standard class, rank 1 general. So now Duan Xinghui was just a common citizen without any official position. Yuan Dong was the one that had brought her this news. Yuan Dong paid very close attention to the general's residence. When she got news that Duan Xinghui was removed from office, she hastily came here to tell Ning Shu about it. It was clear she was hoping that Ning Shu would go ask the emperor for leniency. However, Ning Shu was very happy to hear this news. When she saw how anxious Yuan Dong was, she coldly sneered inside her heart as she asked, "Why do you pay so much attention to the general's residence?" Yuan Dong's gaze flickered as she said, "Princess, this servant was only doing it for you. General Duan is your future husband after all." Ning Shu's gaze turned stern and she said coldly, "Yuan Dong, mind your status. When did Duan Xinghui become this princess's husband? It is unacceptable for you to ruin this princess's reputation like this." Yuan Dong immediately dropped to her knees in front of Ning Shu, her face deathly pale. "This servant has overstepped. Princess, please be magnanimous and forgive this servant. She would never dare to say that Duan Xinghui was the princess's future husband again." On the other hand, Ayo had returned to the Duan residence with Duan Xinghui. The Duan residence was very large and decorated very magnificently and luxuriously. Aya was so awed she felt like 2 eyes weren't enough to take in everything. Madame Duan Xinghui's mother Haddon, T even had the chance to revive with joy from the news that her son had come back alive before she was almost made to. Faint when Duan Xinghui said that Aye would be his wife from now on. Madame Duan almost fell apart when she saw Aya, who was wearing cotton garments, had dark skin, and didn't seem to know any etiquette at all. It hadn't been easy for her to raise her son all on her own after she was left widowed. However, she had managed to do it so well that he had been about to become the emperor's brother-in-law. The future had seemed perfect with endless prospects and no obstacles. So where did this little village girl come from? Madame Duan was a very shrewd woman. Although she inwardly itched to just bury Aya alive, on the surface she still maintained a warm smile. When Duan Xinghui saw the smile on his mother's face, his usually stern expression also softened to a smile as he said to Madame Duan, "Mom, Arya is a very nice lady. She's simple and adorable, and will definitely show you great filial piety." Madame Duan's face twitched and the warm smile on her face almost fell apart. Simple and adorable? Madame Duan looked at the dark-skinned Aya. She looked even older than Duan Xinghui. Madame Duan's internal organs suffered terrible damage. Was her son blind? When Madame Duan found out that they already had a physical marriage, she covered her head, wishing that she could just faint. She found Aya even more displeasing now. This woman didn't even know to respect herself and had illicit sexual relationships with a man without even a matchmaker to set the match. She couldn't even compare to the prostitutes in the pleasure quarters. Madame Duan was a very decisive woman. Even though she inwardly hated Aya, she still properly settled Aya in and even arranged for 2 maids to serve her. Both of the maids had better looks than Arya. Arya felt very awkward and unused to this situation, so she looked towards Duan Xinghui with pleading in her eyes. However, Duan Xinghui was very happy with his mother's arrangement. He saw this as proof that his mother had already accepted Aya, so he happy to the point he couldn't keep the smile from showing on his stern face. When Madame Duan saw Duan Xinghui's face light up with joy, the veins on her forehead pulsed, but she managed to suppress her anger. The rest of her life was going to depend on Duan Xinghui. A woman, after getting married, obeyed her husband, and after being widowed, obeyed the son. Madame Duan had to maintain a warm and benevolent image in front of her son. There was she could allow a girl from some rural village to cause a rift in their relationship. Madame Duan basically felt that there was no need to get into an argument and ruin their mother and son relationship just because of a woman like this. However, in just a short while, an imperial edict came from the palace. Duan Xinghui has been dismissed from his position as a general. Madame Duan was both angered and alarmed by this news. Indignance, fear, and all sorts of emotions mixed together, causing her to faint. That lowly woman was an evil comet. This was the last thought that passed through Madame Duan's head before she fainted. She had completely forgotten that Aya had saved her son's life. The son that she had carefully guided for so many years was ruined from a single incident. Duan Xinghui accepted the imperial edict with a slightly pale face as he pressed his lips together. The eunuch that had delivered the edict was waiting at the side for a tip yet of the two masters of Duan residence. One had fainted, and one had an ugly look on his face, so it didn't seem like he was going to be able to get a tip. The eunuch gave a cold humph. Who did Duan Xinghui think he was? Did he still think of himself as the future prince consort? He was nothing but a common citizen now, so how dare he act cocky? Moreover, he was someone the emperor disliked. He was nothing but a pretty-faced general who lost the first time he went on a campaign, a complete good for nothing. Aya was still quaking with fear at the side. She was completely at a loss in regards to everything that had happened and felt as if she had just stepped into the world of giants. She couldn't even understand what the imperial edict said. All she saw was that Madame Duan fainted and Duan Xinghui's face paled. "Did something happen?" asked Arya. She felt very out of the loop since she couldn't understand anything. Duan Xinghui was a little mentally and physically exhausted right now. Since the emperor had sent people to find him and bring him back, he thought the emperor regarded him highly due to his capabilities. Yet now he had been dismissed from his official position. Could it be due to Princess Xiaoyi? When he had encountered Princess Xiaoyi at the city gates, she hadn't said anything, and her expression was very cold and indifferent. She hadn't expressed anything in regards to his return, yet she had retaliated after the event. The thought that Princess Xiaoyi was involved in this matter made it even harder for him to accept. He believed that he had true ability, yet it turned out that His Majesty had only shown appreciation for him due to Princess Xiaoyi. Now that he no longer had Princess Xiaoyi, he was being sent straight to hell. Duan Xinghui pressed his lips together tightly as his facial color alternated between dark and pale. He didn't hear what Aya said at all. This environment was completely unfamiliar to Aya, and the only thing she could rely on was Duan Xinghui. However, Duan Xinghui wasn't paying any attention to her at all, so Aya felt even more stressed. In her heart, she was starting to question her choices, and she started feeling uncomfortably irritable. "Dear," Arya's voice was trembling a little. Only then did Duan Xinghui come back to his senses. When he saw the fear and unease on Arya's face, his heart softened and he said, "It's nothing." However, Aya didn't feel relieved and her heart continued to be filled with unease. This place was completely different from the place where she used to live. Here, the only thing she had was Duan Xinghui, so she could only hold on tightly to him. This was how Aya settled down in Duan residence. Her status wasn't that of a master, nor that of a servant. It was a very awkward relationship. When Madame Duan woke up, she had to drink 2 bowls of cold lotus seed gruel to suppress her anger. Immediately afterwards, she said, "Head to the princess residence. To the princess residence." Ning Shu had no idea what happened at Duan residence. At this current moment, she was practicing how to use a whip. Ever since she finished learning the unsurpassable martial arts, she had been searching for a compatible weapon. If she didn't have a weapon, all her strength was useless. In the end, Ning Shu chose the whip because it was very agile and also inflicted damage pretty well. She was currently wielding a black whip that gave off a cold sheen. The whip would glit and make a sharp hiss when she swung it. Ning Shu swung the whip, and it struck a rock in the rock garden, leaving a deep gorge in it. She retrieved the whip, feeling quite satisfied with this result. This whip was a gift from Li Wen, and she heard that it was made from cold iron and covered with barbs. Using this on a person would immediately take off a chunk of mangled flesh. It was quite a cruel weapon. As expected of a product produced by the imperial family, it was truly impressive. "Princess, Madame Duan has come to visit you," said Yuan Dong as she curtsied towards Ning Shu. Ning Shu lifted her eyebrows, then suddenly smiled as she tied the whip to her waist and asked mildly, "How long has she been here?" Yuan Dong answered respectfully, replying, "Princess, she has been waiting for almost 2 hours. It seems she was here for something important then, seeing as she had actually waited for 2 hours. Ning Shu wiped off her sweat and headed over to see Madame Duan in order to find out why she was here. Ning Shu walked into the lounge and looked towards Madame Duan, who was sitting on a chair. Madame Duan was wearing a brocade garment with embroidered peacocks and red clouds ornamented with pearls. Her hair was also full of pearls and jade ornaments. She had taken good care of her skin, so she gave off the luxurious and natural grace of an upper-class woman. Madame Duane's expression contained impatience and blame. When she saw Ning Shu, she hastily stood up and curtsied towards Ning Shu. This subject pays her respects to Princess. Ning Shu didn't. He immediately told Madame Duan to get up and instead walked around her to the chair and sat down. She took a sip of tea before saying mildly, "You may rise." "Speak. Why have you come to seek out this princess?" Madame Duane's words were stifled by Ning Shu's attitude. She was hit by all sorts of emotions, but couldn't voice them. Madame Duan sized Ning Shu up and saw that she was wearing casual clothing with her hair tied up in a high ponytail and that a whip that glided with cold light hung from her waist. Her exquisite features were made more aloof with her indifferent expression, and her eyes were as cold and as clear as stars. If it was said that, before, Princess Zhou was the magnificent phoenix that soared through the ninth heaven, the current princess was like the mysterious lady of the ninth heaven, incomparably cold and poised. Madame Duan started feeling exasperated again. Why did her son fall for that village girl instead of a woman that had such high status and was also inherently outstanding like this? She seriously could not understand her son. This subject has come specially to visit Princess. These are walnut pastries that this subject personally made. Madame, Duan gestured towards the maid behind her and immediately brought the food box over. Yuan Dong looked towards Ning Shu. When she saw that Ning Shu didn't react in any way, she stepped up to take the box. Ning Shu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. In the original storyline, Madame Duan had never once made any pastries for Princess Yahui, and Princess Yahui had respected Madame Duan like she was her own grandmother. Yet Madame Duan had made use of Princess Jiayu to defeat Arya. The original host's tragic end had been due to the combination of many factors, but Duan Xinghui's mother had been responsible for a large part of it. She found Aya displeasing to the eye and believed that Arya's status was too low to match up to her son. At the same time, she was worried about ruining her relationship with her son, so she took advantage of the fact that Princess Jiaohe liked her son and made use of her to deal with Aya. It had caused Duan Xinghui to loathe the princess more and more, and the critiques of the public all landed on Princess Jiayu, while Madame Duan remained completely unaffected. To the very end, she maintained her status as a respected madame. Ning Shu pressed her lips together as she internally sprouted a string of curses. Why did all of these people treat Princess Jiahui as a vanguard? Perhaps Princess Jiahui did understand what was happening, but she still couldn't overcome the anger from having her man snatched away by a woman that crawled out from some unknown corner and hence insisted on targeting Arya. In any case, during that time period, Princess Jiahui's reputation grew increasingly worse. Meanwhile, one day Arya happened to save the Marquis's wife and became the Marquis's goddaughter. Her status immediately took a leap, and she became a woman that was a good match for the Duan residents. At that time, Madame Duan had welcomed Aya into Duan residence with a happy smile. Everything became perfect. It was a family with a benevolent mother and filial children that lived together happily. Ning Shu only wanted to say, "Fuck off." Madame Duane's motive in coming here today was probably to start this sequence of events. When Ning Shu's thoughts got to here, her expression became even colder. Madame Duan sensed the princess's mood and felt uneasy. Inwardly, she started cursing Aya like crazy. Her looks were that poor, so she must have used some sort of lowly method to bewitch her son. Princess? Madame Duan started crying before she even started speaking. She pulled out a handkerchief and pressed it to the corner of her eye as she continued, "Princess, please believe in my son. That thoughtless woman had saved my son once, and now she's using this favor to blackmail Xinghui. She even dragged Xinghui down to the point he lost his official position. Now Xinghui won. He even listened to this subject, even though the subject is just worrying about Xinghui's future." As Madame Duan sobbed, she pleaded, "Princess, Xinghui respects you a lot. Can you just exhort him a little and tell him that he shouldn't to treat his future as a joke?" Ning Shu's lips twitched as she listened to Madame Duane's laments. Originally, she hadn't planned to get involved in Duan Xinghui and Aya's matter, But what could she do now that Madame Duan decided to try and use her? Madame Duan's intention was clearly to not just to inform Ning Shu of this, but also to blame her for treating Duan Xingyi's future as a joke. Madame Duan believed that the reason Duan Xingyi lost his position as an official was because she had begged Li Wen to dismiss him. Ning Shu had no plans to explain either. However, she disliked Madame Duan's way of doing things, so she laughed coldly and said, "Audacious! You, a married woman of the inner chamber, actually dares to meddle with the court's politics. The matters of the official court are naturally decided by His Majesty. Could it be that you expect Imperial Older Brother to reward a general that lost in his first campaign? It is already an act of benevolence. The Imperial Older Brother didn't have him take responsibility for all the soldiers that have lost their lives. He left the barracks without permission, and he was even the commander-in-chief. To be absent without leave is a terrible crime punishable by death. Since you're so dissatisfied with Imperial Older Brother's decision, then just come with this princess to the palace so that Imperial Older Brother can give you an explanation." Ning Shu's expression was cold, and she emitted an oppressive aura as she creased her brows. Madame Duan was stunned. In the past, Princess Yehu had always treated her very respectfully, and never acted haughty in front of her. However, Ning Shu did not bother to be polite towards her at all, so it immediately caused Madame Duan's heart to sink. She came only relying on the fact that the princess liked her son a lot. However, right now the princess seemed very much like a stranger. There was no trace of warmth in her words or behavior at all. All that was present was the imposing aura of a monarch, and it intimidated Madame Duan. It seemed that the princess wanted Duan Xingyi to take responsibility for the defeat at the border. Could it be that she wanted Duan Xingyi to die? Madame Duan stared at Ning Shu in shock, her pupils dilating. Now she was crying for real as she said, "Princess, the subject. Madame Duan couldn't help but say, "Princess, could it be that you really want to watch Xingyi be ruined like this? What does Duan Xingyi have to do with this princess? Do you think a defeated general has the right to get involved with this princess? Madame Duan, this princess hopes that you will stop making up connections and ruining this princess' reputation." Ning Shu spoke without bothering to be polite at all. She was a princess. What need was there for her to mind her attitude towards others? She didn't feel anything towards Duan Xingyi at all, so why would she bother to curry favor with Duan Xingyi's mother? At that kind of time, she should pull out the might of the imperial family and let these lowlifes know that she wasn't someone they could afford to provoke. Madame Duan's face burned from the verbal slaps. The son who she took the utmost pride in had been described in such a terrible way, but she could not refute because the person was a princess, the princess of the great Yang dynasty. Ning Shu saw that Madame Duan looked about to puke blood and her lips hooked up into a smile. She humped to express her disdain, then continued, "I heard that General Duan... look at this memory of mine. Duan Xingyi isn't a general anymore, he's just a common citizen. I heard that Duan Xingyi had even brought a woman along while leading a march. From the looks of it, he really likes this woman. Congratulations, madame, for obtaining such a fine daughter-in-law." Ning Shu couldn't conceal the disdain in her tone as she spoke. Madame Duan's face contorted. As she took in Ning Shu's indifferent expression, she inwardly vomited blood. Her son was outstanding. How was a village girl a match for him? In addition, she could sense that the princess' tone contained no trace of friendly regard when she talked about Duan Xingyi. Now Madame Duan was truly panicking. Without the princess, how was her son supposed to climb back up again? Could it be that he really had to be a common citizen for the rest of his life? Madame Duan's heart was practically bleeding. She put aside her dignity and started pleading for leniency. "Princess, can you please take into consideration our past friendship and give Xingyi a chance to prove himself again and make up for his crime with achievements?" Make up for his crime with achievements? The soldiers at the border can't afford to have a person like this ruin things again, said Ning Shu without a trace of politeness. This princess is tired. Yuan Dong, see the person off. Ming Shu left right after she finished speaking. Behind her, Madame Duane's face was pale as ash. She left the prince's residence helplessly and fainted upon reaching her residence. Duan Xinghui hugged his unconscious mother with a serious expression as he questioned the maid next to Madame Duan. What happened to my mother? Duan Xinghui's gaze was filled with murderous intent, so it caused the maid to tremble. Madame headed over to see the princess in order to plead for leniency for you, General. General? How is he a general anymore? Duan Xinghui had been able to guess that Madame Duan had gone to ask Princess Zhouhe for help. He didn't approve of this, since he viewed this action as taking the initiative to ask for more humiliation. At the same time, he also believed that there was no way he'd be helpless just because he didn't have Princess Zhouhe's support. Duan Xinghui's facial color was extremely bad. He was angry at Princess Zhouhe and also blamed her. As he touched the hilt of the blade at his waist, his face was filled with rash, murderous intent. Why did Princess Zhouhe treat his mother this way? Duan Xinghui turned around and was about to head out when a weak voice called out to stop him. Stop. Mom, this child will go get justice for you. Duan Xinghui felt that no matter how much Princess Zhouhe hated him, she still shouldn't have been disrespectful towards his mother. Stop right there, have you gone crazy? You want to go get justice like this? Madame Duan was extremely anxious and had no idea what to do. The princess was no longer the same as before. She couldn't exploit her by manipulating her emotions anymore. Mom, don't worry, this son will be fine. He slipped away right after he finished speaking. Madame Duan, who was lying on the bed, wanted to faint again, but she gritted her teeth and said to the maid, "Help me up." Madame Duan felt too weak to walk, so she was carried over to the prince's residence. Princess, General, Duan is outside asking to meet. Yuan Dong looked excited as she hastily reported this information to Ning Shu. Ning Shu rubbed the whip at her waist as she narrowed her eyes at Yuan Dong, who looked very excited and happy. Sensing the princess's gaze, Yuan Dong's heart chilled. She carefully picked her words and said, "General Duan has come to see Princess. Could it be that Princess isn't happy?" What's there to be happy about? Who is General Duan? He's just a general that got dismissed from his post, yet you still dare to call him general? Said Ning Shu coldly. You seem very happy, You're just happy that Duan Xinghui came? Yuan Dong's face immediately turned white as she said, "This servant is just feeling happy for Princess. Remember your status. Also, this princess has nothing to do with Duan Xinghui. If you try to get this princess involved with Duan Xinghui again, this princess will not spare you," said Ning Shu coldly. Acting like a princess was coming easier and easier. Yuan Dong trembled and knelt down to help fix Ning Shu's skirt in a fawning manner as she said, "This servant knows that Princess is angry right now. Princess is angry at General Duan, no, at Duan Xinghui for bringing the woman back. But Princess should still go see Duan Xinghui. This servant believes that he will definitely give Princess a good explanation." How come no one listened to what she said? It's all 'cause Princess Zhouhe's love-smitten actions from before left too deep of an impression. Princess Duan Xinghui is waiting outside, reminded Yuan Dong once again. Jesus? They were seriously treating her princess residence as a market. One came, left, then another came. These people thought she was easy to bully. Was that it? Could it be that she had to meet with them? At this time, a ruckus had already broken out at the doors of the princess residence. Yuan Dong looked towards Ning Shu and couldn't stop herself from saying, "Princess, there are some things that this servant has to say even if this servant must risk her life." General Duan was clearly Princess' future husband, yet he was snatched away by a random woman that popped out of nowhere. Is Princess truly willing to accept this? Ning Shu looked at Yuan Dong coldly. In the original storyline, Yuan Dong had also provoked Princess Zhouhe this way and made Zhouhe feel unwilling to accept this matter. Whether I'm willing or no, what the hell does it have to do with you? Ning Shu then sneered. This princess knows you harbor feelings for Duan Xinghui. Don't worry, this princess will definitely fulfill you too. Princess? Yuan Dong's voice cracked and she fell to the ground. Looking at Ning Shu with shock and fear in her eyes, she grabbed Ning Shu's skirt and refused to admit it. Princess, how could this servant possible have feelings for General Duan? This servant was just being concerned for Princess. What was the use in trying to deny it? Ning Shu wasn't going to believe a single word. As of now, the ruckus at the doors of the prince's residence get louder and louder. Duan Xinghui's angry shouts could be heard. Ning Shu pulled out the whip from her waist and started heading towards the doors. The whip crackled loudly as she swung it. The moment Ning Shu stepped out, she saw that Duan Xinghui was dressed completely in black and holding a knife as he confronted the bodyguard at the door. He looked as if he was about to forcefully break into the prince's residence. What kind of feeling was it when someone with a knife wanted to break into your house? Ning Shu only had one feeling, which was she wanted to beat this fiend bastard to death. Audacious! Cried Ning Shu coldly as she swung her whip, catching the sword in Duan Xinghui's hand and flinging it away with a flick of her wrist. The sword stabbed into the wall and stayed there, quivering slightly. All this had taken place within a few seconds. Duan Xinghui was stunned to find that the sword was no longer in his hands, then looked towards Ning Shu blankly. Today, Ning Shu was wearing a very simple outfit, ladies' riding garments, and looked very valiant and heroic. The gorgeous clothes and hairpins had been removed, and there was not a single superfluous item left on her. Duan Xinghui had never seen Jiahu like this before. She was incomparably refined and cold. Her gaze with which she looked at him was incomparably cold and indifferent. For some unknown reason, Duan Xinghui felt a strong sense of loss in his heart. He had gotten used to Jiahui looking at him with a gaze filled with adoration. Having something that had always been there suddenly disappear inevitably made people feel frustrated. Duan Xinghui felt that it was a man's glory to have a high-status woman like a princess admire him. So he couldn't help but feel vexed and disappointed when something that should naturally be there was no longer there. This general greets Princess. Although he wasn't willing, he still had to salute her. This was something Duan Xinghui couldn't bring himself to accept. He, a man, actually had to salute a woman, and it was even to his future wife. He had no way of accepting this with his lofty ego. Ning Shu scoffed. This general? Duan Xinghui, has Imperial older brother restored you the rank of general for you to dare refer to yourself by this general? In the original storyline, Duan Xinghui hadn't been dismissed by Li Wen, but now that he has been, his status matched Aya's ironically well. Ning Shu gave a contempt-filled smile. Jiahui, who was a noble princess, even had to lower herself to look after Duan Xinghui's egoistic male chauvinism. But now that Duan Xinghui no longer had a status for Aya to look up to, how would this pair of true love Mandarin ducks fare? Duan heart sank and he said in a low voice, "This worthless commoner knows that Princess holds a grudge against this one, but this one's mother is innocent. Jesus, ah." So right now Duan Xinghui was trying to get justice for Madame Duan. Ning Shu gave a cold laugh, then said, "This princess didn't do anything to Madame Duan, but even if this princess had, what can you do?" Oppressing someone with your status was seriously too refreshing of a feeling. When she saw that Duan Xinghui was clenching his fists with suppressed fury, she just had to give him an extra kick in his most painful spot. Since Duan Xinghui was the male lead of this world, he instinctively felt as if the entire world should revolve around him. Now that he had been humiliated by Ning Shu like this, there was only one thought on his mind, which was that it was fortunate he hadn't married this scorpion-like woman. Audacious and wicked commoner? Not only did you want to break into the prince's residence, you even wanted to attack this princess. Ning Shu articulated this loudly and clearly, causing Duan Xinghui's ears to turn red from embarrassment. He abruptly lifted his head to look towards Ning Shu with eyes filled with unconcealed disappointment and disgust. "Princess Jiahui, I never thought that you were actually someone like this, arrogant, despotic, unreasonable, and merciless. You don't have a trace of the virtue that women should have. Do you know why I don't like you?" It's because you're always like this. Every single move of yours is based on etiquette, bound by rules, rigid and unnatural. You're always flaunting your high status. Your birth doesn't give you the right to show disdain for other people. Arya is different. She's lively and bright like the sun, and she never puts on artificial airs. Her simple and pure beauty is like a fresh spring wind. Ning Shu, PFF. Her lungs hurt from choking on her own saliva. What kind of logic was that? Could it be that it was Princess Zhaoi's fault for being born in a well-off family? That it was a sin to have a high status? Jesus? This logic was unbelievable. Ning Shu translated the spiel that Duan Xinghui had given. He'd had pretty much said, your status was too freaking high and oppressed me to the point I couldn't breathe. That's why I don't like you. F that. Ning Shu lifted a middle finger in response. Ning Shu's heart ached a little. These were the original host's emotions. The original host had never acted with the bearing of a princess in front of Duan Xinghui. She had always been like a love-struck little girl, only facing Duan Xinghui with adoration and reliance. Princess Jiahui thought that she had already humbled herself enough in front of Duan Xinghui, yet it turned out that he still disdained her status. Ning Shu threw off the remorseful feeling and scoffed. Reincarnation also counted as a skill. If he had the ability to, why didn't he reincarnate as Li Wen and directly become an emperor? Who did he think he was? In her heart, Ning Shu drew a big X mark over Duan Xinghui. If I called you Sob, would you answer to it? Asked Ning Shu. Although Duan Xinghui didn't understand what Ning Shu said, he had a faint feeling that it wasn't anything good. Ning Shu toyed with her whip as she sneered. Who do you think you are? You think you're worthy of liking this princess? You're nothing but a defeated general. If this princess had been responsible for some many casualties at the border, this princess would feel too ashamed to even face the world. Duan Xinghui's face spasmed, and he glared at Ning Shu with red eyes, as if she had greatly insulted his dignity. There will inevitably be wicked commoners that want to hurt this princess. Ning Shu casually found an excuse, then swung her whip towards Duan Xinghui's face. If the barbs on the whip managed to catch Duan Xinghui's face, he would have to say goodbye to his face and allow his handsomeness to become history. Duan Xinghui's facial color changed rapidly. For better or for worse, he had been a general, so he had quick reflexes. He immediately used his arm to shield his face. With a loud resounding paw, the whip landed on Duan Xinghui's arm and he immediately turned pale. The whip had been swung with great force, so the sharp barbs on the whip dug into his skin. Duan Xinghui looked towards Ning Shu with disbelief in his eyes. She gave a cold laugh, then retrieved her whip to look at it. It was carrying a bit of blood and flesh. She knew that her whip was pretty sharp, but she hadn't really expected to be able to land a hit on Duan Xinghui. Princess, Duan Xinghui's lips trembled. Actually, his entire body was trembling. His face was deathly pale, and he seemed very shocked. It was clear he hadn't expected for her to straightforwardly attack him. And so mercilessly as well. Ning Shu simply laughed coldly, then said with an indifferent expression, "Come, arrest this person." He had tried to assassinate this princess. Duan Xinghui gave a muffled groan while holding his arm. Blood was seeping out between his fingers and dripping onto the bluestone pavement. How can Princess be so heartless? Duan Xinghui's eyes were completely red as he looked at Ning Shu. Jesus, the way he acted was as if she had let him down. It was seriously shameless. He was clearly the one that had selfishly gone off and decided to marry someone else, yet he had the face to come and say she was heartless? Duan Xinghui, is something wrong with your brain? You tried to assassinate this princess, then had the nerve to slander this princess for being heartless? SOB really does fit you well. All these people seriously lived inside their own worlds. All they could see was when others let them down. They were completely blind to the harm their own actions brought to others. It was seriously unbelievable. When Madame Duan, who had rushed over, saw the blood on Ning Shu's whip and her injured son, she felt like her heart was about to break. She dearly loved her son and had never lifted a hand against him, Yet this precious son of her had been hit by a woman. There weren't enough words to express the indignation in Madame Duane's heart. She was just about to interrogate Ning Shu when she saw Ning Shu's cold gaze and involuntarily trembled. Her thoughts immediately cleared up. She had been about to interrogate a princess. Madame Duan felt restless with stifled anger. It was to the point she felt about to go crazy. Madame Duan resented Princess Jiaoyi for not being the same as before, and also resented Oya. If it weren't for Oya, Duan Xinghui wouldn't have gotten dismissed from his position or angered Princess Jiaoyi. Before, Madame Duan still had a bit of hope. She planned to have Ning Shu marry in and be the main wife, then deal with that country girl later. However, now Princess Jiaoyi had actually hit Duan Shanghui without the slightest hesitation, and there wasn't a trace of hurt in her eyes. This made Madame Duan realize that Princess Joy really had no more feelings towards her son. How could this be? Madame Duan was mentally and physically exhausted, but she still hastily got down from the sedan chair and walked over to Duan Xingyi to check his injury. Princess, what need is there for you to act so heartlessly? As of now, Madame Duan was crying for real with helplessness and fear. If the situation continued on like this, there'd be no hope left for Duan Xinghui to recover from this fall. The only hope they had left was that Princess Jiaoyi would go to the emperor and plead for leniency. It was seriously karma. Another person was here to call her heartless again. As expected of mother and son, their lines of thought were identical. Ning Shu scoffed. I'm heartless? Duan Xinghui, this wicked commoner, actually dared to try and break into the prince's residence to assassinate this princess. Everyone present can testify as witnesses. Madame Duane's heart instantly dropped to her stomach. However, when she saw her son's pale face, she panicked and became completely flustered. After all, in the end, she was still a woman of the inner chamber and was quite useless when something big happens. Princess, please allow this common woman to bring her son to a doctor. As she spoke, she had someone help Duan Xinghui up and prepared to slip away. Stop, commanded Ning Shu. Madame Duan, what are you doing? You actually want to help away a criminal guilty of attempting murder. Ning Shu glanced at the drops of blood on the ground, then at Duan Xinghui's face, which was pale with blood loss, and felt her heart fill with satisfaction. Madame Duan was angry now. Princess, do you truly intend to push us into a corner? Don't forget that Xinghui is your future husband. Ning Shu's expression turned cold as she said, Madame Duan, you should be careful with your words. If you continue to ruin this princess's reputation, this princess might ask His Majesty to get justice for this princess. Duan Lu is already just a common citizen. I am sure he doesn't want to take on the crime of slandering the imperial family's reputation. Ning Shu walked towards Duan Xinghui and Madame Duan. Madame Duan involuntarily trembled. When she got a closer look at the bloody whip, her face paled. Duan Xinghui covered his injury as he stepped in front of Madame Duan to shield her and stared at Ning Shu with his black eyes. Don't come here to annoy this princess again. If you irritate this princess again, this princess will make it so that your entire Duan family will no longer be able to stay in this capital. This princess hasn't even settled the matter in which you lied to this princess yet. So, Duan Xinghui, you should really pay attention to your own status. Duan Xinghui's face was pale and embarrassed. The difference in Princess Huai's personality was so great that Duan Xinghui couldn't quite wrap his head around it. Madame Duan helped him up and was staggering away when Ning Shu suddenly spoke again. Wait! Duan Xinghui and Madame Duane's hearts simultaneously jumped, and they froze rigidly. Duan Xinghui pressed his lips together, then turned around to look towards Ning Shu. Ning Shu smiled slightly and her cold expression turned a few degrees warmer, causing Duan Xinghui to daze out for a moment. When a person with a cold personality suddenly smiled, the effect was unusually beautiful and touching. Duan Xinghui, this princess has a servant that can be said to harbor deep admiration and adoration for you, said Ning Shu to Duan Xinghui. Duan Xinghui was stunned. He couldn't figure out what Ning Shu wanted to do. This princess's maid has deep feelings for you, and as her master, this princess seriously cannot ignore this maid's heart. For better or for worse, she has served this princess for many years after all. This princess hopes that you'll treat this maid well. As Ning Shu spoke, she saw Duan Xinghui's stern expression crack to reveal disbelief. Even Madame Duan was looking at Ning Shu strangely. Princess? Yuan Dong was delighted and apprehensive at the same time. She was delighted to have a chance to be with General Duan, but she was apprehensive because of the princess's attitude, and the fact that the princess knew of her secret desires. In brief, Yuan Dong's feelings were very mixed. This servant doesn't want to leave princess. Yuan Dong knelt in front of Ning Shu, making it seem as if their servant and master bond was very deep. However, the act would only work if Ning Shu was willing to play along. Ning Shu simply said in a mild tone, "You're now someone of the Duan residence. Serve the Duan family well." In the end, Yuan Dong kowtowed to Ning Shu helplessly, then went to stand beside Duan Xinghui. "Princess, forgive this worthless commoner for not being able to accept. This worthless commoner already has a true love and cannot accept anyone else." At this point in time, Duan Xinghui had already forgotten about the injury on his arm and cupped his fist as he bowed to Ning Shu. Ning Shu seemed unconcerned. "What does you having a true love have to do with this princess, Duan Xinghui?" Duan Xinghui found that, for some unknown reason, it was really hard to communicate with Princess Jia Hui now. Ning Shu turned and returned her residence, paying no more mind to these people. In the end, Duan Xinghui had no choice but to accept Yuan Dong and slip back to the Duan residence with Madame Duan. When the three got to the residence, Aya was standing at the entrance waiting. She was wearing a brightly colored silk garment that made her skin seem even darker in contrast. It was like the way a leopard wearing crown prince garments would only look foolish rather than like an actual crown prince. Yuan Dong's eyes filled with deep disdain and contempt when she saw Arya. When Arya met Yuan Dong's gaze, she felt a surge of embarrassment. She turned and ran back into the residence, crying as she went, and failed to even notice the injury on Duan Xinghui's arm. Her woman's intuition allowed her to sense Yuan Dong's hostility towards her and also made her feel similar animosity and weariness towards Yuan Dong. When Duan Xinghui saw that the woman he loved was hurt, he hastily chased after her with reckless abandon. He acted very hot-headedly, like a teenage brat. "Xinghui, your injury," shouted Madame Duan after Duan Xinghui. The two people looked as if they were playing tag in the Duan residence, making Madame Duan's head hurt. General, when Yuan Dong saw that Duan Xinghui had chased after that village girl without a thought, she was shocked and envious. Why that ugly wretch? Why? Since Yuan Dong was no longer serving her, Ning Shu went and randomly picked a servant girl from the princess residence to be her personal maid. However, in reality, Ning Shu really didn't need anyone to wait on her. The kitchen always sent someone to deliver her meals. She practiced with a whip every day to try to perfect her technique since she had a faint premonition that she might really have to head onto the battlefield. She had to display her worth to Li Wen and convince him that she was more useful kept in this country than being married off. Ning Shu retrieved her whip and took the handkerchief offered by the servant girl. As she wiped the sweat on her face and on her hands, she asked, "Any news from Duan residence?" The little servant girl's name was Jiu Hong. She had delicate features that were pretty, but couldn't be said to be beautiful. However, she was very lively and quick-witted, and had a bright personality. When she heard Ning Shu's question, she quickly replied, "Only that Yuan Dong and Aya are clashing and causing a huge ruckus. Duan Xinghui is suffering a lot, being clamped between two women," said Zhao Hong. Ning Shu smiled. This was exactly the effect she had been going for. Who asked all of them to try and use her as a shield? She'd like to see what Yuan Dong and Madame Duan could do now that she wasn't dealing with Aya for them. Speaking of which, it was also funny. Now that she, this high-status supporting female lead, wasn't going to cause a ruckus, who would help the couple complete their true love story? Duan Xinghui and Arya's love had been completely established on the ruins of the original host's reputation. That's why Ning Shu decided to just directly send Yuan Dong over so that the little nest people could play among themselves. This past period hadn't been easy for Duan Xingyi. It had seriously been tough. He was exhausted. Aya become very sensitive and was sticking to him more and more. Every time he looked at her, he would see that her simple face was filled with unease and anxiety. Duan Xingyi had said many times that he wouldn't betray her, but Aya still felt uneasy. In addition, Yuan Dong was fanning the flames from the side, causing Duan Xingyi to feel tired as never before. However, since Yuan Dong was someone from the prince's residence, and he didn't hold an official S position anymore, he couldn't do as Elia wanted and chase Yuan Dong out. If he did and Princess Yahui raised a fuss about it, the consequences would be dire. When Aya saw that Duan Xingyi was going to maintain this attitude, she started kicking up a scene again. Aya was from the countryside, so when she caused a ruckus, it was a serious ruckus. The entire Duan residence was pretty much turned upside down. Duan Xingyi felt embarrassed and helpless. Now that Princess Zhouhe, this powerful buffer, wasn't between them, Duan Xingyi and Aya started having a lot of arguments, especially due to their differing social status. No matter what, Duan Xingyi was still a well-off gentleman that had been brought up in the capital. He seriously wasn't used to dealing with unreasonable scenes like this. Aya was inwardly terrified since she had abandoned everything to come to the capital with Duan Xingyi. As of now, Duan Xingyi was the only life-saving rope she could hold on to, so she felt that she had to clutch it tightly. The more Duan Xingyi expressed impatience towards her, the more scared she felt, and the more tantrums she threw in order to reinforce her existence. Sometimes Duan Xingyi would wonder if this Aya was really the same innocent and pure Aya he had met back then. Duan Xingyi was very distressed, but he still restrained his temper and patiently placated Aya. It was just that he was getting a little tired of it. Originally, Madame Duan was planning to watch Aya and Yuan Dong duel, but when she saw Aya's completely mannerless behavior, she had no choice but to find someone to teach Aya etiquette. She couldn't allow it to continue, else the Duan residence would become the laughingstock of the entire capital. Her son didn't want the princess that was placed in front of him and had insisted on having this village girl. Everyone outside was saying that Duan Xingyi's brain was mush. If this continued on, Madame Duan felt that she wouldn't even have the face to greet the Duan family's ancestors. When Ayu was forced to learn etiquette, she started raising a fuss again because she really didn't want to learn. Eating, sleeping, even walking was based on detailed rules. All of this bewildered Aya and also made life very much an ordeal. Aya had grown up in the country, so some things were etched into her bones and learning etiquette was abnormally difficult for her. It was as if someone was trying to snap off her wings. The tormenting process was easy to imagine. Duan Xingyi also felt a lot of pain. In his heart, Arya was free and unfettered, yet she now had to be the same as all the women in the capital and become a product of set standards. However, on one side was the woman he loved, and on the other was the mother that had single-handedly raised him. Duan Xingyi couldn't be bothered to return to Duan residence anymore. When he had nothing to do, he would go out to drink. However, once this went on for a while, every time he went out, he would face strange looks from people. They looked at him as if they were looking at a fool. Upon seeing those looks, Duan Xingyi's heart couldn't help but waver. Had it been a mistake to give up Princess Zhouhe? People that had always been humble and groveled to him in the past now looked down on him arrogantly. During this period of time, his doubts were especially intense. Had he really made a mistake? Duan Xingyi steadied himself. He wasn't wrong. The one he loved was Aya. It was just, why couldn't Aya empathize with him a little? Once a man lost his job, his source of pride, he would feel a lot more inferior. The current Duan Xingyi was in a drunken stupor every day and felt as if the road ahead of him was completely dark. When he got back to the Duan residence with a bottle of wine, he ran into Madame Duan, who was anxiously rushing out. "Mom, what's wrong?" asked Duan Xingyi. When Madame Duan saw how decadent Duan Xingyi had become, her heart felt about to break. However, there was currently a more pressing matter, so she hastily told him, Aya has gone to raise a fuss at the princess' residence. Duan Xinghui quivered and woke up from his stupor. He threw down the bottle of alcohol and immediately turned to head towards the princess' residence with an anxious expression. Even he himself wasn't sure why he was so anxious. However, it couldn't be denied that he suddenly did feel the desire to see Princess Zhaoyi. There was that little bit of secret motive and hope that Princess Zhaoyi would plead with the emperor on his behalf. When Duan Xinghui reached the princess' residence, he saw that Aya, who was dressed in gris, and was kneeling in front of the prince's residence. The guards stationed at the residence entrance were watching Aya vigilantly, and there were a lot of onlookers. At this instance, for some unknown reason, Duan Xinghui didn't even have the courage to walk to Aya. He felt so many conflicting emotions that his heart felt numb. When Ning Shu heard from Zhao Hong that Aya was outside, she was irked. Even though she was behaving and staying at home, the people from the Duan residence insisted on coming and causing her trouble. It was unbelievable. Ning Shu stroked the whip at her waist. Zhao Hong knew that the princess was angry the moment she saw this movement. All the guards in the princess' residence had been trained with by the princess. Basically, the princess had used them as targets for whipping practice. Ning Shu walked towards the residence doors. She'd like to see what kind of ruckus these people wanted to cause. However, at that time, they shouldn't blame her for not being polite. The moment Ning Shu walked out, time seemed to slow for Duan Xinghui. Princess Zhaoyi was, as always, wearing equestrian garments with her hair pulled up into a high ponytail and a whip at her waist. Her appearance was both refreshing and elegant, causing people to involuntarily sigh with admiration. Ning Shu stopped at the top of the steps to size up Aya, who was kneeling on the ground. Aya had applied cosmetics. Her brows were drawn into thin willow leaf brows, and she was wearing a thin silk garment. Ning Shu could only say that this outfit really didn't suit her. Aya had thick eyebrows and large eyes from the start, so forcing her eyebrows into long, thin lines just made her eyes look unnatural. The feeling that Aya gave Ning Shu now couldn't even compare to when she had first seen her at the city entrance. Meanwhile, as Aya looked at Ning Shu, at the aloof and remote Princess Zhaoyi, she felt as if the princess seemed to be surrounded by a halo of light. Her face was flawless, and though she wasn't wearing a single piece of jewelry, she seemed peerlessly elegant and noble, so beautiful it was hard to look straight at her. Aya's inferiority complex became even stronger. She recalled what Yuan Dong had said. Originally, Princess Zhou was supposed to be Duan's wife, and Duan was supposed to be the emperor's brother-in-law. Yuan Dong had said that it was all because she had caused Princess Zhaohui to be angry. That was why Duan lost his position as a general. Aya wanted to come here and beg Princess Zhaohui not to blame Duan anymore. "Princess, do you still remember me?" "Yeah. Ask Ning Shu. Ning Shu." Was it really okay to use this sort of tone to say this sort of thing to a princess? "Princess, 1,000 wrongs, 10,000 wrongs. They're all my wrongs. I beg you, please don't blame Duan anymore," cried Aya. "Please don't be angry anymore. As long as you don't blame Duan, you can have me do anything." Duan Xinghui, who was standing in the crowd, had a conflicted expression on his face. His heart was filled with all sorts of flavors, sour, sweet, bitter, spicy, and salty, and he felt both moved and a little humiliated. Meanwhile, Ning Shu felt like her balls were about to break. What the fudge did this mean? It almost gave her the misperception that she was a petty scoundrel that liked breaking apart Mandarin ducks. She had never even considered getting involved in this person's love life, yet these people insisted on seeking her out. The way this girl put it was as if she was using public office to avenge private wrongs. If they were angry, they should go find Li Wen. The person who gave the imperial edict was Li Wen. So what were they coming to her for? They all freaking treated her as a pushover. Ning Shu took down the whip from her waist. She had already whipped the male lead, so what would it feel like to whip the female lead? Oh no, how did she become so violent? It was no good, no good. When Duan Xinghui saw the princess reach for her whip, he immediately recalled the feel of the whip. It hurt as if his veins were breaking. Even now, just the sight of this whip made Duan Xinghui's arm hurt. He hastily ran over, picked up Haya, who was kneeling on the ground, and dodged to the side to avoid Ning Shu's whip. Ning Shu calmly retrieved her whip. She had noticed from the start that Duan Xinghui was in the crowd. Tisk tsk. To allow his woman to kneel and plead for a favor while he hid to the side, Duan Xinghui's moral quality was really something. Ning Shu really didn't know what part of this Duan Xinghui was worth the original host's attachment. It was probably that the original host had felt unwilling to accept the situation, so anger caused her to insist on snatching this man over. Things were only precious if there existed people that desired them, and the same applied to humans. If a person really looked, he would find that Duan Xinghui wasn't a good person at all. Aya stared at Duan Xinghui in astonishment for a moment, then tears started spilling out. Under everyone's watch, she clung onto Duan Xinghui due to uncontrollable relief. This common citizen greets Princess Zhouyi. Duan Xinghui shielded Iya and saluted towards Ning Shu. Ning Shu gave an N without saying anything. She simply stayed where she was above the steps and looking down at Duan Xinghui. This position made Duan Xinghui feel very uncomfortable. Although he knew that Princess Zhouyi really didn't have feelings for him anymore, the way she was acting was seriously making him feel really vexed. In the past, Princess Yehui would never show any disdain towards him like this. Princess, this matter has nothing to do with Aya, so what need is there to be so cruel? Aya is a woman, how could she withstand Princess's whip? As Duan Xinghui spoke, his tone gradually became filled with blame. Ning Shu pressed her lips together for a moment before abruptly giving a laugh. Audacious! By this, are you blaming this princess? Duan Xinghui, you had better look after your woman well, else you guys can all pack up and get out of this capital. This princess will definitely make it so that you want to be able to continue staying in the capital if there's another next time. Ning Shu pointed at them with her whip. I'll whip your faces until they're unrecognizable. You really think this old lady? This princess's residence is a food market? To come here every day to cause a ruckus. As Ning Shu spoke, she swung her whip and hit Duan Xinghui on his shoulder. Duan Xinghui gave a muffled groan, and his face immediately turned deathly pale. Aya was stunned to the point she blanked out. She saw Duan Xinghui stumble, then fall to a kneel and screamed before shouting, "Dear, dear." Aya's eyes now contained fear as she looked at Ning Shu. Her dark face instantly turned pale and looked much prettier. Duan Xinghui covered the injury with his hand. His earlier injury had just healed, yet now he had gotten whipped again. He looked up. When he saw that Ning Shu's expression was cold and annoyed, his heart trembled a little. Only now was he truly coming to realize that Princess Zhouyi wasn't the gentle and considerate person he had known anymore. She was filled from head to toe with the dignity and pride of an imperial family member. The gaze with which she looked at him now was unconcerned and cold. His heart suddenly hurt a little. Something that wasn't treasured before, once lost, would make a person feel uncomfortable and angry. Why would the princess become like this? When Madame Duan saw that her son had been injured again, she felt heartache and anger. The anger was directed towards Ning Shu and Yi, of course. There was no way Madame Duan dared to show her anger to Princess Xiaoyi due to Princess Xiaoyi's status. However, Aya was another story. Madame Duan sent a fierce glare towards Yi without bothering to be polite. When Ning Shu saw Madame Duan's glare, she had no doubt that at this point, Madame Duan wanted to kill Yi off somehow. The harmonious mother and daughter-in-law relationship that existed in the original storyline was done for. Ning Shu expressed that she felt very pleased. Duan Xinghui and Aya and even Madame Duan's happiness had been established on the existence of the original host. Ning Shu still found it unbelievable that a princess ultimately ended up like that. Princess, why did you do this? Duan Xinghui's face was pale and his voice trembled as he asked Ning Shu this. Why did she do this? Ning Shu sneered, because it makes me happy. When she saw Duan Xinghui's disbelieving expression as he covered his wound, she said mildly, "This princess was just shaking her whip out a little." Yet you actually threw yourself towards this princess's whip. Upon hearing such clear nonsense, Duan Xinghui felt the urge to puke blood. He glared at Ning Shu with a sinister look in his eyes. Duan Xinghui, who no longer had the halo of a general, was a very pitiful sight. He had a scraggly beard on his face and looked very decadent. There was no trace of the valiance and calm he showed on horseback in the original host's memories, TSK. When Duan Xinghui saw that the princess was examining him, he felt a surge of embarrassment. He didn't want the princess to see him like this. He wanted the princess to see his best self. He subconsciously lifted his chest a little. Ning Shu shifted her gaze away and said to Madame Duan, "Madame Duan, this princess will respect you as a senior and simply say, 'Manage your family members properly.' If there's a second time, this princess won't be able to guarantee anything." Madame Duan looked at Princess Jiahui, who seemed like a completely different person for a moment, then lowered her head. She gritted her teeth, then bowed and said, "Many thanks for Princess's willingness to forgive. This common woman promises that there won't be a next time." Madame Duan's heart felt as if it had been fiercely trampled on. She had lost her husband early and had persevered through the years with hard work while raising her son to be this outstanding. Though she had a tough personality, she was at the same time very intelligent. However, the Princess Jiahui, who she used to be able to control in the palm of her hand, was suddenly no longer susceptible to her control, and even treated her so discourteously. Madame Duan felt offended. To put it plainly, Madame Duan had been spoiled rotten by Princess Jiahui in the past. Now she couldn't accept it whenever Ning Shu acted the slightest bit like a princess. Madame Duan covered up her emotions as she helped Duan Xinghe up and walked with him back to the residence. Ning Shu, with sharp eyes, saw Madame Duan fiercely pinch Arya's waist. Arya was in so much pain she jumped up, but Duan Xinghe didn't see it at all. Ning Shu smiled. Arya's future days probably wouldn't be pleasant. Madame Duan had plenty of ways to sort people out. Now that it was his mother versus the woman he loved, would Duan Xinghui treat his mother cold-heartedly like the way he had treated the original host? Whether it was the back of one's hand or the palm of one's hand, it was still one's own flesh. No matter where the stick landed, it would hurt. Ning Shu laughed without a trace of sympathy. She counted the days, then led a horse out of the stable and prepared to head to the Imperial Manor Garden to check on how the sweet potatoes were doing. This season should be the season for harvesting sweet potatoes. It was just that she didn't know how they've adjusted. Ning Shu didn't bring anyone along and went to Manor Garden alone by horse. Speaking of riding horses, that was also a depressing story. The road to learning to ride the horse had been filled with hardships and tears. For better or for worse, though, after learning for about 3 months, she'd finally been able to shoot on horseback without falling down. When she got to Manor Garden, she handed the reins of the horse to the manager and headed straight towards the sweet potatoes. When she got to the place where the sweet potatoes were planted, she found that they were flourishing. From the looks of it, the people of Manor Garden had looked after them carefully. Ning Shu took a hoe and dug up some sweet potatoes. The result was a pleasant surprise. The red-skin potatoes were about the size of a fist. She laughed happily. It didn't matter if it was due to the task or because the common people now had one more source of filling food. Either way, Ning Shu was very excited. Dig all of these sweet potatoes out for this princess, then measure the size of the field. "This princess wants to calculate the output," said Ning Shu loudly. There were a lot of tenant farmers in Manor Garden, so it only took them a short while to dig out all the potatoes. Following that, the manager started weighing the sweet potatoes with a scale. "Princess, this thing actually produced an output of 1,000 catties," said the manager. Ning Shu was very happy. This era was influenced by all sort of factors, and seasonal disasters like droughts or floods would often influence the output of foodstuff. In addition, with rice, it was generally already a good harvest if there were 700 catties. During emergencies, with the addition of sweet potatoes, people would at least be able to fend off hunger. In addition, the sweet potato was a plant that could survive droughts. Move some of them to the princess residence, then dig a cellar and store the rest. After a little while, His Majesty might come to inspect them. You guys have helped in a great service this time. Just wait to be rewarded. Joy appeared on the manager and the tenant farmers' faces, and they said in unison, "Many thanks, Princess." The tenant farmers sent a large basket of the sweet potatoes to the prince's residence. When Ning Shu got back to the residence, the first thing she did was roast the sweet potatoes. Then she headed to the imperial palace with them on horseback in order to deliver them while they were still hot. The moment she got to the palace doors, she got off the horse and made a beeline for Li Wen's imperial study. Li Wen was negotiating matters with the ministers, so Ning Shu had to wait at the door for quite a while before the ministers left in a long line. When the ministers saw Ning Shu, their gazes became strange. Ning Shu's heart skipped. She suddenly recalled that this was around the time that the Huns asked for a marriage. So what did those looks mean? Could it be that she was still going to get married off? Crap. Ning Shu retrieved her wild thoughts and entered the study with the food box. She saw that the little gray ball was currently lying flat on the desk, sleeping. She didn't know if it was her misperception, but the little gray ball seemed to have gotten fat, and it looked even rounder than before. Li Wen narrowed his eyes as he asked Ning Shu, "Why did you suddenly come to find us?" "Imperial older brother, this sister subject brought something good for you." Ning Shu lifted the food box in her hand. Li Wen glanced at it mildly. Too many people came to the study to deliver him gifts, so he really didn't have much interest in it. When the little gray ball heard Ning Shu's voice, it opened its eyes, and its moist little nose twitched a little. Following that, it stood up and waved its claws towards the food box. This guy's nose was so strong. "Imperial older brother, you'll definitely be really happy to see this thing." Ning Shu became even more worried when she saw Li Wen's indifferent expression. This guy couldn't really be considering marrying her off, right? The little gray ball was squeaking noisily. Ning Shu opened the food box and took out the roasted sweet potato. The air was instantly filled with a sticky but very refreshingly sweet smell. The box contained roasted sweet potatoes. The outwards appearance really wasn't very appealing. Li Wen narrowed his eyes as he looked at the thing inside the box. Suddenly, as if he had thought of something, he looked towards Ning Shu with a questioning gaze. The little gray ball ran towards the box, but Ning Shu hastily brushed it away. She picked a sweet potato up and broke it in half, then ate one half before handing the other half to Li Wen. This gesture was to tell Li Wen that this thing was edible and not poisonous. Li Wen took the sweet potato. Its skin still had sit on it, so Li Wen copied what Ning Shu did and peeled the skin off before taking a bite. The flavor was very sweet. Li Wen nodded, then asked, "What is this?" Ning Shu saw that Li Wen seemed quite interested and said, "Imperial older brother, this sister subject calls this sweet potato. It's the thing the sister subject discovered last time the sister subject went to Manor Garden. This sister subject had people. Plant them and the output has reached 1,000 caddies," said Ning Shu. "This item can be used to allay hunger." "Is that true?" Astonishment and excitement emerged on Li Wen's face. It was clear that he had realized the value of this item. "Are there still more of this in Manor Garden?" This sister subject had ordered them to store them carefully. "They're currently in Manor Garden's cellar," replied Ning Shu. Li Wen nodded. "We will go with you to Manor Garden to take a look." "All right." It was expected that Li Wen would go examine for himself something that pertained to the general public's welfare. Li Wen and Ning Shu rode on horseback to Manor Garden with a procession of troops behind them, since it was a must to have people come along when the emperor went out. When they got to Manor Garden, Li Wen first went to see the potatoes. Then he went to see the field where the potatoes had been planted and had people remeasure the field. The result came out the same. A faint smile appeared on Li Wen's usually cold face. His eyes were very bright, and the gaze with which he looked at Ning Shu was also a little gentler as he said, "Xiaohui, you've done well." "Very well," Ning Shu simply replied with a smile. "Xiaohui is happy to be able to help Imperial older brother." Zhuhui knows that Imperial older brother's heart contains all of the country's citizens. This sister subject is a member of the imperial family, and lives on the support of the country's citizens. So it is only natural to labor for these citizens. It can be said that all levels of aristocracy lived on the support of the common people, yet those aristocracy actually looked down on the commoners. Li Wen evidently hadn't expected for Ning Shu to be able to think of something like this, and remarked with gratification, "Yari has grown up and become sensible. You're no longer obsessed with those random baffling things." A large sweat drop appeared beside Ning Shu's head. "I'll have to continue troubling you in the future in regards to these plants." There was a slight smile on Li Wen's face, and he now treated Ning Shu very gently. The manager and tenant farmers in Manor Garden know how to deal with them. In reality, this was just an inadvertent discovery and doesn't count as much. However, it's great that it can help your majesty. Ah, that's right. How did you discover that this was edible? Asked Li Wen with his eyes narrowed. It caused Ning Shu's heart to skip a beat. There was no way she could say that she just knew, right? Speaking of which, it was all because of the little gray ball. When this sister subject saw that little thing in the forest, it was hugging this thing, so the sister subject tried it. The taste of it raw wasn't as good as when it was cooked. Ning Shu decisively pushed this matter onto the little gray ball since. Li Wen knew of how much the little gray ball liked to eat. Li Wen nodded, then turned to head back towards the palace. Only then did Ning Shu sigh in relief. She had finally managed to prove some of her value to Li Wen. This way, he would at least hesitate a little when the peace marriage was brought up, right? Still, Ning Shu's heart remained heavy. Whether she would be able to complete the task or not would depend on how the marriage issue went. In reality, she was already pretty much done with this task. Do you not love Duan Xinghui? And it's done. Make sure Duan Xinghui and Aya, this wretched couple, didn't have a good end. Alright, that one was also pretty much complete. If things kept developing in this direction, only more barriers would come between Aya and Duan Xinghui's feelings and cause them to become an unhappy couple. In the original storyline, Aya only got Madame Duan's acceptance after she saved a marquess and was bestowed a high status. However, due to the fact that now there was Yuan Dong to meddle in Duan residence's affairs, Aya couldn't even step out of the residence doors and had to stay in to learn etiquette every day. Once Aya became bound by the rules of etiquette and started making every move according to the rules, would Duan Xinghui still like her? As Ning Shu had expected, not long later the Hun's delegation came to the capital. The one that came this time was King Hun's second son, the second prince of the plains. This was the person the original host had gotten married with. The second prince had heard about how the original host ruined her reputation, trying to snatch a man, so he had a very bad first impression of her. After they got married, he treated her inhumanly. The place where the Huns lived was a place with no sense of propriety, justice, integrity, or honor. Women were treated as goods. Although the original host had become the second prince's wife, what destroyed the original host the most was that the second prince's brothers would share her and humiliate her. It was practically a place where devils dwelled. The original host feared the second prince a lot. Ning Shu's body involuntarily started shaking the moment she heard the second prince's name in reflection of the original host as emotions. Mixed in with the fear was hatred, but overall there was more fear. After being tormented so long, the original host came to react to the second prince like a mouse would react to the sight of a cat. She would feel as if death was imminent. Ning Shu clenched her fist. No matter what, she couldn't be married off. If she got married off, how was she supposed to help the original host's counterattack? If she wanted to change the original host's fate, she had to change the outcome of this moment. As in the original storyline, the Hun's delegation proposed a peace marriage and demanded that the partner be Great Yong's only Princess Jiahui. All the ministers said to marry Ning Shu off, but Li Wen didn't say anything. He seemed to agree to this idea, but also didn't seem to. It made the Hun's delegation a bit annoyed, but they didn't dare to be too impudent. This was to be expected. After all, this was the great power of the storyline. Even though Ning Shu's reputation hadn't been stained, nor had she gotten involved in the scandal of a respectable princess trying to snatch a man from another woman, she still couldn't avoid the fate of being married off. The canon fodder supporting female leads were really pitiful. What should she do now? All she could do was not cry, stand up, and keep working hard. What made Ning Shu rather relieved was that Li Wen didn't immediately agree to the marriage. It was clear she had managed to make Li Wen value her a bit more with the sweet potatoes. As expected, it was the right choice to focus on currying favor with Li Wen, since she lived by the side of the emperor who had ultimate control over the country. It was a must to be aware of the emperor's thoughts. Evidently, she had made the right bet. The delegation settled themselves down in the capital. What made Ning Shu speechless was the fact that the second prince actually came to the princess' residence to visit her. Ning Shu only had one word to say: scram. As expected, he really didn't know any etiquette. What would other people think if he visited her like this? They'd think that she was already involved with the second prince. The second prince was really treacherous and malicious. Ning Shu didn't hesitate to think the worst of this second prince. In the original host's memory, this second prince was as ruthless and crafty as the wild wolves of the prairie. The way he tormented the original host was beyond the limit of what a human could endure. Yaoi, who had been married over, was tormented to death in 2 years. Ning Shu stayed in the residence and refused to go out. The second prince didn't get to see Princess Joey and could only return in disappointment. He had heard that Princess Yaoi was quite pretty. Once the second prince left, Ning Shu packed up a little and prepared to move back into the palace. She didn't freaking believe that the second prince would dare to try anything in the imperial palace. Moreover, there was Li Wen overseeing the imperial palace. Even if the second prince was given 10 times the guts, he still wouldn't dare to flaunt around in front of Li Wen. So, after all that work, she still ended up having to return to the palace. Ning Shu got on the carriage and started heading towards the imperial palace. She didn't know why, but she was a little uneasy. It couldn't be denied that the original host's bone-deep fear was influencing her a little. She felt the urge to rush over to Li Wen and shake the exact details of the peace marriage out of him. Originally, she thought that this task was pretty simple. However, Duan Xinghui and Aiya's nonsense really didn't account as anything in comparison to this political deal that involved the entire nation. It turned out that the most important part of this task was to not be married off. As Ning Shu was musing over these matters, the carriage abruptly stopped as the horse cried out. Inside the carriage, Ning Shu hastily grabbed onto the wooden frame and steadied herself before asking, "What happened?" Princess, someone seemed to have taken control of the horse," said the driver, trembling with fear. Ning Shu had a bad premonition. Biting her lip, she pushed aside the door curtain and saw that a man was pulling on the horse reins, forcing the horse to stop. When Ning Shu saw this man, she didn't feel anything. However, her body started involuntarily trembling from fear. "It's the second prince." Ning Shu gritted her teeth and forcefully suppressed those turbulent emotions as she pulled off her whip and swung it towards that man. However, the second prince actually managed to dodge Ning Shu's attack. With a leap and a whirl, he landed on the back of the carriage horse's back and looked towards Ning Shu with shock. Ning Shu's heart sank. The second prince had actually been able to dodge her whip. Due to all the time she spent practicing, she had already gotten very familiar with using the whip, and her movements were very quick. That was why she had managed to hit Duan Xinghui twice. The fact that this man had been able to dodge meant that he was a lot stronger than Duan Xinghui. "Princess Jory, why did you attack me the moment you saw me?" The second prince examined Ning Shu with a sharp and frank gaze, then satisfaction appeared in his eyes. Ning Shu's body started trembling uncontrollably when the second prince looked over. This was the body's reflexive feeling of dread. This body feared this man. "Do you know who I am?" The second prince asked Ning Shu. His voice was very low and was slightly sensual. However, it only served to make Ning Shu feel goosebumps as if a snake was slithering over her. Ning Shu gave a cold hump without speaking, then swung her whip again. She was worried that her trembling voice would be revealed the moment she spoke. The second prince dodged again, then narrowed his eyes at Ning Shu as he berated, This prince is speaking to you. Why aren't you answering? Are you Princess Jiahui or not? How can this man be so strong? Ning Shu bit her lip. She had to win against the fear this body held towards this person in order to completely seize control over this body. At the same time, she wondered when she would be able to suppress the emotions of the original host within tasks. Ning Shu took a deep breath, then gave a shout as she jumped off the carriage to attack the second prince. Gritting her teeth, she used all her strength to swing the whip. The whip emitted a shrill whistle as it cut through the air. The second prince saw that Ning Shu was attacking him as if he had murdered her father and had no choice but to become serious. As he dodged the attacks, he tried to get closer in order to restrain her, but Ning Shu refused to let him approach. If it weren't for the fact that there was a small amount of energy flowing through her body, she probably wouldn't have been able to keep up for this long. How the fudge was this pervert so strong? The second prince seemed to have finally run out of patience as he abruptly grabbed Ning Shu's whip. The barbs on the whip immediately cut into his palm. He let go of the whip in surprise and looked at his bloody palm. Knitting his brows, he asked, "What are you doing?" "I just wanted to talk to you a little. Are you a psycho?" Ning Shu's body was covered with cold sweat, but she no longer felt as much dread facing the second prince. This place still wasn't a Great Yong's domain, so Ning Shu didn't dare to do much except ignore him. "Are you Jiahui?" asked the second prince, ignoring his bleeding hand. Ning Shu lifted her chin in a conceited manner as she replied coldly, "This princess is of course Princess Jiahui. You're truly audacious. To dare to block this princess's carriage." When the second prince heard Ning Shu admitting to be Princess Jiahui, his eyes lit up and he said with a smile, "You probably know who I am." "I'm the person who will marry you, He Lianying, got it?" Ning Shu was angered to laughter. What made him think that she wanted to marry him? She didn't feel like bothering with him and simply re-entered the carriage before saying to the driver, "To the palace." This time, He Lianying didn't try to block Ning Shu again. He simply watched until the carriage took a turn and went out of sight before lowering his head to look at his palm. Fresh blood dripped onto the bluestone pavement of the street, making splash after splash of bloody blossoms. Princess Jiahui Li Zushen. Ning Shu first returned to her palace, Orchid Garden Palace, and was enthusiastically welcomed by Miao Qing. Ning Shu felt that Miao Qing had withered a lot since the last time she saw her. Watching over an empty palace was no different from being thrown in the cold palace, but Ning Shu still felt that she deserved it. Barely a few moments after she sat down in Orchid Garden Palace, the Empress arrived. The first thing she asked Ning Shu was if she would stay in the palace long. The moment Ning Shu nodded, a smile bloomed on the Empress's face, and she started rattling off polite remarks. After a while, her expression turned sad as she said, "It's just a shame that you're going to be married off for the sake of peace. Sister-in-law will try persuading your imperial older brother and ask him not to send you off to that barbarous place. However, it will be difficult since noble consort Du Yi's maternal family is expressing support for the peace marriage in court. Say, how can noble consort Du be so cruel as to have you, a girl, leave her home?" The conflicts between the Empress and noble consort Du have always been intense. Even in this situation, the Empress wanted her to go fight against noble consort Du before being married off. It was clear that the Empress felt that she wouldn't be able to escape from this situation. As for going to persuade Li Wen, it was best to just treat those words as wind. She would only end up disappointed if she put faith in those words. Ning Shu was getting pretty tired of this and stated directly, "Imperial sister-in-law, imperial older brother is the one who will decide whether I'll get married, not you nor noble consort Du." She hadn't bothered to be polite at all. She almost even said, "Keep your nose out of this princess's affairs." The Empress took in Ning Shu's displeased expression and was annoyed. In her heart, she was cursing the princess, saying that it served her right to be married off. However, on the surface, she had on an understanding expression as she tried to placate Ning Shu. "You shouldn't be too worried. Your imperial older brother loves you so much. There's no way he'll make you leave all alone to be married. Although these were words that were intended to be soothing, her tone contained acrid jealousy. Ning Shu simply said, "Imperial sister-in-law, I'm tired." The Empress's expression stiffened for a moment. Then she left, having no other choice. After the Empress left, the consorts and concubines of the inner palace came to swarm Orchid Garden Palace. Ning Shu really didn't want to waste her time meeting with these people. After encountering the second prince on her way to the palace, she was even more determined not to be married off. It wasn't only due to the task, but also due to this body's reaction when she saw the second prince. The fear and despair this body reacted with made Ning Shu's heart hurt. There wasn't even a bit of resistance, just uncontrollable terror, like the feeling of a lamb facing slaughter. Ning Shu tidied up a little, then headed to the imperial study to look for Li Wen. Li Wen seemed to have been expecting Ning Shu as the eunuch immediately let her in. She took a deep breath and walked in. Li Wen was in the middle of reading through memorials. He didn't lift his head when she walked in and only put his brush down to look at her after she curtsied. "You've had dinner?" "I haven't," replied Ning Shu honestly. "This sister subject is troubled and has no appetite." Li Wen said, "Oh," then straightforwardly asked, "The second prince of North Mongolia, he Lianyang, wishes to marry you. The marriage will mend the relationship between our nations. What do you think?" Ning Shu sneered. Barbarians were barbarians. Did they think they could become classy just by calling themselves people of North Mongolia? Does Imperial older brother wish to hear the truth or lies? Ning Shu met Li Wen's gaze. Li Wen lifted his brows. "Just say what you think." Ning Shu knelt down. Biting her lips, she said, "This sister subject doesn't support the peace marriage." "Oh." "Reason?" Li Wen's expression was indifferent, as if he wasn't too surprised at Ning Shu's refusal. "This sister subject has already exchanged blows with Lianyang. He is very strong, and above him is an even stronger elder prince," said Ning Shu between gritted teeth. She had made sure to figure out who the original host had married. According to the original host's memory, after the original host had married over, the two princes had started fighting a lot. "You've exchanged blows? Did you injure him?" Li Wen's gaze turned very gentle now. "Imperial older brother, bandits are bandits. The Huns have been committing robberies at the borders of Great Yang and killed many people of Great Yang. This kind of conduct does not deserve forgiveness. The sister subject has enjoyed the honor of being part of the imperial family and is willing to agree to this peace marriage to repay the imperial family. However, this will only encourage their actions. Moreover, this time, the Huns not only want to obtain Great Yang's princess through marriage, they even want to take away the wealth that was the result of our people's blood, sweat, and tears. For this sort of thing, if there's a first time, there will be a second time." Ning Shu's tone contained grief and indignation. She wasn't simply persuading Li Wen anymore. These were the original host's true feelings. The original host had witnessed with her own eyes as the citizens at the border were captured and made into slaves. It was just that, at that time, the original host was already in hell. Her painful struggle was even more tragic than those slaves' lives. Li Wen's expression was a bit cold. It's unknown if this was due to Ning Shu's words or something else, but his cold, imposing aura had thickened. The strong, austere aura of an emperor made it hard for Ning Shu to breathe. She gritted her teeth and said resolutely, "Imperial older brother, the sister subject is willing to become imperial older brother. As sword and make it so that imperial older brother's dynasty never has to agree to peace marriages, pay reparations, lose territory, or pay tributes. This sister subject will help make this dynasty a place where the rightful emperor, the Son of Heaven, guards the nation's door, and the sovereign king would faithfully die with the state. A place where all surrounding nations come to pay their respects." Li Wen was taken aback. He looked towards Ning Shu with complicated emotions in his eyes as he asked, "What do you want to do?" "In order to cut those restless hands that dare extend themselves into Great Yang and beat the Huns until they no fear this sister subject is willing to take command and head to the battlefield working towards this goal until death," declared Ning Shu with conviction. Even her body was trembling slightly from emotion. A smile appeared on Li Wen's face. He walked around the desk to Ning Shu and helped her up. He couldn't help but laugh as he said, "When in history has there ever been a woman in command? Plenty, there was Hua Mulan, Mu Gaing, but it seemed like there were no precedents in this world. We won't agree to the peace marriage. As for this matter, allow us to consider it." "You should go eat," said Li Wen warmly. He finally seemed a little bit more like an older brother. "Juhui, you've grown up." Every time Ning Shu heard Li Wen say that she's grown up, she would feel a sweat drop. Ning Shu felt weak with relief the moment she made it out of the imperial study. Her back was covered with cold sweat, but the worry pressing on her heart was finally gone. When she got back to Orchid Garden Palace, she ate a little, then lay down on the bed and fell asleep. She remained asleep until Miao Cheng woke her up and told her there was a banquet for the North Mongolian delegation. Ning Shu took off her equestrian clothing and put on the luxurious princess garments that she hadn't worn for a long time. Her hair was full of inserted head ornaments, and her outfit was much more complicated than usual with countless layers and long sleeves. Ning Shu wasn't too used to it and felt as if her neck was going to be crushed by the things on her head. Miao Cheng wanted to go with Ning Shu, but how could Ning Shu allow that? There was no way she would allow Miao Cheng to see Li Wen. Her plan was to make Miao Cheng die from withdrawal after all. As Miao Cheng watched with deeply hidden resentment, Ning Shu headed towards the banquet hall. The hall was brightly lit and music filled every corner. The mix was enchanting and formed an ostentatious show of pleasure that caused people to lose themselves. When Ning Shu walked in, the atmosphere within the hall became serious for a moment. Everyone looked towards her. Inwardly, Ning Shu was cursing. These men were enjoying themselves, celebrating the peace they had used a woman to exchange. Were they still men? "Joey, come over here." Li Wen lifted his hand and beckoned Ning Shu. Ning Shu ignored the second prince's intense gaze and walked to Li Wen. After curtsying to him, she sat down in her spot. He Lianing's gaze followed her relentlessly and pricked her like a nail, making her very uncomfortable. "What the frick are you looking at?" Ning Shu shot He Lianing a glare, only to be stunned. She hadn't paid attention earlier when she was fighting this guy, but this guy really looked quite coarse and wild. His hair was loose and fell freely over his shoulders, and his collar was slightly open. On his neck was a necklace probably made from wolf fangs, and he had broad shoulders and a narrow waist. His skin was bronze. From head to toe, he gave off a wild unruliness and strong masculinity. He was completely different from the men of Great Yang who all aimed to be elegant and graceful. TSK. But no matter how good he looked, it couldn't conceal his crappy nature. He was cruel and ruthless. This type of man was the worst nightmare of women. When the second prince noticed that Ning Shu was examining him, he shot her a grin. His eyes were filled with a determination to obtain her, and he practically felt his blood boil when she started sizing him up with a cold gaze. This barbarous focus and anticipation was just like that of a wild wolf that had discovered prey. She was wearing different clothing. The clothing from before made her look valiant and gave her a cold aura of sternness. Her current gorgeous garment complemented her cold expression and emphasized her pride and respected status. He Lianing suddenly smiled. His white teeth glinted with snow-white light, making the people that saw the grin feel a chill. He lifted his wine cup and toasted in Ning Shu's direction as he looked at her with a scorchingly bright gaze. Ning Shu sneered, then turned her head away, acting as if she didn't see his toast. When Ning Shu saw He Lianing's complacent expression, she gave a scornful laugh. Was he that certain she would marry him? Wasn't he a little too self-confident? For better or for worse, Great Yang was a large nation, and Princess Yohui wasn't as hated as she was in the original storyline either. Halfway into the banquet, once the dancers withdrew, He Lianing stood up and walked to the center of the hall. His movements were filled with self-confident energy, like that possessed by a lunging cheetah. Just his masculine appearance was enough to enchant many women. It was just a shame his core was pitch black. When the people present saw He Lianing get up, they knew that the main event was starting. This banquet was actually the banquet that would decide Princess Zhaoyi's fate. He Lianing first glanced at Ning Shu. She was sitting there with an indifferent expression that contained a bit of cynicism. He Liaoning suddenly smiled, then cupped his fist towards Li Wen and said, "Your Majesty, Emperor of Great Yang, my nation is willing to have a peace marriage with the Great Yang dynasty and mend our relationships." He Liaoning looked towards Ning Shu. This prince fell in love with Princess Xiaohui at first sight. "I like her." Ning Shu rolled her eyes. And he even fudging claimed love at first sight. Ning Shu inwardly lifted a middle finger like he probably took a liking to Zhaohui's dowry in vassal land. Shameless. Ning Shu didn't even bother to look at He Lianying and lowered her head to focus on drinking the fruit wine. Li Wen's gaze traveled between He Lianying and Ning Shu. His expression became a bit displeased. He asked mildly, "Zhaohui, what do you think? Do you like the second prince of North Mongolia?" Li Wen didn't even say He Lianying's name and simply called him the second prince. Ning Shu stood up and said firmly, "This sister subject doesn't like the second prince of North Mongolia." Li Wen nodded in satisfaction and said to He Lianying, "Zhaohui is our only sister, so we were naturally unwilling to allow our imperial younger sister to marry into a distant country." He Lianying's expression stiffened for a moment before he looked towards Ning Shu with something resembling a smile. He didn't try to push this matter. He could tell that it would do no good. Only now did Ning Shu truly sigh in relief. She had finally escaped the fate of being married off, but the price had been steep. She glanced at He Lianying and just happened to meet his gaze. His eyes were gloomy and dark. Ning Shu felt as if a wolf had set its sight on her. She expressed, "As if I'm scared of you, Since the peace marriage had not been accepted, they couldn't have Great Yang pay reparations or obtain a princess's dowry. Before the North Mongolian delegation left, they turned towards the capital and vowed to make Great Yang pay the price. He Lianying sat on horseback and lifted his head to look towards Ning Shu, who was standing on top of the city gates. She was wearing lightweight equestrian clothing again, and her hair was pulled up in a high ponytail as she looked down at him. Ning Shu narrowed her eyes as she watched He Lianying. She had a feeling she would see this guy again. They were originally husband and wife, so their involvement probably wouldn't end just like this. He Lianying extended his hand towards Ning Shu as if he could touch her despite the distance. Then he lightly kissed his fingers as if kissing Ning Shu. Following that, he smiled towards her before swinging his whip to turn his horse around and drive it forward. Ning Shu was creeped out by He Lianying's gesture and immediately returned to the prince's residence. Once the North Mongolian delegation left, Li Wen immediately appointed Shen Feng as Grand Marshal and sent troops towards the border. Everyone was aware that North Mongolia wouldn't give up just like this. Shen Feng was a general who was about 40 years old and had abundant battle experience. No one was surprised with this appointment. What had surprised them was the fact that Li Wen actually appointed Princess Xiaohui, Li Zushan, as left vanguard. It was an unprecedented move to allow a woman to go to war, so it naturally caused a tempest in court. There were waves of objections, but Li Wen had been able to shut these rotten scholars up with one sentence. "If you don't want Princess Xiaohui to go, then you guys can go. The court will be fine even without you guys." Li Wen seemed serious about having them. These weak civilian officials that didn't even have the strength to trust a chicken go to the border. He even seemed ready to have them pack and head there this instant. Those people immediately shrank back and became mutes. Once Ning Shu received the imperial edict with the appointment, she started packing her stuff. It was a must to prepare all the necessities. Zhao Hong helped Ning Shu organize everything, then asked, "Princess, are you really going to head to battle?" The imperial edict had already been sent out, so how could it not be real? She had overdone it with her boasting, and now she had to commit to her words. Ning Shu went to see Shen Feng first. He seemed to be especially opposed to Ning Shu joining the battle and simply said that the battlefield did not differentiate between gender. Ning Shu expressed that she would follow orders. However, Ning Shu hadn't expected to see Duan Xingyi there, and he was even next to Shen Feng. Ning Shu looked at him in surprise. Shen Feng noticed and explained, "Duan Xingyi is now this general's bodyguard. This general feels that Duan Xingyi is pretty capable." The only reason he lost the first time was because he didn't have guidance. Fine, the male lead Sama was just different. No matter where he went, there were influential people to help him. He even managed to become the Grand Marshal's bodyguard, so after this battle, he would definitely be credited with great meritorious service. Then there was his luck to add on. Was this guy about to revive? However, Ning Shu didn't say anything. When it came to matters involving one's nation, personal problems should be temporarily set aside. It is up to Marshal to decide, said Ning Shu. Xinghui, help me see the princess off, said Shen Feng to Duan Xinghui. Duan Xinghui cupped his fist towards Shen Feng before turning to Ning Shu. Princess Jiahui, please, this way? Ning Shu glanced at him indifferently, then turned and left. Duan Xinghui followed behind her and took in the way her long ponytail swayed with her refined and elegant movements. A while passed and Princess Zhouyi still didn't speak to him. When he saw that she was completely ignoring him, he suddenly felt frustrated and disappointed again. He had to acknowledge that Princess Jiahui was a very outstanding person, and this time they would be heading to the battlefield together. For some unknown reason, Duan Xinghui felt a bit of eagerness. PR, Princess. Duan Xinghui wanted to speak to Ning Shu, but the moment Ning Shu walked out of the general's residence, she jumped onto the horse and left without even glancing at him. Duan Xinghui's voice was left to disappear in the wind. Duan Xinghui had no other choice but to head back to Duan residence on horseback. Aya was very stirred up to learn that Duan Xinghui was heading to the battlefield again. To put it more precisely, she vehemently opposed it. Dear, did you forget how injured you were last time? Said Aya worriedly. It was so severe. Dear, don't go, all right? Duan Xinghui felt helpless and could only say, I'm a military man. Achievements and honor are my life. As a soldier, the battlefield should be my final resting ground. In any case, Aya continued to nag Duan Xinghui and tried to persuade him not to go to the battlefield. When she rescued Duan Xinghui, he had been covered in blood and seemed almost at his last breath. That scene had left too deep of an impression on her. There was also the fact that Duan Xinghui was the only person in the capital she was close to and could rely on. If Duan Xinghui left the capital, she would be all on her own. Just the thought of it terrified her. In Duan residence, Duan Xinghui was the only one that would approach her. Everyone else looked down on her. In addition, Yuan Dong always treated her cruelly and Madame Duan loathed her. As Aya became more and more scared, she also cowered more. The beautiful innocence she used to have was no longer visible. Due to Madame Duan's strict training, the first thing she would think about when doing anything was whether it complied with the rules. Whenever she made mistakes, those old female instructors would torment her with very creative means. Is it because you can't forget Princess Zhouyi? You're following after her because she's going to battle, aren't you? Do you dare to say it isn't because of her? Tears streamed down her face and washed away the cosmetics to reveal her dark skin, making distinct gorge-like lines on her face. Duan Xinghui closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, they were filled with disappointment as he said to her, "This has nothing to do with Princess Zhouyi. I've already lost my position as general, so I must go prove myself. Dear, things are pretty good the way they are. This way you don't have to risk your life." Arya pleaded with him as she sobbed. Duan Xinghui took a deep breath to suppress his anger. Inwardly, he was quite depressed. Arya didn't understand his great aspirations at all. Could it be that he should spend the rest of his life like this, without a single achievement to boast of? I must go this time. I've already accepted the Marshal's military order. Could it be that you want me to get beheaded? Duan Xinghui was already very annoyed now. What he used to view as Aya's purity now looked to him like immaturity. She didn't seem to understand the larger picture at all. I didn't understand what he wanted either. He wanted to stand up again with his own power, and heading to the battlefield was the best way to do so. Wealth and honor did not come without risks. Duan Xinghui only felt helplessness when he saw Aya's tears. The image of Princess Zhouyi's cold expression appeared in his mind. It seemed that he had never seen Princess Xiaoyi cry in front of him. She probably felt it beneath her dignity. They were both women, yet Princess Xiaoyi could be strong to the point she could head to the battlefield fearlessly. Meanwhile, Aya had become a timid daughter flower that clung to him. He remembered the first time he saw Yi. His first impression of her upon seeing her with wild flowers in her hands was that she was bright and pure. When she smiled towards him, he had felt that it was the most beautiful scene in the world. But there was no longer any hint of freedom in Aya now. To Duan Xinghui, it now seemed that it was actually Princess Xiaoyi who had always been bound by rules, who exhibited an unrestrained ease in her bearing. Duan Xinghui felt very tired, especially when he saw that Aya was still weeping endlessly. Ineffably, a phrase emerged in his heart, too tired to love any longer. When Madame Duan heard that her son was going to head to the battlefield again, she expressed strong approval. It was a must to obtain achievements in order to restore the Duan family's glory. However, she saw that Aya seemed very depressed and acted as if her son was heading off to kill himself. She immediately became angry and silently vowed to sort Aya out as soon as Duan Xinghui left. Aya trembled when she sensed Madame Duan's look, and she felt even more desolate. She looked towards Duan Xinghui with eyes filled with distress. However, Duan Xinghui didn't notice. He was too busy with preparing for the campaign. Aya felt as if she was soaked in icy water, all alone to sink into despair. Ning Shu was a little excited when it came time for the army to set off. She was dressed in full armor. Her hair had been cut short and pulled up into a bun beneath her helmet, and on her back was a red cloak that fluttered in the wind. Ning Shu looked at herself in the copper mirror and was very satisfied. Princess looks like a formidable general, praised Xiao Hong. You're probably the handsomest general. Little girl, you sure know how to talk. Ning Shu tapped the tip of Xiao Hong's nose, then said, This princess is leaving. Take good care of the princess residence. This servant will be waiting for princess to come back, said Xiao Hong, choking up a little. Princess must come back safely. As Ning Shu took in Xiao Hong's earnest gaze, a strange thought emerged in her head. Xiao Hong's manner was as if she was seeing off her husband who was going to the battlefield. Ning Shu immediately turned to take French leave. Lord, Ning Shu couldn't help but feel the urge to flee from this gaze. Princess, you have to come back safely. This servant will wait for you, a tilde. Xiao Hong shouted towards Ning Shu as she waved her handkerchief. Ning Shu almost fell down from her horse. She hastily tightened her grasp on the reins and rushed towards the military drill ground. The drill ground was silent and filled with a stern aura. Only the sound of the flapping flags could be heard. Every soldier was in armor and held a spear with a red tassel. The view of this orderly scene was awe-inspiring. The magnificent, imposing aura seemed to fill the sky. Upon seeing this, passion spilled out and filled Ning Shu's heart. For the first time, she came to understand the beauty in the cold, cruel warfare, for family, for the country, for the nation. She felt goosebumps all over from the passionate patriotism. These were her feelings, but also the original host's feelings. She rode over to Shen Feng's side. He was also wearing armor, and his slightly white beard made him look wise while also making him look like a hero that was past his prime. Ning Shu noticed that Duan Xinghui was next to him. From the looks of it, Shen Feng favored Duan Xinghui a lot. Duan Xinghui was in armor as well, and it made him seem sharp and valiant, full of vibrant beauty. It was no wonder the original host had fallen in love with him. Duan Xinghui was truly a sight to behold when he was on horseback. As expected, the world's favorite was special. Shen Feng nodded towards Ning Shu in greeting since this wasn't a good time to speak. Ning Shu also only glanced over Duan Xinghui before turning her gaze elsewhere. Duan Xinghui wanted to greet her, but saw that she treated him like a complete stranger. His heart squeezed with anger and helplessness. Boom! Boom! The strong, deep booms of the drums resounded throughout the drill ground. The rhythm of the drums seemed to sync the soldiers' heartbeats, causing them to become more and more excited. Following that, there was a cry of His Majesty has arrived. Then Li Wen walked onto the stage. Li Wen was wearing a black robe embroidered with gold dragons and the rightful emperor's 12 tassels crown on his head. A veil made with sewn-together dragon pearls swayed slightly with his movements and covered his face, making him seem incomparably noble. He gave off a majestic aura as if he ruled the whole world from above. The moment Li Wen appeared, the atmosphere became more solemn and austere. Everyone held their breath in anticipation. When they saw Li Wen, there was a wave of clattering as the soldiers uniformly knelt down on one knee and shouted, "Long live the Emperor!" Men with power and purpose had unsurpassable charm. In this moment, as thousands focused their gazes upon him, Li Wen became the world's center. Even Duan Xinghui, this male lead, became inferior in front of Li Wen, out of the corner of her eye. Ning Shu saw that Duan Xinghui was looking at the emperor in dazed awe and envy. Li Wen roused the soldiers' spirits with a passionate speech until they cheered, eager to leap onto the battlefield right now. Ning Shu's lips twitched. She hadn't expected for Li Wen, who was usually taciturn, to be capable of galvanizing people to the point that they would face death so enthusiastically. She could tell that Li Wen was serious about punishing North Mongolia. Just the cost of army provisions for a 200,000-troop army was shockingly high, but he invested it for the sake of teaching those North Mongolian bandits a lesson. As Li Wen gave his resounding speech, the tempo of the drums gradually sped up and mixed with the soldiers' cheers, until the entire capital vibrated with this sound. Jue, Li Wen beckoned Ning Shu. She immediately jumped off the horse and walked to Li Wen, kneeling down on one knee. She cupped her fist and shouted, "This sister subject greets imperial older brother." Li Wen put the little gray ball on Ning Shu's shoulder. As Ning Shu looked towards him in surprise, Li Wen folded his hands behind his back and said, "This little guy is very sensitive towards danger. We've tried feeding it a poisoned cake, but it refused to eat for the life of it. When we tried to throw it into a pit of snakes, it immediately scampered off. Ning Shu, PFF. Let it go with you, it'll probably be useful." Li Wen reached out and gave her a hard clap on the shoulder. It was seriously really hard. Her shoulder slanted from the force. "Come back alive." Ning Shu's nose stung and she almost cried. This was probably the original host's emotions. Even Ning Shu could sense that though Li Wen seemed very cold, he still harbored sibling affection towards the original host. Her voice was a little nasally as she said, Imperial older brother, make sure to take good care of yourself as well. One's health is everything. One can only achieve a lot if one has good health. Only then will you be able to fulfill your dream of creating a golden age." Li Wen's expression was a bit complicated as he said, "Go now." The little gray ball squeaked nonstop and hastily jumped back onto Li Wen. It was clear it didn't. To want to part with Li Wen as it clung onto Li Wen's clothing with its tiny claws and squeaked continuously. Ning Shu was speechless. Li Wen had tormented it that way, but it actually didn't want to leave. She became annoyed and walked over to grab the little gray ball. The little gray ball continued squeaking even in Ning Shu's hand. That sound was so mournful those who heard felt sympathetic heartache, and those who saw would cry. As the troops headed towards the gates, Ning Shu rode on horseback and looked at the citizens and family members that had come to send the army off. They were crying as they gazed towards the soldiers with worry and hope. It was very solemn and stirring. Seeing this, Ning Shu was starting to understand why Li Wen wished to build a peaceful golden age for the common people. It was just that this golden age would require continuous struggle and would be established on top of the blood and bones of the dead. It was, of course, in hopes that there would be peace, security, and happiness. Ning Shu spotted Erya, Yuan Dong, and Madame Duan in the crowd. Yuan Dong had a lot of pearl ornaments in her hair and looked like the image of a wealthy married woman. However, she looked very depressed. Duan Xinghui had probably only paid attention to his true love and left Yuan Dong to wilt. Duan Xinghui had also spotted his mother and the person he loved in the crowd. However, for some reason, he felt the urge to first glance towards Ning Shu. When he found that her expression was indifferent and unconcerned, He inwardly sighed in relief, even as his heart filled with indescribable disappointment and bitterness. It can only be said that things one couldn't obtain were viewed as precious. In the original storyline, when Jia Yu insisted on being together with Duan Xinghui loathed her as if she was dog skin plaster that wouldn't come off. Now that she wasn't paying attention to him, Duan Xinghui felt frustrated and started acting unreasonable. If Ning Shu found out, she would only lift a middle finger and remark that the word scum wasn't tea enough to describe him. It took 4 hours for the entire army to leave the capital. As of now, the sun was already very high in the sky and the weather was quite warm. It was especially warm to the people wearing armor since the armor blocked the biting cold wind. Ning Shu glanced back and saw that the soldiers behind her were dripping with sweat. It was to the point their tan faces seemed to glow and waves of steam rose from them. "Princess, should we set up camp?" asked Shen Feng. Ning Shu could tell from Shen Feng's expression that he didn't want to set up camp, as speed was precious in war. He only asked because had to take into account Princess Zhao Yi's status. Ning Shu shook her head and said, "Marshal Shen has the highest authority. Zhu Hui should comply with military rules and will obey all of Marshal's decisions. If they set up camp right after they left the capital, how long would it take for them to reach North Mongolia?" "Soldiers, we're speeding up," shouted Shen Moru. After he gave this command, the soldiers holding the flags waved the yellow banners to transmit this message. Shen Feng did not worry about Ning Shu being a female again and led the army in the strictest fashion. The march continued all the way until night, then they set up camp. Ning Shu could finally relax once she was sitting alone in a simple tent. She was a female after all, and the nation's princess too. There was no reason for her to sleep in the same tent as those men. However, her meals were the same as those of normal soldiers. Ning Shu wasn't too picky and ate the meal of coarse cornbread mixed in vegetable and meat soup without complaint. After all, she would only have the strength to fight if her stomach remained full. Still, this situation was quite something. For the sake of completing the task, she actually had to don armor and go on the battlefield. Ning Shu's heart pounded with anxiety even now. As for the little gray ball, it had been depressed ever since it left the capital and kept giving Ning Shu sullen looks. Even after Ning Shu gave half of her food to the little gray ball, it still sat with its butt facing her and gazed up towards the sky sadly. Ning Shu was speechless. What exactly was this little thing doing? It really missed Li Wen this much? The little gray ball seemed much more human-like than before. After Ning Shu finished eating, she got some water in order to wash up. However, it wasn't easy. It was to be expected. There was no way it'd be easy for a woman to wash up in the middle of a bunch of men. What surprised her was the fact that someone actually bumped into her tent in the middle of the night. It seemed to be intentional, and it wasn't just one person that did it either. Ning Shu smiled coldly. As expected, women were always in disadvantageous positions. If anything ended up happening to her, they would just say that she had died in battle. She felt that the best course of action was to punish one of them as an example. Otherwise, lusty people with more guts would show up in the future. These people didn't go too far though, probably because they were worried about the fact that Ning Shu was a princess. In addition, most of these people were still only middle-ranking military officers without that much power. Ning Shu vowed to definitely make them choke on their own bloody teeth one day. During the march the next day, Duan Xinghui came up beside Ning Shu by horseback and asked her, "Princess, are you all right?" From the start, Ning Shu was in a bad mood, so when she heard this question, she felt that Duan Xinghui was taking schadenfreude in her situation and replied coldly, "Guard Duan, why did you expect this general not to be all right?" Duan Xinghui was also aware that there were some soldiers among them with impure motives. However, he felt that was only natural for this bunch of men to start getting lusty with a woman among them. He had come over here because he had been worried about her, yet she had rudely accused him of expecting something to happen to her. Duan Xinghui was stifled with anger. He was just worrying about her. Why was she looking at him with such a weary gaze? Princess Zhao Yi's attitude towards him had changed so fast. It made the time when she liked him seem almost like a dream. Having been embarrassed in this exchange, Duan Xingwei turned his horse around and headed back to Grand Marshal Shen Feng's side. The army continued advancing. Once the period got long, Ning Shu found it a little trying to keep going. It was near 10 days into the march, and during this time her thighs had already been rubbed raw from the friction. When she finally couldn't endure it anymore, she sewed some soft cushions for herself and tied them onto her legs to relieve the pain. Meanwhile, some of the soldiers seemed to be getting increasingly daring as they probed for Ning Shu's bottom line. Some people had an even more preposterous idea, which was to treat Princess Yehui as a comfort woman. When Ning Shu found out, she just gave a cold laugh. Then she proceeded to thrash the faces of everyone who approached her tent, regardless of who it was. Seeming to finally realize how violent Ning Shu was, most of the soldiers no longer dared to stroll around in front of her tent. There was a chance of getting thrashed even if they were just passing by. Hence, the area around Ning Shu's tent practically became a dead zone. Ning Shu expressed that she was very happy with this. These people were all scum. They only knew fear if you beat it into them. As the march continued, the scenery around them became increasingly desolate. There were large expanses of fields, but no farmers to cultivate them. Even fields that had crops had been trampled beyond recognition. The Huns and Tartars treated the citizens living on the border of Great Yang as fat sheep. They came to harvest them whenever their fur got nice and long. Even in winter when there were no grains, they still came to plunder. Ning Shu was enraged. The Huns and Tartars were tall and strong, yet all they knew was to rob rather than use their natural endowments to work hard. Shen Feng's expression was also pained as he stroked his slightly white beard and looked around. Sighing, he said, "Life truly isn't easy for the citizens that live at the border." Shen Feng had yet to see how terrible life truly was for the citizens that had been captured by the Tartars. He had yet to see how malnourished and sickly those poor citizens quickly became as they toiled in the Tartars' place. Meanwhile, those Tartars would just drink alcohol and whip those slaves as a pastime. Rage surged in Ning Shu's heart, and she felt the urge to charge right over to the Huns and fight them. The closer they got to the border, the heavier the soldiers' hearts became. The villages here were also desolate, with barely anyone around. In addition, the closer they got to the border, the more severe the desertification became. Shen Feng found a remote village to set up camp in. There were only old and sickly people along with some poverty-stricken children in this village. They barely had a few scraps of cotton as clothing, which simply wasn't enough to keep them warm at all. Hence, their lips were slightly purple from cold. When the villagers saw the troops, fear and despair emerged on their faces. Even though these troops didn't wear the attire of the Huns, the villagers were still scared. Soldiers tended to seize provisions as they passed through villages, so it was no wonder these citizens would be so distressed. Ning Shu felt bad for them and said to Shen Feng, "Marshal, I think it's best if we don't enter the village. We shouldn't disturb the citizens." Shen Feng took in the way these people were trembling with fear, then gave the order to set up camp at a location near the village. In addition, he gave an order prohibiting the soldiers from disturbing the citizens. Ning Shu sat down in her tent and took off the cushions that were tied around her legs. After marching for such a long time, the saddle had already rubbed her thighs raw. It was thanks to having these cushions that the condition of her thighs hadn't gotten worse. She sprinkled some medicinal powder over the red areas. Suddenly, she seemed to hear the sound of a girl screaming for help. She hastily exited the tent. Outside, the sun was setting. She could faintly hear the sound of horse hooves. Ning Shu climbed onto a tree to look around and saw that there were about 20 Huns on horseback chasing after a running woman for sport. All of the men had heartless smiles on their faces as they played this cruel game of cat and mouse. Ning Shu was furious. She jumped off the tree and headed straight towards the largest tent. Entering the tent, she said, "Marshal, I discovered traces of Tartars ahead. I hope Marshal can assign this general a squadron of soldiers." When Shen Feng heard this, he asked the high-ranking officers in the tent, "Who is willing to go with the left vanguard?" Princess Jiaoyi's status was only below Shen Feng's, but none of these men were willing to be under the command of a woman. When Ning Shu saw their attitudes, she swung her whip and said, "Come with this princess, or this princess will whip you to death." Duan Xinghui was the first to step out. Then Shen Feng assigned about 100 people to Ning Shu, and they started heading towards that direction. When they reached the Huns had already caught the woman and ripped apart her clothing. The Huns encircled this woman with obscene smiles, and their laughter mixed with the sound of the woman's angry and panicked shouts. Ning Shu was so angry steam was practically rising from her head. She drove her horse over and whipped the man that was on top of the woman. That man was in the process of lifting his spear when the whip struck his back. He felt a burst of pain, then numbness all over. Ning Shu's lash had injured the man's vertebra, and for a moment he was immobilized. Everyone was shocked by this sudden development and stared dumbstruck at the person who had swung the whip. Ning Shu took advantage of this moment to lean down, grab the woman's elbow, and pull her up onto the horse. The woman looked at Ning Shu blankly and seemed to feel herself sink into Ning Shu's clear, cold eyes. When the Tartars saw that their spoils of war had been snatched away, they immediately started shouting furiously. The Huns had always been successful in all their endeavors here at the border and had never encountered an event like this before. Ning Shu took off her red cloak and draped it over the woman. The woman seemed lost in shock up until the moment the cloak was draped over her. Upon feeling that sensation, she shivered, then lowered her head. The troops caught up with Ning Shu in just a few moments. When Duan Xinghui saw the Huns, he looked as angry as if he was facing a personal sworn enemy. Last time he had fallen into these Huns' scheme and even lost his position as general due to it. At first, the Huns were angrily shouting some things that Ning Shu couldn't understand, but when they saw that so many people had appeared, one of the Huns stammered in the language of Great Yang, You guys aren't the border guards?" All the soldiers stationed at the border had already been traumatized by them and would avoid them as much as possible. This was the main reason they were able to act so recklessly on Great Yang's land. In the end, the Tartar was whipped to death by the woman. Perhaps it was due to Ning Shu's bad example, or perhaps it was because the woman hated the Tartar that tried to violate her to the bone, but she aimed the first lash straight for his down there. This was a man's weakest part. To a man, getting whipped in this area was pretty much equivalent to losing half his life. Thus, all the men present felt a chill near their crotch. Upon seeing the tragic bloody sight of what was left of the Tartar, even the soldiers of Great Yang felt terrified. Only when the Tartar died did the woman burst out crying. She sobbed heartbreakingly and cried out for her mom and dad. After a while, she wiped away her tears and walked to Ning Shu before falling to her knees and offering up the whip with both hands. Due to this movement, the cloak lifted and revealed some of her skin. However, all the men quickly lowered their heads, not daring to look. The event earlier had destroyed all the lust they had. Ning Shu took the whip and looked at the woman in front of her. Her skin was slightly dark, characteristic of people living near the border, and her hair was very thick. She couldn't be said to be very beautiful, but her thick eyebrows made her appear to have a very firm and persistent personality. "General, please let me follow you and go into battle to kill the Tartars," the woman requested. "I no longer have any place to go. The Tartars have killed my family and destroyed my home." Ning Shu reached out and pulled her onto the horse before asking, "What's your name?" "You can stay with me from now on." This servant, this commoner, this humble. The woman couldn't figure out how to refer to herself and her face flushed. "You can just call yourself this servant. From now on, you will be serving me, so you can call me Princess." Actually, Ning Shu had been wanting to have a woman with her. It would make things much more convenient. "Princess?" The woman looked at Ning Shu in astonishment. It was clear she hadn't expected for a nation's princess to actually come to the border and fight in war. This servant begs Princess to grant this servant a name. Princess saved this servant's life, so this servant's life belongs to Princess. The woman declared with conviction. Her voice was solemn and resolute. A smile appeared on Ning Shu's face, who said that women couldn't compare to men. Perhaps they couldn't compare to men in physical strength, but a woman's tenaciousness shouldn't be underestimated. "From now on, you will serve me. I grant you the name Chai Sang." Ning Shu was pretty happy. She finally had followers of her own. Even if it was just one person, this person belonged completely to her. Earlier, when she wanted to lead people here, not a single person had paid heed to her. These men all looked down on women. Even though she was a princess, due to her gender, they viewed her simply as a woman. They believed that all women should just stay home and raise kids, and that the battlefield was the playground for men. Saisang respected Ning Shu a lot. She went to the side to change, but when she came back, she didn't just sit with Ning Shu and instead walked beside her to lead the horse for her. Capture these Tartars and bring them back for interrogation. They're probably scouts. Ning Shu gave the command with cold indifference. She had to keep up this act of being cold and unfeeling perfectly. In reality, acting cool wasn't easy at all. Just as Ning Shu turned her horse around and was about to head back to camp, she heard the sound of horse hooves. From the sound of it, there were quite a lot of people. Her expression turned serious, and she instructed Duan Xinghui, "Hurry and shoot a signal flare." Duan Xinghui immediately pulled out a signal flare and shot it into the sky where it exploded. A group of Tartars soon arrived. Their imposing aura was extremely strong, and their large horses kicked up a huge storm of dust as they galloped in this direction. The imposing sight caused the soldiers of Great Yang to panic, and fear appeared on their faces. Ning Shu shouted, "What are you panicking for? Stand at attention. No matter the situation of a battle, the troops must maintain orderly ranks and give off an imposing aura." Ning Shu narrowed her eyes at the person leading the Tartars. She could only say that the path of enemies was narrow. At the very front of the group of Tartars was the second prince, He Lianying. Second prince. The captured Tartars immediately started shouting excitedly when they saw He Lianying. Then they looked towards Ning Shu with smug and malicious expressions. Ning Shu simply swung her whip. It made a sharp, ear-piercing sound as it cut through the air and instantly silenced the Tartars. When the soldiers of Great Yang saw that Princess Jiaoyu had been able to scare the Tartars to the point they trembled with a single swing of her whip, they stood more confidently with their chest out, causing their aura to strengthen. He Lianying was wearing animal leather that revealed part of his chest, making him look even more coarse and wild than he had appeared at the capital. From head to toe, he emitted a seductive unruliness. He Lianying first took a look at the scout on the ground that had been whipped beyond recognition, and an unclear dark light flashed through his eyes. Following that, he looked towards Ning Shu, who was in full body armor. "You shouldn't have done that." He Lianying's tone was very languid but also low and dangerous. "You refused the peace marriage with me, and now even led troops to battle. Princess Jiahui, you've truly exceeded my expectations. Only a woman like you is worthy to be my wife." He Lianying extended his hand in her direction and made a snatching motion. Giving her a darkly charming smile, he continued, "You should just be good and agree to the marriage. What's the point in coming here and tormenting yourself? You've killed a warrior of my North Mongolia, so I'll just have your soldiers make up for it. For the death of one warrior, I'll have 100 troops and 100 citizens slaughtered. If you kill 2, I'll kill 500 soldiers." He Lianying bared his teeth in a savage grin. His voice was carried by the cold wind into everyone's ears, and they involuntarily shivered. "Princess Jiaoyu, come with me." He Lianying looked at Ning Shu. "If you leave with me, I'll let this group go." "Princess, please allow me to duel him," requested Duan Xingyi angrily. "Move back," berated Ning Shu. Duan Xingyi looked unwillingly towards He Lianying again as he backed down. "That means you won't come with me now." A smile that contained some joy appeared on He Lianying's face as he extended his hand towards Ning Shu. "You're the first woman to gain my appreciation, and also the one most suitable to be my woman." Ning Shu really wanted to spit in his face. Such an arrogant tone, he sure thought highly of himself. Ning Shu gave a cold laugh, then swung her whip towards the lower body of a captured Tartar, and whipped him to death. Her movements had been too fast. Even He Lianying was stunned for a moment. Following that, he tightened his fist around his reins and looked at Ning Shu with a dark and sinister expression. "Princess Jiaoyu, I'd advise you not to provoke me." Even the soldiers of Great Yong were looking towards Ning Shu in astonishment and awe. Ning Shu ignored He Lianying's irked expression and said, "This is the result of humiliating the women of my Great Yong. I'll whip to death every offender. You bandits have seized the foodstuff belonging to our Great Yong and plundered the homes of our people. If I don't whip people like you to death, I don't deserve to be the princess of Great Yong." The phrase, "no sense of propriety, justice, integrity, and honor," was made to describe bastards like you. This princess will not agree to the peace marriage, even if the consequence is death. He Lianying, who do you think you are? You think you're good enough for this princess? Could it be that you North Mongolians don't even have copper mirrors to look at your own moral conducts with? If you don't have copper mirrors, then just take a leak and look at yourself in that. I don't get where you get the confidence to act as if you were on top of the world. Ning Shu was happy to finally get to curse. Every time she saw He Lianying's attitude of, "I'm a big shot, you're lucky that this big shot took a fancy to you," she would feel speechless. She felt that he was a total fool. Those Tartars were so pissed by Ning Shu's remark that every single one of them glared at her as if they wanted to eat her alive. Ning Shu simply sneered, but inwardly she was also cursing crap. What exactly was Shen Feng doing? Why was he still not here when this place was only a few steps away? Ning Shu's heart sank a little. If she made it back alive this time, she definitely had to sort those people out. Otherwise, events like this would occur again. Fierce anger had also appeared on He Lianying's face when he heard this, and he said coldly, "Princess Jiahui, does the fact that you, purposefully provoking me, mean that you no longer care about the soldiers behind you?" Ning Shu laughed coldly. Of course this princess can't care. After all, even if they were to die, it would only be after this princess died in front of them. He Lianying, don't you think you've been acting too arrogantly to treat the soil of Great Yong as your own backyard? The only thing Ning Shu could do right now was send verbal slaps. They had no hope fighting right now since it was a cavalry versus an infantry. If they fought, they would face instant KO. Princess Jiahui, it's not that this prince is arrogant, nor is it that the warriors of our North Mongolia are arrogant. It has that the soldiers of your Great Yong are all cowards who freeze at the sight of our North Mongolian warriors. They don't have a single bit of courage. Towards a country made of people like this prince can only laugh. If you're laughing, Ning Shu inwardly cursed. He Lianying's words made all the citizens of Great Yong feel extremely humiliated, and they glared at him. "Princess, please give this general the command to fight," said Duan Xinghui with a determined expression. Ning Shu was speechless. Was it even possible to win if they fought in this situation? Could it be that all battles were solo battles? "You want to go up and fight alone?" asked Ning Shu in a small voice. When Ning Shu leaned over closer to him to ask him this, for some reason Duan Xinghui felt his heart abruptly speed up. He lifted his chest higher and said, "Allow this general to duel the enemy's leader first." If the order really was individual duels, then a group melee. He Lianying saw that Ning Shu was chatting nonstop with the man, not seeming to mind this situation at all, and became annoyed. He shouted coldly, "Princess Jiahui, what are you shouting for? Can't you see that we're discussing something right now?" Snapped Ning Shu, sounding slightly annoyed. He Lianying lifted his hand, and the Tartars behind him immediately moved to surround Ning Shu's group. The soldiers of Great Yong had their backs against each other as they faced the Tartars solemnly with spear in hand. Ning Shu's expression turned cold as she looked towards He Lianying. He Lianying was sitting on his horse in a relaxed manner and watching Ning Shu. When she looked over, he smiled smugly and asked, "Princess Jiahui, have you made your decision?" A betrothed becomes a wife, an Elipur becomes a concubine. He Lianying, you want me to go with you. If this princess does, what will this princess's status be? Ning Shu had no choice but to pretend to consider He Lianying's offer. "Princess!" Duan Xinghui couldn't stop himself from crying out. Ning Shu ignored him. Shen Feng still wasn't here. He really didn't respect her, this princess, at all. "You'll naturally be this princess consort." This prince's land, livestock, and servants will all belong to you. He Lianing's voice was enticing to hear. However, Ning Shu really wanted to just spit in his face. What did she not have in Great Yang for her to have a need for He Lianing's things? Just in regards to land, the territory she'd been bestowed was much larger compared to He Lianing's land. He Lianying, this princess has always wanted to fight with you. Let's see if you have the ability to make this princess go with you. Ning Shu gave a cold laugh. Have your subordinates stand back and let's fight. Ning Shu knew that this duel was a must, not only for the sake of keeping up the morale of the soldiers, but also to stop this body from being afraid of He Lianying. This body would reflexively tremble from simply a glimpse of He Lianying. Ning Shu gritted her teeth. She had to prove to herself that He Lianying wasn't undefeatable. She'd still have to fight He Lianying many times in the future. Could it be that she'd have to do it every time while trembling? Ning Shu stroked the whip at her waist, then said to He Lianying, "Let's duel." He Lianying looked at Ning Shu with a very indulgent gaze, as if he was looking at a naughty pet of his that was trying to scratch someone with its claws. "As you wish. Does that mean you'll be coming with this prince if you lose?" He Lianying's lips were hooked in a smile. "This prince is very interested in you." With a shout, Ning Shu drove her horse forward and swung her whip at He Lianying. She had used all her strength in this swing, but he easily dodged it by leaning away. Ning Shu had to fight while suppressing her body's trembling. He Lianying had originally planned to just tease Ning Shu a bit, but he saw that she was completely serious and merciless with her attacks. He had no choice but to also become serious. He drew out his broadsword from his waist and used it to block Ning Shu's sharp whip. Duan Xinghui watched nervously from the side with his lips pressed weirdly together. His eyes tightly followed after her figure. When he noticed that He Lianying was looking at Princess Zhouhe with a very bright gaze, his heart became uncomfortable, very uncomfortable. He Lianying left. The sound was low and full of savage seductiveness. He caught Ning Shu's whip with his sword, then reached out and pulled on it, making Ning Shu fall towards him. Ning Shu? She was disgusted to feel the hand around her waist. It felt like a caterpillar had landed on her skin. She tried to struggle free, but couldn't, her nose filled with his unruly and wild scent. "Let go of this princess," demanded Ning Shu coldly. He Lianying took in her cold gaze. It was icy but clear, like the snow lotus that swayed in the wind on top of a frosty mountain. "Naughty little wildcat," murmured He Lianying as he tightened his arm around her waist. Was he trying to disgust her to death? He Lianying, this bastard, was definitely the biggest barrier that was preventing her from completing this task. "You damn Tartar." "Let go of Princess Zhouhe," Duan Xinghui shouted, looking furious and worried. He Lianying didn't bother to pay attention to Duan Xinghui and simply continued looking at Ning Shu. Ning Shu gave a cold laugh, then lifted her leg to kick He Lianying down there. He Lianying clamped Ning Shu's leg with his thighs, making it so she couldn't even bulge. Then he lowered his head to get a closer look at her rapidly changing expressions. Ning Shu was furious from the humiliation. The heavens granted men strong bodies, yet they used this strength on women. What kind of conduct was that? He Lianying was oppressing her through pure strength. Ning Shu took a deep breath and silently reminded herself that she had practiced the unsurpassable martial arts. Then she abruptly lifted her knee and stomped down towards He Lianying's down there. Ning Shu had been planning to kick him impotent, but He Lianying quickly dodged. However, due to this, he loosened his hold on Ning Shu and she immediately swung her whip towards him. He Lianying wasn't able to react fast enough and the tip of the whip hit him. He immediately felt scorching pain come from his arm. His facial color instantly turned a bit pale and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Ning Shu jumped back onto her horse and turned to look at him. When she saw his condition, she couldn't help but ask with a pleased smirk, "How does it feel? Doesn't it feel wonderful? This princess's whip has been soaked in hot pepper and has had a little extra something added to it. How does the poison feel?" He Lianying's handsome brows furrowed slightly, and his face twitched, But then he grinned towards Ning Shu. This prince finds this flavor delightful. Ning Shu's eyelids jumped. This Hu Liaoning was seriously a pervert, to be able to still joke with her in this sort of situation. Second prince? When the people behind Hu Liaoning heard Ning Shu say that her whip was poisonous, they became worried. All of them glared at Ning Shu and cursed at her. Despicable great young woman. These Tartars actually had the face to call her shameless. No matter how shameless she was, she couldn't compare to how shameless these plunderers were. They were like thieving mice. What right did they have to call other people shameless? Hu Liaoning didn't bother to address his subordinates' worries and continued looking towards Ning Shu. He licked his lips in a manner that seemed both charming and feral, then commanded, "Apart from Jiahui, kill them all. Understood?" Ning Shu's expression turned serious, and she raised her voice, say, "Soldiers, the Tartars have been trampling the soil of our nation and humiliating our wives and daughters. We must drive these bandits off our soil to protect our nation, to protect our wives and children. Protect our nation." A low and unified chant filled with solemn conviction rang out. The soldiers' expressions became resolute. As they looked towards Princess Jiahu, who was holding a whip in front of them, they felt hot blood course into their heart. Hu Liaoning was also watching Ning Shu. "Do you really think that these people can defeat this prince's troops? Jiahui, come with this prince. This prince will give you incomparable glory. You will become this prince's woman for this entire lifetime. You will be this prince's only woman." Ning Shu gave a cold laugh and swung her whip towards the neck of a Tartar that was rushing towards her. The Tartar's neck immediately streamed with blood, and after a second of struggle, he stopped breathing. "Hu Liaoning, this princess is the princess of Great Yang. Great Yang will naturally give this princess glory and honor. Even if this princess were to die, it would be on the soil of Great Yang. You want this princess to go with you. Just keep dreaming," sneered Ning Shu. Hu Liaoning shook his head. His gaze was filled with strange gentleness as he looked at her. "This prince just loves it when you act this way. You seem to be even more wild than the women of North Mongolia." Ning Shu SN. This bastard's ability to ignore other people as words a little too good. All around were the sounds of blades clashing. Fresh blood streamed as swords cut through flesh, and countless people gave their last cries in agony. Ning Shu clenched her teeth. Out of the corner of her eye, she could see the Tartar horses trample over the corpses of great young soldiers. Indescribable sorrow and hatred arose in Ning Shu's heart, and she rushed towards the oncoming stream of Tartars, sending her whip flying towards their faces. The barbs caught on their skin and even ripped some of their eyes out. "Forward, forward." Finally, the sound of distant horse hooves came. The long-awaited rescue group had finally arrived. A great young general came leading troops. When he saw all the corpses on the ground, he immediately shouted, "Prepare for battle!" Hu Liaoning hadn't brought a lot of soldiers. When he saw the newcomers, he briefly glanced towards Ning Shu, who was so covered with blood that only her bright eyes were visible, then said to his troops, "Return." The Tartars quickly moved back behind Hu Liaoning and stood confronting the soldiers of Great Yang. Ning Shu wiped at the blood on her face. Even her nose was filled with the heavy, disgusting stench of blood. She didn't dare to be careless and keep her eyes on Hu Liaoning. Her hand was trembling slightly as she gripped her whip. Hu Liaoning smiled towards Ning Shu nonchalantly. Although he was clearly injured, the only visible indication of it was that his face was slightly pale. Other than that, he didn't seem to be in pain at all. He sure was fierce. He was so harsh even towards himself. Hu Liaoning pointed towards the captured Tartars and said lightly, "Release our North Mongolian warriors." Ning Shu was provoked to laughter. Didn't he know the situation he was in? She couldn't help but ask, what if this princess refuses? What does it matter if the soldiers of your North Mongolia are strong? Our Great Yang will just use 10 lives to exchange for the life of one of you Tartars. If 10 won't work, then we'll use 100. Hu Liaoning's pupils dilated for a moment, then he burst out laughing. During this time, as he had been watching Ning Shu, His gaze had been becoming brighter and brighter. In the end, he laughed. This laugh actually contained a tone of appreciation. Lianying rubbed his lip with his finger. Who would have imagined that a person with unyielding character like this existed in a flourishing place where people lived in drunken stupor? Not even the border generals of Great Yang dare to speak to this prince this way. Yahui, you shouldn't have been born in Great Yang. You're a woman that should be galloping through the plains. Ning Shu simply sneered. Currently, Ning Shu wasn't sure if she would be able to complete this task. When it came to a collision between nations, individuals were truly too insignificant. However, no matter what, she must help the original host get free from this man. Although she had managed to get out of the peace marriage, this man, Lianying, ended up fixating on her. When he had married the original host, he had treated her inhumanly. Now he actually wanted her to leave with him. That was practically throwing Great Yang, throwing Li Wen's face on the ground and stomping on it. If your country's princess ran off with the enemy as prince, and it was even right after a humiliating peace marriage had been proposed, Ning Shu sneered, "Your North Mongolia is a place where monarchs don't act befitting of their status. Lianying, whatever hole you rolled out from, just roll back in there." Scram! Lianying's face turned increasingly pale, and when he heard what Ning Shu said at the end, he was so angry he coughed up blood. Of course, how could a person as shameless as Lianying be angered to the point of coughing blood? It was the poison taking effect. You really did use poison. Lianying wiped at the black blood at the corner of his mouth. Ning Shu spread out her hands and shrugged innocently. Lianying fixed his gaze on Ning Shu's face and examined it inch by inch. This princess is really scared, Ning Shu patted her chest. This princess just likes the way you look when you be driven crazy by frustration, but still not able to obtain this princess. Let's go! Lianying coughed up another mouthful of blood as he commanded the North Mongolian soldiers to retreat. Lianying turned his horse around and prepared to leave, giving up on the captured Tartars. Ning Shu laughed coldly. Did you think that you were free to come and go as you please on the soil of Great Yang? She grabbed her bow and arrow, and with a pull, drew the bow into the shape of a full moon. The tip of the arrow gleamed with cold light as it pointed towards Lianying's back. She released the bowstring, and the arrow flew straight towards Lianying. However, he immediately dropped down flat on top of his horse, and the arrow flew past above him to pierce into the tree trunk ahead. Lianying looked at the arrow on the tree trunk, then couldn't stop himself from turning back to glance at Ning Shu. She was sitting up tall on her horse, and her cold gaze was filled with murderous intent. Ning Shu was a little disappointed to have failed to kill Lianying. As they say, scourges live past 1,000. It really would have been unrealistic for Lianying to die so easily. The original host and Lianying were probably destined to be involved with each other since in their last lifetime, they had even gotten married. How could the ties of destiny possibly be broken that easily? Ning Shu stopped thinking about it and turned around to say coldly, "Clean up the battlefield and record the names of all the soldiers that died in battle. Evaluate their merit and reward them accordingly. Give their families 3 times the compensation." Ning Shu looked towards the corpses on the ground. Some had been trampled beyond recognition by the horses, and some bodies had even been split in 2, exposing the entrails which were still warm. The dusty soil was dyed by blood and turned into clumps of black as the blood dried. The stench of blood hovering over this battlefield was so heavy it caused people to feel dizzy. War was cruel. The corners of Ning Shu's eyes felt a bit hot. She smiled coldly as she looked towards the general who'd arrived so late. When he noticed Ning Shu's gaze, he stiffened and immediately shifted his gaze away. Following that, he cupped his fist towards Ning Shu in salute and asked, "Princess, what about these Tartars?" The heads of Tartars can be exchanged for military merits. That general's gaze was glowing as he looked at the Tartars. He had come late and he still wanted to snatch credit. Ning Shu was currently very annoyed with the generals of Great Yang. It was no wonder the Tartars were able to do as they please on the nation's soil. If they had so much energy to scheme, why didn't they use it to fight the Tartars? Ning Shu looked at him coldly and said, This princess will cripple whomever that dares to touch these Tartars. So, you want merit? This general doesn't dare. That general hastily lowered his head. Ning Shu was not just a princess. She was also the left vanguard, so her status was higher than his even in military rank. Discontent and unhappiness born of having to lower his head to a woman emerged in his heart. However, Ning Shu didn't care what these people thought and shouted, "Return to camp." The woman Ning Shu had rescued. Sai Sang followed after Ning Shu on horseback, her eyes shining brightly. When they got back to camp, Ning Shu had the soldiers bring the 20 Tartars to the stage in the middle of the campgrounds. The Tartars had probably gotten too used to doing as they pleased at the borders of Great Yang, since even though they were scared to face the soldiers below, they were still confident that the people of Great Yang wouldn't dare to kill them. Thus, they even looked towards the soldiers with provocative expressions. Ning Shu headed inside the main tent and knelt down on one knee to salute Shen Feng. Following that, she reported the situation, including the fact that the military officer was slow in coming, showing that he didn't care about the lives of his comrades. That officer's expression immediately darkened, and he glared at Ning Shu angrily. Ning Shu just gave a cold laugh and rubbed the whip at her waist in response. How were they supposed to fight with such complete lack of unity? Power must be pulled together and unified, but it was inevitable for there to be some mice shit mixed in. Ning Shu felt that she had to establish her prestige in order to stop these people that thought themselves to be men from looking down on her just because she was a woman. She killed the chicken to warn the monkey, with the chicken being those Tartars. Ning Shu ignored that officer's blame-filled glare and walked onto the stage, declaring coldly, "The Tartars have harmed our siblings, kill. The Tartars have trampled our land, kill." All the soldiers below lifted their spears as they chanted, scaring the Tartars on the stage pale. When they saw Ning Shu walk over with whip in hand, they were immediately scared out of their wits and started talking rapidly in their native language. Ning Shu gave a cold laugh, then swung her whip towards the Tartar's lower body. The securely tied-up Tartar was hit with so much pain that his eyes rolled back as he emitted a blood-curdling scream. The soldiers who had still been chanting spiritedly a moment earlier were so horrified that they fell completely silent, and a moment of quiet swept over the field with 200,000 soldiers. All of them simultaneously reached to cover their crotch. Ning Shu laughed coldly. "This is the price for insulting the women of my Great Yang." Ning Shu swung her whip and proceeded to whip the Tartar until his lower body was a mess of mangled flesh and blood. Then she turned to look towards the field. The men who sensed Ning Shu's gaze sweeping over them felt uncomfortable tingles on their scalp and stared at her as if she was a demon. Meanwhile, Sai Sang, who was also below the stage, gazed at Ning Shu with worship in her eyes. In the end, the rest of the Tartars also had their balls thrashed by Ning Shu and died. Even Shen Feng, who had spent half his lifetime on the battlefield, had never seen someone humiliate the enemy the way Ning Shu did. "Princess, that's enough. The army must pay attention to upholding benevolence and righteousness, else what difference would there be between our Great Yang and the parasitic North Mongolia?" Shen Feng said to Ning Shu. Ning Shu looked at Shen Feng and replied, "Marshal, Jiahui can't agree with what you said. If we act with benevolence and righteousness, our enemies will only view it as weakness to be taken advantage of and look down on us even more. Using violence to curb violence, avenging a death with a death, is the only way to intimidate the enemy. Since I can't reform you, then I'll just freaking exterminate you." Shen Feng had no hope of convincing Ning Shu, since she didn't endorse the so-called benevolence and righteousness that Shen Feng spoke of in the first place. Ning Shu beckoned Sai Sang, and Sai Sang immediately ran over to ask, "Princess, what instructions do you have?" "Find a couple pig butchers and bring them here." "Understood." After Sai Sang brought the butchers back, Ning Shu told the butchers to scoop out these people's stomachs. Several of the butchers were so stunned to hear this that they almost wet their pants. Their occupancy was killing pigs, not people. It wasn't just the butchers that were alarmed. Even the soldiers below the stage felt their hair rise on end. Their gazes were filled with admiration and fear as they looked at Ning Shu, who had an indifferent expression on her face. In the end, the butchers obeyed and cut open the Tartars. After they did their part, Ning Shu had soldiers rub salt on the Tartars' corpses, then hang them at the city gates. It was December and the height of winter, so it was perfect weather for making dried meat. Ning Shu's method truly awed everyone. Shen Feng continuously shook his head as he looked at Ning Shu, but Ning Shu ignored him and proceeded to declare, "This is the price of encroaching on our great Yang." She had those corpses hung up side by side in a row in front of the city gates for those arrogant Tartars to see. She wanted to show them that the people they had been freely oppressing for so long also had the ability to fight back. Those corpses hung on the city walls for a very long time. Due to the wind and the sun, the corpses became even more stiff. All of the Tartars that passed by the city gates felt chills from seeing the atrocious sight. Ning Shu paid no attention to these people's fearful or terrified gazes. Then the rumors that Princess Fiahui was a female devil quietly started spreading. If it was said that in the past some people still harbored thoughts about Princess Jiayu, now whenever they saw her they'd feel the urge to put armor around their crotch. Just a glimpse of her made their crotch area feel a chill. Ning Shu entered her own tent, then her entire body went limp, and she almost threw up. Despite that, she still felt indescribably happy and light. These were probably the original host's emotions. Princess Jiahui hated the Tartars since she had been humiliated and abused by them after she had gotten married. So it was natural for her to feel happy upon seeing these Tartars meet a tragic end. Ning Shu smiled. It was great to be able to help the original host a little. After this incident, Ning Shu gained a strong reputation in the military. Naturally, it was a reputation that caused fear. However, Ning Shu expressed that she didn't care. Something that surprised her was the fact that Sai Sang actually started learning martial arts as well. Every day, she would serve Ning Shu, attending to her, doing her laundry, and making her meals. But in between all of that, she would find time to practice martial arts. She said that she wanted to go on the battlefield to kill the enemies, so Ning Shu allowed her to do as she wished. Perhaps it was because Ning Shu's reputation was so brutal, people couldn't help but have a strong impression. But a lot of women who either had no one to rely or had been defiled by Tartars ran over to ask Ning Shu for help. In just a while, over 100 people had gathered, and they practically became a female army. It added a bit of color to the dull barracks. These women were all at the end of their ropes and had come to Ning Shu as their last hope. All of them stated their desires to head to the battlefield and get revenge with determined, vengeful expressions. Ning Shu thought about it and felt that it was very important to establish a troop of trustworthy subordinates that would only follow her direct commands. So she took in these women and had people teach them basic martial arts. Perhaps due to the fact that they had found a new goal in life, these women were no less spirited and fierce than the male soldiers. Perhaps women couldn't compare to men in strength, but men had no way of competing with the tenacity of women. However, the army couldn't continue to feed these women for free. Even Shen Feng tactfully hinted that these women couldn't stay in the barracks. Ning Shu didn't say a lot and simply pointed out the fact that these women helped out in the barracks a lot. All the meals, clothing repairment, and things like that were handled by these women. In the end, Shen Feng could only yield. With a precedent like Ning Shu, they couldn't very well say that the barracks were off limits to women. What Ning Shu didn't know was that in the capital, a wave of opposition against her was rising. Naturally, their argument was that her methods were too bloody and cruel. The truth was, those rotten old Confucian scholars were worried about the fact that she had allowed so many women to enter the military. If women were allowed to head to the battlefield, how would they be able to continue using the Confucian moral injunctions for women as a basis to restrict their freedoms? It wouldn't be easy for them to place limitations on women anymore. A group of ministers rose to protest. Li Wen sat on the dragon throne. There was no expression on his face, but there was a trace of a smile in his eyes. He read through the memorial that had been delivered to him several times. A trace of satisfaction flashed through his eyes when he finished reading about what Ning Shu had done. Then he looked towards the ministers below and said indifferently, "And her methods were ruthless. How about this? You guys elect one among you to be sent to the border. If that person can make it back alive, we will remove Princess Jiahui from her post. The ministers. His Majesty wanted them to die, didn't he? Li Wen's attitude has always been that it didn't matter whether these ministers were here or not. If one died, another would immediately take that person's spot. Hence, Li Wen rather hoped that these rotten old ministers all died. All the ministers shrank back and tried to decrease the strength of their presence. Not long later, Ning Shu received the letter Li Wen sent to her. There were only 2 words. Very good. Ning Shu immediately understood what Li Wen meant. From the looks of it, Li Wen approved of the way she had handled things. She felt even more confident now that she had obtained Li Wen's support. As of now, Ning Shu's tent had become forbidden grounds for men. It was the women's base of operations. Ning Shu watched as the women dressed in armor brandished their spears. Their movements were surprisingly uniform and spirited. A slight smile appeared on Ning Shu's face. Leaving the original host with these people counted as leaving her with some influence. She hoped that the original host's Sai's life would be a little easier after she left this world. Ning Shu hoped that these pitiful women who had came to her for shelter would be able to survive and live on. For that to happen, they had to train hard. Only then would they have more of a chance of surviving on the battlefield. As predicted, after the snow stopped, He Liaoning led an army of Tartars to attack the city. Ning Shu stood on the city walls and met He Liaoning's gaze. Inwardly, she was pretty frustrated. Why was this person still not dead? Could it be that the poison hadn't been strong enough? Fudge. He had already puked blood last time, yet he was already well enough to jump around again. He Liaoning was wearing fur clothing today. The fur framing his neck made him seem even more wild and powerful. He looked up at Ning Shu and shot her a grin. Then, with a wave of his hand, he had the soldiers start rushing towards the city walls with ladders to siege the city. The battle drums started beating. Ning Shu shouted coldly, "Release the arrows." A rain of arrows immediately shot towards the Tartars, and most of the Tartars attacking the city instantly became hedgehogs. Again, the reserve soldiers immediately switched places with those in front. Out of the corner of her eye, Ning Shu saw that several women had been shot by arrows that came from below. For a moment, her heart trembled, but then she steadied herself again. Switch to catapults. Catapults were one of the ancient weapons with rather great damage power, especially when they were shot from above. Some Tartars had just reached the top, only to be hit with blocks of ice and fall back down. They fell from the ladder and crashed into the ground. Then they were still. He Liaoning looked towards the things on the wall that were mostly hidden by the heavy snow, then abruptly looked towards Ning Shu with suspicions in his eyes. Ning Shu smiled towards him. "That was right. It was exactly what you were thinking." These were the corpses of those Tartars. The Tartars that hung on the wall now only had black empty eye sockets, since their eyes had already been pecked away by birds. When making a decision, either don't do it or go all in and cut off all roads of retreat. He Liaoning's facial color immediately turned unsightly, and his gaze filled with dangerous and dark murderous intent as he looked towards Ning Shu. At the same time, though, his gaze still contained strange fondness. The aura he gave off was even more dangerous than before. Ning Shu extended her hand, and a soldier immediately handed her a crossbow. She aimed an arrow at He Liaoning, but he just laughed coldly, then proceeded to also aim an arrow towards her. Swoosh, swoosh. 2 arrows screamed and seemed to emit some sparks as they slid past each other. Ning Shu's pupils dilated as she stared at the arrow flying her way. She tilted her head towards the side, but the arrow still made a small cut on her face as it flew past. "Princess, are you all right?" Duan Xinghui's heart almost stopped when he saw this scene, and he hastily dealt with the Tartar that had gotten onto the wall to rush towards Ning Shu. Ning Shu gave a dark smile as she wiped away the blood on her face, and she even licked to taste the blood on her finger. Ignoring Duan Xinghui, she turned to look towards He Liaoning. As Duan Xinghui took in Princess Zhouyi's demonic smile, his heart started racing. Princess Zhouyi in this moment was more enchanting than ever before. Even the blood on her face only served to add a ruthless savageness to her beauty. When Ning Shu saw that He Lianying was perfectly fine and still on his horse, she was disappointed. However, it wasn't surprising. If He Lianying had really died that easily, she'd definitely have to burn incense to thank her ancestors. In the end, the Tartars didn't succeed in their besiege attempt and were driven off. They fled in disarray like fish that had finally escaped the net. He Lianying once again made a snatching motion towards Ning Shu, then kissed his fingers before turning away and riding off. Ning Shu's lips twitched. This was what she hated most about these Tartars. They would run if they couldn't win, which made it so that a lot of energy was required to continue fighting them. Ning Shu was very irritated. She drew the bow back and set another arrow towards He Lianying's back. Princess, He Lianying's full of craft and cunning. He's fleeing on purpose. If Princess follows after him, you'll fall into his trap since cavalries fight best on flat plains. Duan Xinghui cut in to stop himself from dissuading Ning Shu when he saw how unwilling she was to accept this outcome. With a failure like you as a precedent, there's no way this princess would be dumb enough as to chase after them, responded Ning Shu. Following that, she shouted, "Deal with the soldiers that have died in battle and record their names." Duan Xinghui. Duan Xinghui felt that his words of concern were always treated as words with hidden bad intentions. The way Princess Joey was always rubbing salt on his wound made him feel both angry and a little sad. Princess Joey completely treated him like an enemy. Actually, enemy wasn't the right description. He currently had no power or status, so it was just that she never bothered to consider his feelings when she spoke. As for Ning Shu, she was sad because only about half out of the original 100 women were left. People that were still alive just yesterday had now become cold corpses, and there weren't even people to collect their corpses. Ning Shu had Sai Sang bury them and record their names down. They were women, but they were also heroes. They shouldn't be deprived of their rightful honor just because they were women. They deserved to be recorded in history. The women that survived had even more determined expressions. Even though their facial colors were very pale right now, their eyes were still filled with resolution. During the following period of time, the Tartars continued to attack the city as if they didn't know what it meant to be tired. Ning Shu could see anxiety on He Lianying's face. It was probably due to the fact that his army was running out of provisions, and due to the reason that every winter, North Mongolia relied solely on raiding to obtain supplies. However, now they couldn't even break through the city walls. He Lianying's gaze was unreadable as he looked towards Ning Shu, who was standing on the wall. This year, due to this princess being here, the soldiers were refusing to let them in, even at the cost of their lives. In the past, the guards would only put on a show of trying to defend the city for a while before admitting defeat and letting them in to loot the city. Thus, every year it had been a quick process to loot, then return to North Mongolia. Princess Jiaoyi Li Zishan. This woman, Ning Shu, also wasn't enjoying this. She was starting to feel numb from the sight of countless soldiers being carried away. However, since many people had already died, it was all the more reason she couldn't give up. If they compromised this time, then there would be a next time. If there was a next time, then wouldn't all these people have died for nothing? There was another even more important reason, and that was if they lost. Those loathsome Tartars would be able to invade their territory and loot everything. At that time, North Mongolia would definitely bring up a peace marriage again, and it would also cause Li Wen to be disappointed in her. Hence, she had to persevere. Around this time, because Duan Xinghui had done quite a bit of meritorious service, Shen Feng promoted him to right vanguard. This practically set him on equal footing with Ning Shu. As expected of the world's favorite, he was filled with good luck and was like a fish in water on the battlefield. How good was his luck? One time, Ning Shu saw an arrow fly straight at him, yet the arrow ended up hitting the soldier next to him. At that time, Ning Shu was made completely speechless. She also didn't know what exactly Shen Feng liked about Duan Xinghui as to support him so much and promote him, who was originally just a soldier, to the third highest rank in the barracks. As of now, Duan Xinghui had the rights to give commands on the battlefield, So he stood next to Ning Shu. When Lianying saw, he couldn't help but be irritated. Meanwhile, Ning Shu had been very emotionally wound up during this entire time. She would feel unbearable heartache every time a member of her female army got injured or killed. However, as time passed, there were less and less casualties. These women gradually gained a valiant aura that was in no way inferior to that of men. These women who had survived were all very good siblings. Lianying was once again driven to retreat. Before he retreated, he looked towards Ning Shu with savage excitement in his eyes. When Duan Xinghe, who was standing next to Ning Shu, saw this, his heart felt uncomfortable. Lianying seemed determined to pit himself against Ning Shu. He would come to attack the city every day, except when it was raining or snowing. He showed up on time with such precision, like he was here to practice the 8th set of radio broadcast gymnastics. But the difference was that blood would always flow to form rivers. Ning Shu really wanted to curse as she stood on the city wall and looked down at that bastard. Battles costed money and food. Just the amount of rations required for supporting the army for one day was an astonishing figure. She didn't know how much longer they'd be able to keep this going. In addition, Grand Marshal Shen Feng didn't seem to want to persevere anymore. However, if they gave up, all the lives already lost for this goal would have been lost for nothing. Hence, all they could do was continue dragging things on. Ning Shu got another letter from Li Wen. It was a private letter only for her, and his meaning was very clear. He hoped that Ning Shu could win, but more that he hoped that Ning Shu would stay strong and keep up a firm, uncompromising attitude. Near the end were some words of concern that made him seem more like an older brother. As for how sincere those words really were, Ning Shu didn't bother to think deeply about it. As the emperor, his every motion and word had to contain deep meanings. Today's weather was very nice. After a day of wind and snow, the ground was blanketed with a thick layer of snow. Originally, Ning Shu thought that Lianying wouldn't come to attack the city today because it was difficult to even walk in this type of environment. However, unexpectedly, he still came. The Tartars' faces contained anxiousness and despair, as if they were at the ends of their ropes. It was already the middle of winter, yet they still hadn't reaped any harvest this year. Even Lianying, who had always seemed unperturbed, was frowning. His expression was cold as he narrowed his eyes and looked towards Ning Shu, who was standing next to the flag. As the bright sunlight shone down on her, it made her armor glint with cold light. It was so dazzling he couldn't even see her face clearly. Duan Xingli was standing by Ning Shu and saw that Lianying had been staring at Princess Zhao for a long time. He felt displeased and couldn't stop himself from saying, "Princess, the Tartars of North Mongolia are all despicable, treacherous wolves, so no matter what princess should not compromise with them." Ning Shu felt the urge to dig at her ear. She had heard the same sentence pretty much every day for the past period of time. It seemed that Duan Xingli was originally a reticent person, so he had always seemed like a cool older brother to Princess Zhao. However, now he was always nagging her. It was seriously annoying. Lianying pursed his lips as he watched the two on the wall. He couldn't stop himself from grabbing a bow and shooting Duan Xingli. It was unknown if it was because today's wind was a bit strong or what, but the arrow that was clearly headed towards Duan Xingli ended up veering towards Ning Shu. Ning Shu, F. As expected. When you were with the male Litsuma, the one doomed was forever the cannon fodder. Ning Shu was about to dodge when her body suddenly stopped responding to her. Her soul seemed about to be ejected from the body. Ning Shu was shocked. What exactly was happening? Why couldn't she move? Duan Xingli saw that the arrow as rushing towards Princess Zhao, and Princess Yehui was just standing there as if the thought of dodging hadn't occurred to her. His heart instantly filled with fear, and he hastily cut the arrow with his sword. But it was no use. The arrowhead continued heading towards Ning Shu and pierced into her shoulder. Ning Shu gave a muffled groan. She could hear the sound of the arrowhead ripping through her flesh. Immediately after, unbelievable pain hit her. Oh my fuck, it hurts. Dang, the counterattack task has been completed. Leave the world? Yes, no. A cold mechanical voice appeared in Ning Shu's consciousness. Yes, yes, yes. Ning Shu wanted to leave as soon as possible. It freaking hurt too much. Even if it was for the sake of leaving the world, there was no need to shoot her, right? The system is trolling me. Ning Shu's soul immediately left Princess Jiaohui's body. Things had happened too fast. It took a while for everyone to come back to their senses and realize that a high-ranking military officer of Great Yang had just been shot. The North Mongolian Tartars started drumming their chest and cheering. Their morale increased greatly, and they looked towards their second prince with worshipful gaze. However, Lianing's face was pale as he gripped the bow tightly, and he trembled as he stared in disbelief. She clearly could have dodged. Based on her ability, there was no way she couldn't have dodged that arrow. Moreover, she wasn't the person he had wanted to kill. Lianing lifted his hand and shouted, "Sound the drums for retreat! This was clearly the best chance to attack the city. Why were they retreating? Third Prince, their morale has taken a hit, so that already puts us halfway to success. Why do we need to retreat?" A high-ranking Tartar asked Lianing. "Slap." Lianing slapped that officer and snarled, "This prince said to retreat, so retreat." Lianing turned his horse around. He took one last glance back at the place where Princess Jiaohui usually stood. There was no longer anyone there, but for a brief instant, he seemed to see those cold, indifferent eyes that were filled with disdain and cunning. She probably wouldn't die that easily, right? Duan Xinghui carried Princess Jiaohui and ran to the tent of the military doctor, shouting, "Save her! Please hurry and save her!" Duan Xinghui paced anxiously as he waited outside the tent. His heart was filled with anxiety, fear, dread, and an intense feeling that he really didn't want her to die. When the thought that this woman who has always looked down on him might die, he felt so much pain it was like his heart was about to shatter. When the arrowhead was pulled out, Princess Jiaohui gave a muffled groan and opened her eyes slightly. She saw that she was in a simple tent. How was she still alive? She was still in a North Mongolian Tartar's tent. A wave of pain swept over her and she fainted again. Princess Jiaohui was fine. Everyone in the military felt a surge of relief, especially Shenfeng. Although swords had no eyes on the battlefield if the princess of a nation died, especially if it was the princess born of the same mother as the emperor would not care about how much meritorious service he contributed. Meanwhile, Princess Jiaohui felt like she was dreaming. She couldn't tell if she had come to remember her past life after being shot, or if this current reality was a dream. She looked at the women who were kneeling in front of her. Their expressions were solemn and all of their eyes were red. She touched the whip at her waist, then smiled. No matter what, she was no longer in the tragic situation of the dream. She hadn't been humiliated, and she was not living with ceaseless pain. She hadn't disappointed Imperial older brother and was the most noble princess of Great Yang. When she saw Duan Xinghui, she laughed. This man who she had loved so much in her dream was currently looking at her with concern. So what if she was a woman? A woman was not necessarily any worse than a man. She was willing to never marry and fight for Imperial older brother for her entire life. No matter how painful it was, it couldn't compare to the life of being shared and used by countless men and eating pig feed. That life was not the life of a human. It was without dignity, without purpose. There was nothing. She didn't even know what she lived for. Even if it seemed like a dream, the dream felt inexplicable real. "Princess, are you all right?" Princess Jiaohui had been looking at Duan Xinghui with an unreadable and slightly strange gaze, so he walked up and asked her this in concern. Princess Jiaohui was for a moment stunned. It felt like it had been a long time since she heard Duan Xinghui's voice. For the sake of confirming with his own eyes that Princess Jiaohui was all right, not long later, Lianing came to attack the city again. He gazed for a long while at Princess Jiaohui, who was standing on the wall as always. Suddenly, he smiled. His smile was filled with joy and relief. Princess Jiaohui looked at Lianing with surprise. This man, this demon-like man, can also smile this way? The twisted and cruel man she knew would never have smiled this way. What was he smiling about? Could it be that he has gone crazy from disappointment upon finding out that she wasn't dead? Princess Jiahui touched the whip at her waist and coldly commanded, "Release the arrows." Duan Xinghui watched her. Princess Jiahui seemed even more dignified and noble now, and there was a slight feeling as if she had gone through a rebirth. She no longer gave off the cold indifference from before, but when she pursed her lips, she gave off more of a regal presence. Her aura had changed again. Duan Xinghui felt completely muddled by Princess Jiahui's many changes. Before, Princess Jiahui would look at him with an icy cold gaze. She seemed capable of seeing through everything that was hidden in his heart, and her gaze always contained scorn and ridicule. The current Princess Jiahui had looked at him with a strange gaze that contained a bit of relief and gladness. Following that, she simply looked at him as if he was a stranger. Duan Xinghui. His heart seemed to crack. As he gazed at Jiahui's back, he felt like he had lost something important forever. His heart felt uncomfortably empty. This battle continued until the start of spring. When the snow started to melt, Liaoning led what was left of his troops back to the plains. Before he left, he looked back at Princess Jiahui one last time with a lingering gaze. Princess Jiahui laughed scornfully. She was no longer that pitiful woman from her dream. She would forever be the most respected Princess Jiahui of Great Yong. They returned to court in triumph. When Princess Jiahui saw Li Wen, she couldn't help but tear up. In this world, Imperial older brother was the only family she had left. Li Wen actually gazed at Princess Jiahui with gratitude. After quite a while, he asked, "You've changed again?" "What?" Princess Jiahui was confused. Li Wen gave a decree allowing Princess Jiahui to be buried in the imperial tomb after 100 years and forever enjoy the worship of the people. This was an extremely great honor. No princess in history had ever received such an honor. Although the princess was the emperor's younger sister, she was still a woman, and once she got married, she would belong to another family. The idea of giving a woman an honor like this was making all the ministers restless. Li Wen didn't say anything and directly sent the ministers that opposed it the most to the border. Those who enjoyed the luxurious life of the capital and kept making criticisms without ever contributing anything themselves were also sent to the border. Following that, when it was time to evaluate military merit and bestow rewards, when it was Duan Xinghui's turn, Li Wen looked towards Princess Jiahui. Princess Jiahui said mildly, "Just bestow based on his achievements." Imperial older brother doesn't need to worry about this sister subject. When Duan Xinghui found out that he had been promoted to a formal second-rank general, his feelings were very mixed. He looked towards Princess Jiahui, who was sitting at the front of a large hall, and his emotions became even more complicated. Duan Xinghui practically moved at turtle speed as he headed back to his residence. He didn't feel any rush at all, and his heart felt inexplicably heavy. He couldn't deny it any longer. He felt great regret. The entrance to Duan residence was very lively. Duan Xinghui returned grandly in a full body of armor. Upon seeing her son, Madame Duan was so happy she cried. She remarked in a tone full of heartache that he had gotten tanned, but had gotten skinny. Duan Xinghui's gaze swept past Yuan Dong to land on Aya. She was wearing a lake blue silk garment with a hairpin inserted in her hair. She seemed very happy and was smiling widely with joy. However, a moment later, she felt that it was inappropriate behavior and immediately closed her mouth. Very soon, she gave Duan Xinghui a closed-lipped smile, not knowing that this kind of smile made her seem very timid and inferior. After just a winter, Aya had lost the simple freedom and beauty that Duan Xinghui had once been enchanted by. The current Aya's every movement was awkward like that of a wooden puppet. When Duan Xinghui saw her smile, Princess Joey's face appeared in his mind. She could even lick the blood from the corner of her mouth in a way that was filled with dark charm. Duan Xinghui married Aya, which made Aya overjoyed. During the wine banquet, Duan Xinghui drank a lot and even cried. Perhaps he was mourning the past, or perhaps he felt regret. Duan Xinghui and Aya's life did not turn out that well. Duan Xinghui gave Aya the position of main wife, but he didn't keep the promise of being faithful only to her for this entire lifetime. There were other women by his side. Now that Princess Jiahui was gone, Duan Xinghui didn't care about any other women. Or did he care about how many women were by his side? He no longer saw any joy in life. Aya couldn't accept it, but she also had no choice but to endure the fact that her man was sleeping with other women, even though it stabbed at her heart. As of now, Princess Gaoye had already become the bright moonlight in Duan Xinghui's heart, a scarlet beauty mark. Things that were out of reach were always the most beautiful. Duan Xinghui would never be able to obtain Princess Xiaoyi again in this lifetime, so she became something like an inviolable goddess in his heart. After the war was over, North Mongolia sent an envoy and agreed to sign the non-aggression treaty that would last for 100 years. However, there was one condition, which was that Princess Xiaoyi would get married with the second prince of North Mongolia, He Lianying. Those wolves' ambitions still haven't died. Princess Yahu laughed. She would die before she'd step foot in North Mongolia. This time, Li Wen refused before Princess Xiaoyi even said anything. After the North Mongolian delegation left, Princess Xiaohui told Li Wen that she was willing to go and guard the border. She was even willing to never marry in this lifetime and devote her life to the cause of defending against the North Mongolian Tartars. Princess Xiaoyi stated directly that there was no man in this world that could match up to her. Li Wen asked jokingly, "You won't get married even if you encounter a man as outstanding as Imperial older brother?" Princess Xiaohui smiled. There exists no other man like Imperial older brother in the world. When Duan Xinghui, who was also in the Great Hall, heard Princess Yahui say this, he recalled that a very long time ago, Princess Xiaohui had said that he was the best man in the world. However, it was hard for him to even appear in Princess Xiaohui's eyes now. That very night, Princess Xiaohui returned to the border and patrolled the city walls with her female troops. The row of Tartar corpses were no longer covered by ice and snow, so their original appearances were revealed. Their faces had contorted expressions of agony and their corpses had become dried. Sai Sang said to Princess Xiaoyi, "The Tartars don't even dare to look at these corpses anymore, and the Tartars that come to the city to trade no longer dare to act arrogant. The citizens here call Princess the goddess of war. I heard that they even plan to erect a statue. And long life memorial tablet for you, Princess." Princess Xiaoyi smiled a little without saying anything. However, not long later, an enormous statue was erected in the city. It was a statue of Princess Xiaoyi in full armor. Her hair was pulled up into a high ponytail, her gaze was solemn and dignified, and at her waist hung a whip. When Princess Xiaoyi saw this statue, tears fell from her eyes. She was the respected princess of Great Yang, the Princess Xiaohui whom everyone revered, never again a disgrace. When Ning Shu got back to the system space, she couldn't help but touch her shoulder to check it. It hurt even now. She had gotten too used to being a normal person, it seemed. It had been a long time since she had felt such severe pain. Only chemotherapy hurt that much. Ning Shu had almost forgotten that she used to be stuck in the hospital. She looked down to check her body, then sighed. Her soul had gotten dimmer again. She should hurry and sit down to start absorbing this space's energy. Ning Shu thought about the unsurpassable martial arts for a bit, then decided to absorb the energy based on how she practiced the martial arts. Just letting it flow slowly into her body seriously took way too long. Ning Shu started trying the cultivation method. She didn't know if it would work or not since she was currently a soul. She had no body, no meridians, so how was the cultivation method supposed to revolve energy through her body? She felt pretty stupid for trying it. Despite that, she still sat down on the ground and closed her eyes to start absorbing those things into her body. She was pleasantly surprised to find that the speed had increased a little. In addition, absorbing these things into her soul felt very pleasant. It was a refreshingly cool sensation. Just as Ning Shu was getting into it, a cold mechanical voice appeared in the system space. "Congratulations, player, for making it back. Would you like to see the stats panel now?" "Yes." Right after Ning Shu replied, a screen appeared in front of her with her stats displayed on it. Number 2333 name, Ning Shu age, 27. Experience, 7,100, 7,110 Soul, 60 life, 50 intelligence, 80 charm, 1 luck, 25 mental. Strength, 120 martial arts, 10 aptitude, 24 abilities, 5 ring shooting skill, trashy combat skill, beginner unsurpassable martial arts acquired titles, Goddess of War. Ning Shu was stunned for a moment when she saw the title Goddess of War. When had she obtained such a op-sounding title? But that wasn't the main concern right now. The main concern was that she only got 3,000 experience points this time. When the points she got from converting the book of unsurpassable martial arts was added on, it only totaled 7,100 points. And what were those 2 random points of virtuous achievement used for? Then there was the fact that after getting involved in bloody battle for so long that she couldn't to even tell if the blood on her was from her period or from her enemies, she only got this little points. Fine. It was already good that she got any points at all. Being able to come back alive was already very good. You've obtained 5 additional attribute points. Where would you like to add them? Asked the system. Ning Shu tapped at the screen. She added some to luck with sadness and indignation. She noticed that her moral quality must really suck. After all, even when she was already about to exit the world, karma still sent her such a painful arrow. Ning Shu finished distributing the attribute points, and the screen now reflected the changes. Number 2,333 name, Ning Shu age, 27 experience, 7,100, 7,100 10,000s. Soul, 60 life, 50 intelligence, 80 charm, 1 luck, 25 plus 3. Mental strength, 120 martial arts, 10 aptitude, 24 plus 2. Virtuous achievement, 2 abilities, 5 ring shooting skill, trashy combat skill, beginner unsurpassable martial arts. Acquired titles, Goddess of War, End of a Task World. Yes, no. The system's mechanical voice appeared again. Ning Shu shook her head. I'll enter it later. Her soul had been worn out from experiencing the last world and had turned dim again. In addition, in the last world she had experienced massacres and had gone from a normal good citizen to a general whose hands were dyed with blood. She had to settle her emotions down. Otherwise, if things went on like this, she would go insane. Ning Shu cleared her mind. She was herself, only herself. She was Ning Shu. No matter what she experienced, she was still herself. Perhaps she spent time living for other people, but from beginning to end, she was Ning Shu.